I know this person. I'm married now. I'm married before. But let's take a look at the fucking text first. First time I did a blast of blowing a both percent. On the phone. I heard it off from the percent. I was doing everything I asked. Well, it was basically that's when
West Southern California is on the airport track for reports. I'm Angel Martinez.
Why? Because people didn't really know how devastating it was.
No, it was still a marketing ploy that it was with rich people. So, cocaine,
classy drug, right?
Cocaine. Down the line. So.
Neil Brennan, Terrence Silverman, who else? Joe Rogan. He didn't go up. Gerard was there after he David Spade was there.
Spade. As a comedian, when you walk into that room, you get elevated. Yeah, you get elevated as a comic. When you did cocaine, it elevated you to the next level. You walked out of that bathroom and everybody looked at you. I mean, fuck Brad Pitt. Yeah. That motherfucker came out of the bathroom smoking big time with 2 blunts. Yeah. That's the dude I want to hang with. Fuck Brad Pitt.
That guy's a lot more fun.
Yeah.
And girls want to fuck you.
It was amazing. It made you a different person. You went to a bar and everybody wanted to talk to you.
And the cops weren't coming down on that shit.
They didn't know. Nobody really knew what was going to happen. I kept that addiction going full to 85. And by the time I quit 85, I was fucked up.
Yeah, they said that the music renaissance that went on in the 60s and then carried over to the 70s with all these great rock and roll bands. And then what happened was they stopped drinking and smoking weed and they got into blow and they got into heroin and that killed music. The mamas and the papas and all that, there was that, I think it was 8 Ashtray.
Follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number 1 for music, radio, and podcasts.
Janet Joplin and Jim Morrison.
Well, weren't all like the great 70s musicians on heroin?
Well, a lot of them were because, according to, I think it was Sandy Kraft or something, I'm background. A lot of those 70s musicians, they're heroes with a black blue singing. And like Muddy Waters. And a lot of those dudes had drug issues. Now, there was a difference. If you had a black man in the 40s, 50s, 60s who was doing heroin, like Bird was, like Charlie Parker was, well, that was because, or Billie Holiday, that was because there was a lot of things going on. That you were black, there was a lot of survival guilt. You were trying to overcome something called institutionalized racism. Okay, so there were a lot of pressures. There was a lot of shit that went on when you were black. And you couldn't vote, and you were a second-class citizen, etc., etc. But then you had a bunch of middle-class kids. Their heroes were all drug addicts. There was something very cool about that. So you had as people like Janet Joplin, and you had Jim Morrison, and they were talking like they're heroes. Hey man, you cats are all, you could hear them, but they weren't doing it very well. If you actually listen to them talk, they weren't so cool. They weren't like, the old time jazz musicians. And they were subscribing to a drug problem. They gave themselves a drug problem. So there was a difference in terms of, according to certain people I'm talking about, there's a difference between trying to overcome something like oppression and then subscribing to something because you want to be cool and giving yourself a drug problem. Now, by the way, there's another quotient to that, which is when you start doing well, that shit feels really good. And some people just can't stop because they're wired. But one of the largest, there's a guy named Nick Kenner who wrote a book called The Dark Stuff, and he's a rock and roll journalist. And he documents in the book how many talented motherfuckers like Lou Reed basically burned their talent out with the law. It wasn't the weed. It was not even the booze. It was the blow and the heroin. And it wasn't the acid. It was the blow and the heroin that destroyed so many talented and killed them.
remote or with voice controls, and it provides large cover art demonstration. You can sync with your iHeartRadio account for seamless listening between your devices. Your iHeartRadio music, radio stations, and podcasts.
Yeah, Coke isn't. It doesn't make you a fun person to be around.
No, it goes. It's the first 3 years you get your dick sucked. There's people over your dancing count. I love you, dog.
Yeah.
Great. You know, oh my God, we call nothing. Let's make the guy do this, right? You know, it's like touring the rain.
Yeah, Coke would be nice.
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Yeah, man. He's throwing firecrackers.
iHeartRadio app, Trump Biden debate. CNN presidential debate, 6 o'clock. It's going to have simulcast here on KFI. Listen after 7:30 on Fox 11. That's Michael Senate and others discussing the debate. 2 things about the debate. Number 1, Gavin Newsom. I guess is he done trying to
When you start doing blow, you want to do blow and get your
the
dick sucked.
repeal of Prop 47?
Now
He's
you're
left the state.
guy's house.
He's going to Atlanta.
16-year-old girl coked up back there, 3 guys.
Yammering at news reporters after the debate,
You know what
trying
that
to
feels
convince
like?
everybody
It
that what
feels
we
like
just saw didn't
I was
really
in
happen.
on Texas one time.
So one of those professional liars that both parties use after a big debate. And it's to confuse the reporters who are usually confused.
Yeah. Cockfights.
And the New York Post had a story. Trump is going around saying Biden's going to be pumped up on drugs.
And do you realize it then that you hated it, or was it just the drugs and looking back on you like, fuck those?
Biden seems so frail and confused, and he mumbles, drifts off as he speaks, wanders away physically, and then he goes to the State of the Union, and he actually shouts at the top of his lungs to the most energy for an hour and a half.
Another guy for drug money.
And you gotta
And
wonder,
this is at the 7-Eleven. I don't like
do
this.
they inject
And
him
it brought me back to many a year.
doing
I was
this
just,
kind of
all
stuff
I'm
for
gonna do is
long
get a
time?
grab of blow,
He tried to
Brian.
be
That's all I'm gonna do. Just sit down and screw gonna suck our dick. You gotta watch. What the fuck are you talking about?
You know what? Lee Kuan Yew, who is the longtime Prime Minister of Singapore, realized that Singapore was in the Golden Triangle. There was Burma, there was all the opium that was surrounding Singapore. And Lee Kuan Yew was like, here's the thing, man. I want this country to be a first world country. It was a really hot, swampy part of the world. And he said, all right, here's how it's going to go. No doubt that everybody should start doing drugs. We're going to have a drug problem because it's so big. So he goes, all right, if you're caught bringing drugs into this country, I don't care who you are. I don't care what country you're from. You're going to hang. You'll hang. And there won't be a jury. There will be a judge that will look at the evidence. You hang, and you hang quick. And there are so many stories of like Australian hitchhikers, backpackers come in. They got a bunch of opium that they wanted to sell in the States. They were going to come to Singapore. They hung. The Kenyan grandmother who was selling blankets and trying to sell drugs as well. She hangs. And they were like, to Lee Kuan Yew, they said, Charlie Rose said, look, man, there's no jury or anything. They said, no, they hang. They said, but, that seems so inhumane. He said, does it? We'd hang maybe 4, maybe 5 people a year. How many lives are ruined in your country from drugs? How many children are homeless? How many children are orphans? And he went through all the stats. And I gotta say, man, I was like, damn, the dude has a point, man. If you only gotta hang 5 people and a whole bunch of children have a home. I mean, look, I believe in freedom, so it's a difficult thing. I think drugs probably should be legal personally because I'm a libertarian. But it was really interesting to hear a benevolent dictator, which is exactly what he was, kind of talk and make a case. And I was like, well, I don't know. I can definitely see where he's coming from. And if it's a small country like that, I don't know.
Well, I saw a headline today that just weed being legal here in Denver and Oregon, it's killing Mexican cartels. Like their profits are way down.
Well, weed should be legal, first of all.
Yeah, of course.
The idea that weed's not legal and alcohol is the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life. It's an old argument. But I mean, you get punched in the face by a fucking alcoholic. You're not getting punched in the face by a
That's true, but my mom back in Boston is in her mid-50s, and when I tell her I smoke weed, she doesn't see a difference between that and heroin.
That's because
at
she's
all.
been brainwashed by a movement that started a long time ago. You know, that was ignorance. It was reefer madness. And, you know, and it's bad, all that stuff. It's a classic example of a misinformation.
But I think if you
And
went
we
to
put
them,
people in jail and ruin lives because of that stuff.
but I think if you went to them and said, listen, it's going to get rid of the cartels. I kind of agree with Joey about legalizing the harder stuff like heroin and coke. It seems like kind of dangerous. But for like smaller stuff, I think it gets rid of some of the evil.
Listen, I had a couple of problems. I know drug addiction from a couple of angles.
Is that right? Yeah.
I know drug addiction from the number of pain. I know drug
See, Joe
addiction
Biden
from
here in 2029 is still president. Well, see, that's going to be a problem. If Joe Biden gets reelected and it doesn't make it for
I don't give a fuck if Jesus is in the
we're
fucking
going to
movie.
go far
I
left
think
again
it's
with
not
Kamala
going
Harris. Yeah. So they'll be
I go to the addiction, I see three guys
You're
that
up with your safety belts
are
on,
fucking
kids.
bum.
Here we
Learn
go.
how to handle the
So
comedy
it took
store.
2 hours.
I go in
It's a
there and
big
smoke.
deal.
That's it.
Everyone's
They call it
watching.
your
Everyone
wardrobe.
listening. KFI. Get the biggest ratings ever.
Same.
You know how you make an actor miserable? Give him a job.
Give them a job.
All right.
Same thing.
Content joy. And they crush her with the news live. The KFI 24-hour newsroom. Hear everything, miss nothing. The CNN presidential debate featuring that guy and the other guy live on CNN and simulcast on KFI this evening at 6. KFI and KOST HD2 Los Angeles and live together on the Hacker Radio app. Not one, not two.
That's what made
I'm like a crusher live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Danger, huh? The danger.
just the whole thing, just the whole thing. I was talking to somebody who was asking me about prison.
The shooter, Marcus Anthony Hermes, and his girlfriend, Winnie Lee, who was driving the car.
We see
10% were a witness who described their vehicle, 20% to the person who knew where they were, and 70% to the person who knew where the couple lived. The county used discretionary funds to put up a reward after the shooting in 2021. Hermes was convicted of killing Aiden after firing a gun at his mother's car when she
Were
flipped
you
a
in
couple
federal
off in
or
traffic.
I was in
He
state.
was sentenced this year to 40
So
years
there's
in
a
prison.
way to
Is that
weasel your way through life. People, you know, they have a podcast to the time. Everybody pretty much fucked up at some point. One person asked us to bring us out. We're like, no. But,
New York, Chicago, and LA are the nation's worst cities for traffic congestion. This year's global traffic scorecard found people all over the country experiencing longer, more crowded commutes.
42 hours a year, which is how much we spend on average on the road. This is more than before the pandemic. A lot of us ditched the daily grind and stayed at home.
42 hours a year. Where are they? ABC shared crisis says the state found mass transit ridership is also down. The first debate on the 2024 presidential election is 2 hours away. It'll last 9 minutes, no audience. President Biden and former President Trump's microphones will be turned off when it's not their turn. Biden's been preparing for the last week. Campaigning. Trump's been holding private meetings and has been campaigning for the last week.
How'd you get that cake?
Debate as he surrounded with the Biden campaign. You can tune in to the CNN presidential debate
right in, I
at
was
6
full
p.m. on CNN.
They wanted me to
Son of a
make
Cubs
cinema
Theater on KFI.
I was not a
The date's
baker,
been
but they
proposed
gave
for
me
the
a
trial of a
bacon.
man
I
accused
was
of
not a
murdering
bacon.
4 University of Idaho college students. During a court hearing, the judge suggested a trial date in June 2025 for Brian Cooper.
The judge said he expects it to be a long trial taking about 3 weeks to sit a jury. Related to said on the basis of family members who have been frustrated by the lack of a trial date.
Stone says the next hearing will deal with the defense request for a change of venue. Cooper is accused of stabbing the students to death at an off-campus home in 2022. President Biden says the Supreme Court decision to allow emergency abortions in Idaho will ensure women can get the medical care they need.
President writing in a statement, quote, no woman should be denied care, need to wait until she's near death and forced to flee her home state just to receive the health care she needs. But he adds this is what's happening in states across the country since the court overturned Roe v. Wade.
Travis says Biden does not mention former President Trump in his statement, but Biden says the stakes would not be higher. The contract would not be clear. Biden says he's committed to defending reproductive freedom. Israeli officials say 68 people, including 19 sick or hurt kids, for the first medical evacuation since early May. Palestinian officials say thousands of people need medical treatment, including hundreds of
On the side of the road.
urgent cases.
Where?
Evacuation was coordinated by the World Health Organization and officials from the U.S. Well, the daily uphill band, Crazy Horse won't be rocking in the free world or in Southern California. The singer canceled the rest of his tour, including 2 shows in Cedar Point and Hollywood Bowl because a couple band members got sick after a show in Michigan last month. The band says the tour will have a big unplanned break, but they'll try to play some of those shows once they're ready to work again. Satellite weather for KFI, increasing clouds and fog through the night, lows around 60, clearing by midday tomorrow at a degree cooler, a degree. Highs around 70 at the beaches around the AE, Metro LA, Orange County. 110 still further out the Inland Empire, Palm Springs area, another mid-80s and valleys and mid-90s in the high desert, Antelope Valley.
I need it now. I get you another one. I got another. It's like $500.
Then another 5 degrees hotter on
He
Sunday.
called me again.
Right
He's
now,
like,
Irvine,
"Dump it."
79, Winterberg, 85, Burbank, 82, Torrance,
So when you were driving, did you have a guard in the van with you in the truck?
No, I would pick up the garbage so the guys would go throw it out. I just let's put it under the garbage. So it's fine in the
To
house.
sell for a higher
I will
price,
leave.
no
We'll leave.
out-of-pocket cost to
They
you.
they
If your
got
home doesn't
fucking
sell
blood
in
out
2
of
weeks, they
it.
will buy it from
Water
you,
doesn't
guaranteed.
matter.
Visit
They find a little Coke
KFIRevive.com
bottle.
to learn more. Freeway Tech is
Bring them up and they got certain.
So, do you ever try to escape or run away, or you had a van? I don't know if I was in prison. I had a van.
Yeah. It's out to Michael
They're never
Bryant
gonna
for
give
the
you that trust.
East LA.
You get
KFI
revoked
in
from
the
the level.
sky.
They'll put you in nice and good.
That sucks, right? That sucks. So wait, so you were in mid-level.
Right, because when you get classified, they classify you by a lot of things. Most importantly, is you work overtime, you're arrested. Like you got arrested for you have high school diploma, driver's license. It's like 7 or 8 back all the schools. So as soon as I got sentenced, even if they gave me 4 years, I was eligible already for half of that. Because of my numbers, I was like a -1.
So when you got murderers and rapists and all that shit, like those gangs in white areas and all that, those guys are in their own area, they're not a block.
They have their own little areas. Like for example, let's say the guys that hate fucking white people or whatever. They had a couple areas I didn't get along with, but there was one dude, John Clark, that was my motherfucker's motherfucker. He was tall, this guy was 6'4", not the best shape, but he had big around, and with his light shirt. Everybody knew he was light. He liked me and I liked him. He was from Philly. He played ball here. He was the first person to start giving me back. He was smuggled meth in money. We had to leave the facility and go to another place to play basketball. So we'd get high. Me and him would do a couple of things up the street.
How do you get that? They threw tennis balls.
Yeah, they threw a bunch of things. So that was he was my one motherfucker. And then in the kitchen, it was murder. Thanks to
Save money and
time
recharging
murder.
yourself.
Like I just pulled out provision. He was one of the This guy did not play around. This guy did not play around. He had like a cockeye. He was from New Orleans. He was from He was
New Orleans has a
big motherfucker.
long history of murder.
And he had murdered somebody before, involuntary, and this is the second one. But he paid this motherfucker attorney and shit. I got him off. Chicken.
I know something about the crime.
He worked in the kitchen with him?
The most important thing in our country is maintaining law and order. The liberal says racist. That is hate law.
Two of those quotes were sent to one man, David Frost, one of the most legendary TV interviewers of the 20th century. He was also my dad.
What would you say is most Americans may hope for the truth?
I'm not for Frost, and these are the Frost tapes. Dad recorded over 10,000 interviews in his life. Much of his early work from the 60s and 70s had been lost for a generation, until now. During that period, Dad sat down with the most influential Americans: Gloria Steinem, Roger Ailes, Coretta Scott King, Robert F. Kennedy, Huey Newton, and Jesse Jackson.
What, in prison here, freedom?
And of course, his most famous interview with Richard Nixon. You won't find these interviews anywhere else. So join me, Wilfred Frost, as we turn back the clock on the Frost tapes.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
Let me tell you something.
AM 610 iHeartRadio station, the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
The place that you
Yeah, man. People didn't know if you could get it from like tears or
I
an
remember I
alcohol.
got sentenced to prison. Shut it down. First place I worked at, so I got it. Black out. It was gay. He was dying. He was losing hair. Didn't have black people. But the rest of the the hardest thing about getting locked up
Boys, they're going to hear on this stage before the debate is ours. It is our show.
That's not the preaching.
I haven't got that much clout around here.
Better than
You
American.
know, there was a lot of very serious programs on this show on the same
All of us have
somebody has.
we just pulled all our food
You think
together.
they ever called Robin upstairs?
You're fucking miserable people. We're in prison. We're in fucking prison. So there's shrimp cocktails, and we got the mafia, you know, we're not saying good fellas.
Hey, good fellas.
But they got steak.
Slicing the garlic with
Oh my
the
God, but I remember we had chips.
We're talking to John Colbert.
And that was the first season of
Yeah.
So we would watch that on Sunday night.
So in a way, like your prison memories, in a way, are nice. You know, I mean, are not all bad.
So for all these motherfuckers who say, oh, you're a sexist, you're homophobic, listen, I was hanging out with him motherfuckers. And then,
Back in the day, before you were born.
let me tell you something. I was hanging out with HIV motherfuckers and 88 bitches with no mask and no gloves.
Well, here's what I have
Just
to
with
say.
my heart.
I mean, I was talking about this with the PC Army when Artie Lang made his comments about, Kerry Champion. Look, Artie Lang is a really good person. Artie Lang is not a racist. Artie Lang it doesn't have a racist bone in his body. He's not, and he's such a good person. And yeah, his jokes were rough and maybe they were clumsy, but I know for a fact that guy wouldn't want to hurt anybody's feelings, including that girl, Kerry Champion. And I always feel like whenever the PC Army points their guns at a guy like that, or Alec Baldwin for calling somebody a cocksucker. Alec Baldwin called this guy a cocksucker, and the gay mafia, whoever they were, the extremists, basically came after him and said, "You're a homophobe." No, he's not. No, he's not. And when they attack people like Al Baldwin or Artie Lang, you're attacking the wrong dudes, man. Point your gun somewhere else. Those guys are on your side. And for me, it's like most of the people that I know, that I hang with, that I really know and that are friends with, and people like yourself. You're not a prejudiced person. You don't. You're not. You're not. I know very few people who are. If you're that guy who just is dumb enough to just judge somebody on their sexuality or their, you're a fucking a-hole anyway. I'm not gonna hang with you. And more importantly, you're probably a dummy. So, I just feel like every time we live in such a politically correct world, and you got to be so fucking careful about what you say. What's his name? Who got fired? Got suspended for tweets with ESPN for saying that such and such should dress her age. Oh, that's sexist. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. We're so precious about the way we speak. People are censoring the way we speak. These gay laws on campus. Are you fucking? Rape laws on campus. They're trying to get people to have verbal consent. You got to say yes. If you don't say yes and you just have sex, you could accuse the guy of rape. You're talk about an infringement on freedom. You're just jumping in there. Look, nobody's fucking pro-rape. You're not doing anything to stop rape when you pass laws like that. You're just infringing on freedom.
You're just fucking up my fucking heart on. That's what the fuck you're doing.
Right.
Because any good pimp knows a freak wants to get a hair pulled and tackled and shit. Sometimes on the way down, you forget to ask the freak. You mind if I stick it in your armpit and shit?
Thank you.
One of the
Thank
best.
you. It doesn't make you a fucking
rapist.
rapist.
It doesn't make you a fucking rapist. Sometimes you get the animal attracted to you. So I'm going to stop and it's bad enough you got to wear a fucking condom.
Yeah.
Because your daughter might have fucking chlamydia and she fucked 10 dead football
Not
players.
that stopped when
Now
I was a
can't
kid.
eat her fucking snake. Yeah, you
Now as a
like
kid, I used to fucking roll the dice. I'd be like, yeah, here goes nothing. Were you a condom wearer? Not me. I never wore a condom. I'm setting a bad example.
They're in the Secret Service, or they're in the armed service.
I'd rather get something.
Somebody becomes
Exactly.
president,
Especially when you do
change your
take his
life.
debt.
If somebody becomes president who's a dumb, that becomes
Take away
your life as well. So big change.
I don't have that type of time. If you got something,
I don't have that type of time.
if you got something, looks like we both got it. Fuck it. Let's just take a chance. How long is it? I had a couple things. I had some leakage and shit. I had some bad stuff.
That's like my buddy. My buddy goes, he's a comic, and I'll tell you his name later.
No, I don't want to.
No, not now. And but he's great. He goes, he never used to condom. I go, you ever get clapper? And he goes, nah. You know, I've had some leakage. I go, the fuck do you think that is, bro? What do you mean leakage? He's like 45. I'm like, pick up the medical.
I don't know. I didn't know what the fuck it was. I was going to tell nobody. She had leakage dry. Oh boy. Brushed that little dust away and I got in there like a savage.
Don't be a pussy. It's just chlamydia. Whatever. Take a Z-Pack, you
Push
pussy.
a fucking orange juice. The fresh squeeze your back. With some wheatgrass.
Yeah. Now they got that penicillin resistant, that antibiotic resistant gonorrhea.
Hey, you guys watch the debate this Thursday. Both of them were very anxious to watch it. They said, oh, yeah. I said, what is the big issue? What is the one big issue that the president...
Oh, the cellophane on your dick. I really read this story.
And you know, both of them said,
Right here on the street here, all over the valley, all over.
30 or 31.
I would love to be.
They both said the same thing. They both said the exact same thing.
I don't know if there are cameras in those rooms. I
I see it all the time.
don't know. Yes, there's cameras. I don't know. Maybe. I just don't know what to expect. I don't even know if it's a setup. That's what I worry about. I go in there. See, the way my mind works is I go in there and it's a setup. And gas comes out of the fence. And next thing I know, I'm tied up to a rack. And they're like, yeah, we got another co-ed. Another college co-ed. That's it for me. That's my fantasy. I mean, that's my fear.
Will you do it? Like when we have the guy from the Bunny Ranch, I know everyone gets tested there, so you have a better chance there of not getting something than you do out in the real world. But even that would still scare me. Even though I know they're tested, just knowing that they do that with so many people. Right.
Hey, there we go. Supreme Court Justice Sotomayor has rendered dissenting opinion from the bench over ruling that limits the
Well, no, yeah, we've gone that far, yeah.
training. The bench, that's what the justices particularly have said. Ruling Justice Roberts charged 100.
Well, no, but if you make the decision to have sex with them, you basically have given like you say fuck that.
Only rant is no condoms.
No, you have to work on this. But I'm just saying they get tested. But because when they came in,
You been to the bunny ranch?
no, I was single for like a year and a half when I moved here. And when they came in, I kept thinking, that would have been nice when I was single for that long. But like, even though I know they get tested, it's still something in my brain. Like anyone who has sex, and it's kind of a sexist thing too. Because any guy who has sex that much either doesn't bother me at all. But just
See, my problem with all that stuff is that I just don't want to be a dollar bill. That's why I don't like strip clubs. Yeah, I just I don't know, man. Going in there and it's a transaction. I don't know. It never really did it for me. It never really gets me going. I want to go light.
But you said you dated strippers, right?
Yeah, but they, that was all crazy and passionate and nutty. And believe me, I don't know. So you have a fancy thing?
No.
I had
Be
a
careful.
4-year.
Use the promo code TIP. Up to 25% off. AdvancedHair.com promo code TIP. AdvancedHair.com promo code TIP. One day
I
treatment,
love
life-changing results guaranteed to grow.
Juice, the juice.
This is San Juan Cuba Strawberry.
This is along Ortega Highway. Eastbound lanes are just jammed up getting away from the 5. A closer look, there's
I
two
look back on
separate
my life
crashes.
and I think
One
myself,
at La
there were a
Plata,
lot of.
the other one closer to
I wish I
Casper's.
could.
Overall delays cost you about 9 miles and 40 minutes.
Take care
We've
of
got Mike O'Brien,
dealing with
KFI
their
in the
energy.
sky.
Maybe I was working something out. I don't know. I mean, I try not to do it too much, but I do think about what I would do differently if I went back to being 30 or 25. I don't know. I did a lot of things. My stuff is going to sound really weird. I mean, there's no question I would have continued to stand-up comedy. I think I would have done stand-up. I took a long time off. First of all, I took like 9 years off. And then I would have kept doing it because I love it so much. And I was trying to be an actor, and I look back on it, and I realized that what I like more than saying somebody else's words and wearing somebody else's clothing is writing my own shit and having that experience on stage. There's nothing like stand-up, in my opinion. Well, there's nothing like communicating with an audience. Then I probably would have boxed earlier, and I probably would have done stuff like that. But there's not a lot I would change. I would, I think about stupid things like buying real estate. I think I did that right. I took my time. Yeah. Because I just was tired of myself. Because I don't know, man. I was looking at my nephews and I thought to myself, I could easily die right now, and I would die for these kids because they're more important than I am. I really meant that. I remember I was like, fuck, it doesn't matter. And I was like, and then I was becoming particular and peculiar about my taste. I was becoming very self-involved about how I had to have my pizza, how I had to have my fucking coffee. I didn't like that person. I don't want to be that anal and particular about my own appetites. I fucking hate people like that. I want to be a little sloppy. I don't like having shit. I don't even like being that guarded about my own ambition. I don't. I don't know. I don't even know how to explain how I feel. But having children for me is a relief. I love those little kids, and I like that they put me in a position of service, of giving as opposed to taking. That's what I was for a long time. I was the center of my own universe. Very easy for a comic to be that way. And I was a taker. But then I started finding myself giving to shitty causes, like dating an addict and trying to fix her. And a psychologist I was friends with said, bro, you have a deep need to help. I had birds and dogs. You have a need to nurture and help. You're doing it in the wrong way, man. You're buying fucking macaws. Macaws live 125 years. They'll shred your furniture. They cost $3,000. The dumbest shit in the world. They make more noise than being sued by my neighbors. You're bringing in girls who, have track marks. What the fuck are you doing? Either get involved in a real charity or have children. And, I listen. So,
people say movies and movies or whatever.
Me and Steve Gregory coming up this week on Unsolved. We highlight another cold case or challenging case that's just got one little piece of evidence. It's the only show in Southern California that gives investigators a chance to dig on a case. They stay with you. Unsolved with Steve Gregory, Saturday night at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. This is America. I got you slipping up. I got you slipping up. What I'm whipping up. What a great song.
I got a second.
Slipping up. It's slipping up. Slipping up. Yeah. Slipping up. Yeah. This is America. This is America, man. I got KFI AM 640.
You're not gonna believe Sarah walked away. Let that bitch die. It nothing to do with me. You know, it's like you just lost 80% of luggage because nothing matters. And now all of a sudden you're like, I wish I was like this at 20 because I see, which I saw a lot of those things. You know, I saw a lot of those different things. But now I say it on stage. I never gave a fuck. But now I really we're not really don't give a fuck. I care about her, my wife, my wife is happy. This gasket
Did your
on,
grandmother
this
or
food in the
mom
refrigerator.
make
That's what I do.
something? You know, it's something.
Anything else you're talking about?
Okay,
I have no idea.
My grandmother
Legalizing marijuana for blind kids so they can play the drums. Listen,
That's
I'll
right.
give you $3. You know
And then she put a
what I'm
bunch
saying?
of
I'll buy a t-shirt. I don't know what to tell you.
and then
You know, people hit me up all the time for shit. They don't understand your time. Children. They don't understand.
My buddy just left me a message. I don't see you. Listen, bro, when I have time,
There's no
I'm coming to town
time
with the kids.
because I can't make a schedule with Lee. Last week, Lee and I were supposed to get together for 3 days. We finally got together because I don't know what mood the child's going to be in that morning. I don't know if the babysitter's going to call. I'm not going to make it today. Every day is a new fucking adventure. And you want me to be fucking on your team to sell weed, you know, to legalize weed, to put an act together. What are you fucking talking about? I barely have time to write jokes. That's why I go on the road to write. Yeah, because it's 3 days of solitude. I come off the TV off and you fucking write on a computer or writing in an open. I don't get peace. I don't know when she's going to kick the door down and go, you know, what the fuck is on the computer? What are you watching? And I gotta stop what you're doing. They don't give a fuck about Twitter or MySpace. Or they don't give a fuck. You gotta sit them down and stop what you're doing and fucking put whatever they want to watch on YouTube, whatever you see. Or simple songs. It's
trash can. There's an
I
empty can of
get
everything.
out of
And I said, oh, do you want it for the flavor? Then take a
the house.
No, that was just an
You
old
tell a
can.
kid at
And
9:30
used
or
for something
something else
else,
to
like
home
your
his
grandfather or something. So,
dad.
oh, okay. Then I found out later. She
And they're calling
took the
me. What
can
happened to you today? You told me you would come.
and ground
I
him
got
up
a
in a blender
2-year-old that fucking
Smart.
fumbles everything.
and put him in the chili.
Trumps everything. That's just the way it is.
Very smart.
I think it was
You
deceiving.
know, tomorrow morning I have to leave before.
I don't know if they are. Maybe they are. Okay, all right, but she ground him up and put it in my chili. She lied to me about.
Try to walk around
You don't know the
the
difference.
I did see the little red
With a bag.
stains in
Go
there.
ahead. I dare you. I dare you.
Yeah, they're all over the place.
So
But
you
anyway,
lose
so
all these
if
different
my grandmother
aspects.
lied to me
You have
about
to reschedule.
and lied
There's
to
so
me about
much
chili.
learning.
What else did
There's
she
so
lie
much
to me
learning
about?
and reprogramming.
What's going on?
I've learned a lot about men and women watching my son and my daughter interact. Because my son is a destroyer, my daughter is a lover. My daughter will build an entire like dollhouse out of Lego. She's got a little animal. She's a whole city. My son comes in and is like, oh, fucking thing. We got a whole city here for no reason. Apparently, I found a Godzilla. He fucking just destroys it. She's like, ah! I understand. But, you know, it's just funny. Like, I have so much sympathy for my son because I understand him as a boy. He's a linear. My daughter's got 15 different emotional levels. She walks. Like, she's 6 now. Try figuring that shit out. You never know how her brain works. It's just a different machine. My son is tired, angry, hungry. I got it. I see it right there. I can read that kid like a book. My daughter is
No, I don't. But you were saying like you would have not taken that break. No, guys, I'm high, so I was thinking about it. Like, I'm not that spiritual, not religious, but I kind of do believe But because I thought about it before, would I change anything, go back and redo high school and focus more and then go to Harvard? I'm pretty happy where I am right now.
Well, that's a good point. I mean, look. I am my mistakes, and I'll tell you something that I really like. Most of what is important as I get older, I guess, if I give myself advice, if I go back and give myself advice, I'd probably say this to myself: hey, learn what not to think about. There is a law of subtraction. Learning how to think is really a process of deletion. We spend a lot of time thinking and indulging mentally in areas and spaces that are not helpful to us. We stress, worry. It's bullshit. It's unproductive. You got to learn how. It's better to learn what not to think about. Instead of making a to-do list, make a not to-do list. You'd be amazed at how much shit you do that ensures your own failure. It's really important. And that's what I would say to myself if I was 20 again. I'd be like, hey, don't waste your time with this bullshit.
But do you think someone can actually follow that advice without going through it? Because I lost weight last year juicing. I lost a ton of weight, and I gained it all back. And now I'm doing it, working out and eating healthy, and I feel like since I've learned,
I would say that is a different. I think that's a different topic, and that topic is this: human beings are always running from pleasure and away from running toward pleasure and away from pain. I think that's how you can break something down. There's something about eating certain foods that you find more pleasurable than you do painful, although the result can be painful. So I think the way you deal with addiction personally, or you deal with food issues or whatever it might be, is you've got to start to feel the pleasure of eating in a healthy way and the feeling it gives you versus this other feeling you've been so used to for so long. I think that's the best way to deal with it. They're coming
Every time I hear a fucking sentence, I always think of what I did today. Every time I hear a fucking sentence, let me give a shout out to you. Well, you started. My main man, Jew established 1981. I want to thank you for drawing the picture. You want to say for me, Mattias, Forbidden, Chunk Kennedy, you bad motherfucking Chinaman, Philip Body, Mike Lavin, Benji Barrow, Tony B, Bad to the Bone, and Speed 7 with Cheer, whatever the fuck it is.
Should avoid swimming, surfing, or just playing in the water. The Supreme Court ruled against the bankruptcy plan for Irving Pharma that would have awarded $6 billion to state and local governments.
I'm hoping nothing. It was edible kind of kicking in.
Also, a shielding the Sackler family from civil lawsuits.
Right. Everything, I don't know. Everything.
The sun, the moon.
Yeah. No, that's the thing. Like I can't eat my phone because that's when the monkey goes from work. Is after you start, everything tastes amazing. Then you go to someone's gonna try to run home and hide in my bedroom and put on food.
What do you guys have?
Got rice cakes, got goldfish. But it turns into 10 rice cakes. Especially when not peanut butter. Peanut butter has a lot more calories than I thought it would. I do, but not for like a snack. That's like with dinner.
Also, public transit, car rental, and scooter and bike share programs. Uber says it's intended to highlight the high cost of car ownership.
Uber says it also highlights the effect cars have on people's health and the environment. The 175 people who participate next month, participants have to be willing to use the service for 5 weeks. We'll take a look at the 91 freeway next.
On the top of American Vision windows, they are the absolute best. We have 8 of them in our house, and those windows have all used to leak. And so when it rained, it's like a barn inside. Now it's beautiful. You barely hear anything outside because the sound
I remember that well.
and Bill and Kathleen put together the perfect company. Yeah, they're revolutionized the home improvement industry one customer at a time.
That was the
Change the
one
lives of their employees for the better, and it
That's
happens
not
for
father
the
too.
greatest windows in the world. The
John,
greatest installers. That's what you need.
That's Italian last name.
Yes,
Yeah.
Jersey.
Yeah.
He grew up with Johnny Brasco. That's why he cast Johnny Brasco. He grew up with him when I went to high school. Who cast Johnny too with Johnny
Right now,
Brasco?
get this offer before the summer heat hits. 0% interest and 0 payments until 2025. Wow.
So we're talking about so
Jane Feinberg, my friend, the club.
AmericanVisionWindows.com. AmericanVisionWindows.com. Unapproved credit. CSME 778326.
That was the casting department.
No, go to
Jump up on Sunday.
Hello everybody, welcome to Ontario.
There's a crazy person.
Saturday, Saturday.
Louis DiGiamo.
Louis DiGiamo.
There it is.
Louis DiGiamo from Jersey. Cast Woody Cast Sleepers, Godfather 2. Donnie Brasco. He was on fire for a while.
Lou DiGiamo. What about him?
I'm trying to find it.
Before my whole went to that, where the fuck it was. You get prepared for Hollywood. Like when you first moved here, taking acting classes, do different things. Come on, a job. Like my first job was Taco Bell. My second job was basically.
Downtown LA on the 10 westbound past Alameda. 2 right lanes are blocked due to a wreck backing you up on the 5 eastbound slowing out of Santa Monica from about Cloverfield all the way back to the 5. With Southern California's only airport traffic reports, I'm Angel
Everything
Martinez.
was high dollar. Everything was CBS,
NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
only really
The only way to listen to exclusive NBC play-by-play action of Team USA, plus NBC's top Olympic moments, original stories, podcasts, and live hourly updates from the games in Paris on the iHeart app, and right here on this station. Be sure you download the free iHeart app. The exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
Spider-Man 2. You walk on the set, you
is number one for music, radio, and podcasts. All in one. Discover a podcast from our library of over 350,000
breakfast and lunch,
titles.
it's just an amazing thing.
Podcast preview.
You learn how to maneuver your way
You know
through
that couple that
set.
seems too
I
good
remember
to
I
be
got a
true.
job
That
in
is
General
Person
I remember leaving after the second day. Oh my God, finally had the experience I had.
Successful. You could have been a professor, journalist, lawyer, you know, she was good looking, tall, dark hair, green eyes, big,
Puff Daddy.
Those couples you never as perfect as they seem.
So we went to the strip club at night. So we went to
Really addressed conflicts.
Good times, good times, baby.
you know, being a smoothie girl and shit. And then when we came up, when we shot the movie in New Mexico, it was like a paradise. When we came to Orange County, I had access to
I'm
it. It
wondering,
was
I'm
in
not
the
too sure. A few years ago, I wrote a story for GQ
There was no
about an Orthodox
you know,
rabbi
so
in
you
New York
learn
City.
different things from movies like that. And I know you don't tell them.
The divorce.
You still do low budget ones.
It was a
I
crazy
do.
story.
I did one last year, but I may not do any more of those.
They were fucking made.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, you got to pay me a lot nowadays because otherwise it's a waste of time. And let me tell you something. There is no such thing as a low-budget movie that doesn't make sense. It just doesn't. Give me one example. It's just an expensive, stupid stuff. And, you know, it's very hard. And if you're getting involved, amateurs who have done it before, I don't know how much it's going to drive it. It's going to get away from the job. You know, I'm focusing on podcasts and stand-up.
People call me all the time. Bullshit. I feel lazy. But why am I lazy? You're just wasting my time. I know these people.
I've turned down a lot of auditions for just episodic TV stuff. It's not going to do goddamn thing. I mean, it's gotta affect where I'm headed.
At this point,
Yeah, like I'm focusing on shooting my next special. That kind of stuff.
what do you think of the shoot?
I think down in Irvine. Yeah, that's why I'm doing a road.
Jeff Elliott's got a call from Huntington Beach. They want
Yeah, because you know you gotta tighten it up. You know, the stuff that can work really well. It's been great, and I had such a blast in Tempe this past weekend. By the way, thank you, Tempe. But, you know, it's like you gotta always figure out like there's stuff that'll kill a room and stuff, but then you want to be thematic about telling a story. I don't know, man. It's a constant process.
Put that special together.
Yeah.
Please stop moving slow. She gets it done around.
Material every night. You're on stage every night.
That's
Words
true.
that make a joke.
I always said I can't do the show without.
Exactly.
And
Well, it's like a
she
song,
goes,
man.
and then she said,
It's like every bit is a rhythm. There's a rhythm and a melody to it. There's a song.
That's a
And
no-brainer.
when you get the perfect number of words, the perfect emphasis, that's when the bit is complete. You know what I mean? Like it's done. And so After a while, you get an hour of that, and you want to shoot that shit and start again. You want to get it out of there. Yeah, man. It's the first time I ever did cinema, I think it was 1992. I just wanted to be an actor. And Rogan was the one who got me back in stand-up. Like, go, what are you doing? Yeah, just getting started.
All right, so what do you think we're going to hear in this parade?
In fact, in watching Game Club, too.
Any surprise?
Game
What
Club
are you
gets
hearing?
up.
I know you're on the ground.
I just said, I missed it. You look at me, he was having so much fun. And Joe used to have so much fun. I was like, I know I can do that. I just got to start doing it again. So, it's what I am, bro. And I think you are, too.
Oh,
I mean, that's
I've
what I
come
am
to the
tonight.
realization that, I grew up on movies. This is how I learned. I really enjoy watching it. Yeah. But I'm going to learn myself behind the curtain.
Okay. And don't you
I like it. I like it,
don't you
but
think? I agree that it
I'll
starts
tell
this
you
thing
what,
at
at the
9
end of the
o'clock.
day,
It's not good
unless
for
it's
either
a
one of those two
certain
guys. Those two guys are early birds. They're both in their late 70s, early
much
80s,
rather go
and they go to bed at 9 o'clock.
much rather go to Philadelphia. Much rather go to
You want to show me what we do.
Yeah, no. The city's
Doing
great,
that
the
in
people are
December, man.
great, yeah.
Wait.
And you want to go there when it's cold.
Yeah,
I want to fuck around in Philly.
I
I go to all those cold city towns and I feel like, fuck you, all that shit. Wait till I go to Buffalo in January. And them motherfuckers gotta go out. You're on those beach
I'll be in
sands.
Boston in January. That's going to be too cold. I went to Boston last January, and I literally was waiting for the bus outside. I was like, are you fucking kidding me?
Not Boston, you do
Yeah.
Wilbur. Not Boston.
Here's a
You do Wilbur?
No, I'm going back to that.
Not Boston's a good club.
Great club.
Put
Yeah,
down on it just to-
Yeah.
I got some friends. I didn't go. I go to a great club.
It's 10,001.
Nice hotel. Nice hotel. The comedy club's popular.
Champion's kicking ass.
Follow you guys around. It's been productive. Right now, once a lot of creators where you can kind of like move around and it'll follow you a little bit and get you guys know exactly.
Yeah, Temple, you can get it.
What's
What's around that place?
I've been doing I know this one. I've been through hours of paying for these
I like the West Palm Beach Improv too. I love Florida. I love Fort Lauderdale. I love West Palm Beach. Woo, I love it.
How many times do you go down there? Twice a year?
I don't. I go down once a year, really usually. But man, it's always packed. And
These podcasts have opened up doors.
Honestly, it's the coolest thing to see it. Track you or track the person with you and all the, the hand gestures and just
Yeah, so that brings me the opportunity. They were all with the cameras for the Fresh Up Friday at Midwest Fest, and we had a chance to come.
People are all in. They go to these shows, they know who the fuck you are. They know what you're going to talk about. They even have a direction where you know they want you to take it. It's very amazing what I've learned from the podcast. I was on my way to being a good standing comic. This is making it better. This podcast has definitely made me better. Doing that interview twice a week has made me a better man.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. He's one of two because Hillary Clinton also denied that she was.
Fuck the diet right now.
Where would you eat tonight if you could fucking You would probably
Know where I go?
burrito with french fries.
I was gonna go with carne asada fries.
What the fuck do you think you do? I know exactly.
Fucking amazing.
You're a sucker for it. Well,
What do you mean sucker? They're delicious. What's better than French fries with steak and
I
guacamole?
watched that food special the other night,
What do you hear?
the food show, and it had Fat Sal's. And I gotta tell you something, guys. That's not for me. Even when I was a fat fuck and I liked that type of food, that wasn't for me. That's never been what I like. An egg on a sandwich with chicken fingers. And what? That's not for me. You want to put chicken parmesan together with a little sausage in that motherfucker and melt the cheese and the sausage for flavor? That's old school. It's hard Italian bread. That I'm all in. First of all, they also claimed something. They also said they were one of the few people, or one of the first people to put French fries in there. sandwiches. That's a lie. In West New York, New Jersey, you have that fucking one Guinness place where the Yankees go. It's been there for 30 years. Georgia gets the ticket. Georgia will take the $60 ticket because there's no other. There's no
Okay,
other.
just probably take the $6 ticket.
Who gives a fuck?
I do the same
Just
thing.
make sure
I do the
you
same
get 20
thing.
sandwiches.
I will get a fucking ticket sometimes. I'm not gonna deal with the park, and I'm like, you know what? It's worth it. What's it gonna cost me? $65? Fuck.
Fuck it.
It's expensive. It hurts me. I don't care.
I'm not walking 2 miles. Just give me the fucking sandwiches. I'll eat with the ticket in the windshield like a soldier. What about me? We got no fucking meat up here.
Down here, the meter.
What meter? There's no meter.
You're strict down here. I
We
gotta.
paid the fucking lady.
No, and then I got the thing I gotta go to.
What thing?
The thing when they're waiting for me over there. The whole fucking arena.
It was a pleasure having you. I wish to do yours.
I can't wait.
So let's let the
You
Thanksgiving.
are a true original, and I
So
really
you
appreciate that. So,
We'll read the ads without you.
there you go. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Come see me in Ontario.
Ontario and proud. Brian Callen.
You're gonna be in Portland.
I will be in Portland. Helium tickets going fast. Don't fuck around. Tomorrow night they're showing up with fucking grenades, chocolate bars. Some guy showing up with 2 pounds of money.
Go see Joey Diaz.
So if I was
It's an
you tomorrow night, you're in
experience.
fucking Portland. Don't fuck around. Fuck the rain. Fuck the rain jacket. Fuck a bowler. Come on down. We're gonna eat some nice chocolate mushrooms tomorrow
There
night.
it is, Portland.
I don't think I have
Portland.
any
Diaz
radio.
or die. Diaz or fucking die.
And the week after that, Philadelphia. You know how we do it. We ain't fucking around no more.
Hey, I'll be at the American Comedy Club this weekend. Come see me there. Fucking San Diego, Ontario, and San Diego.
Who's better than you? You're not taking another plane.
You are. You're better than I am.
You're not taking no more planes this week?
I got to, but I'm taking a break.
We say, yeah, what's your problem?
What's my problem?
Yeah.
What's up, you little bitches? Everybody loves you. Thanks.
No, it's good. I'm just getting high. Well, no, I mean, no.
I gotta get you more. I can now the rest of the week you sit there with the woman at home. This is great. You see, what do you got on tap this week?
This weekend I actually have a night by myself. She's going to like a school thing and going girls. So I don't know what we'll do Friday. It's like a women's group. Yeah, I think so.
Aren't you taking someone this week?
No, you didn't sign up for another class though. She signed up for it. It was good though. She liked the steak. Steak, got that potatoes. Really good. Some veggies.
The church wants to hire. The church wants to really welcome our new sponsor here, IronDragonTV.com. They're really from nanotech. They sponsorship candidate Mike Johnson, the UFC. I mean, he's a great guy. I went over there and I did dinner. Really interesting. He's got this company called IronDragonTV.com. And what they do is they have it's a Roku channel directly tracked the and what they have is classic kung fu movies like Tai Chi Zero, and series, you know, classics like Enter the Fat Dragon, shit like that. You guys gonna love it. Life of a Ninja. They got Donnie Yen, they got Young Fat. What we're gonna do is this. You go to IronDragonTV.com. We want you to try it out. Let me know what you think. You go to the box and you press that. Kill it. All right. Be right. Check it out. See what they got. You're gonna fucking love it. It's not gonna be sorry. Trust me. My wife already went on it. She likes the whole system, how it works. IronDragonTV.com. Go on there. What's the code word?
Joe. And the cool thing is, a lot of people's complaints about some of the online video services is that a lot of choices, but none of them are any good. These people, they like martial arts movies, and that's all they have, and they're gonna have good ones. It's like that's sometimes the problem you get with some of the bigger ones, is they have some movies, but they don't have like cool stuff. Oh yeah.
$605 block in the carpool lane, sending the drive back out of city
Stop
tower
keep you up to date on that. But for right now, go to IMDb.com, press in, get 2 free records. Welcome them to a nice job.
Mon quoi?
Number 2, on as usual, who's better than them? You want to be in the top of your fucking game, whether you want fruit tech, whether you want the heavy protein, whether you want the alpha brand, all that stuff, I'm giving you 10% off. Go to joeydiaz.net. Go to the on that box and press in church, and this is 10% off. And the MCT oil, the coconut oil to put in your smoothie, to loosen your bones, to help you burn fat. I haven't tried it. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm still on the alpha brand and the hemp protein bars. It's funny because I just finished my hemp protein bar. But we had them in the office.
Yeah.
And they sent me a box for the house. My finished it. Tremendous. After a workout, you inhale one of those and it holds you up for at least an hour. So you get to your meal. I think it's 14 grams of protein. You really need 30, so eat 2 of them. What do you Go to honest.com right now, press in, and get 10% off your order. Stay on it. Go to the Stay On It program. You get 10% off every month and get delivered to the house in the first of the month. No drama, no nothing. Let me talk to you people about something. There's one word people love all the time. You know what that word is? Free. There's nothing better than the word free. Why are you fucking around? You're probably sitting there, you know, goldfish, miserable eats, or some fucking cookies or something. Why are you fucking around? Go to naturebox.com. They want to offer you a free starter package. You get 5 bags of delicious, nutritious, and food stuff. Stop going to that fucking potato chip glass at your work. You get tremendous fucking snacks sent directly to your house. And guess what? The first order is free, bitch. Free. Go to naturebox.com and put in the box what? Joey / Joey. That's it, Joey. That's it. And get a box delivered to your house immediately, ASAP, of the best tasting snacks you've ever had in your life.
I don't even charge you for shipping.
I don't even charge you for shipping. That's how these motherfuckers do it. Whether they have the cocoa almonds or the sriracha fucking pistachios,
corn
kettle cook. I mean, whatever. And every day they're adding stuff. So don't fuck around now. Go to naturebox.com and press in Joey in the box and get your free snacks sent to your house. On the double. What's better than that? Again, like we told this fucking dude before. Listen to me. You're walking around with nasty fucking underwear. You got skin marks. Maybe you have a pimple. You popped it. The pus is hanging on your underwear. You got to wash it. You didn't shout it off. You don't need that shit. Go to meundies.com. You know how long guys have underwear for? 7 years. You nasty, filthy motherfuckers. You think women will keep their underwear for 7 years? Yeah, some fucking dirty chick in the projects or something like that. But a natural woman, they maintain that fucking monkey. You gotta change the underwear. Please, stop looking at yourself. Go to meundies.com right now. They got a great selection of men's and women's underwear. They're sexy, they fit tight, they don't slip, your nuts don't fall out the side. They're tremendous underwear, comfortable. I got a pair of them on right now. I'm fucking floating. My nutsack is in place. You haven't seen me go to move my nuts. Sometimes I'm here and I'm fidgety. That's because I don't have MeUndies on. Because MeUndies keeps your nuts in place very nice. Go to MeUndies.com, see what they got. Press in the box, what, Joey? And you get 20% off your first order. And guess what?
They get free shipping to the United States and Canada.
And Canada. Stop fucking around, Canada. Stop walking around hitting your balls. Women, stop walking around separating those lips. Go to MeUndies.com. Get a nice pair of undies that keep you cool down there. The monkey's fresh. Everybody's happy. You can spread your fucking little back and nobody will get involved. That's how they roll, right?
Code word Joey.
Also tonight, what's the code word?
Joey.
All right, MeUndies.com. Code word Joey. Get the stuff shipping for free. Canada and the U.S. Now I want to give a shout out to my main motherfuckers. These guys support me from A to Z. That's why we do business. We love them. There's a great paper pen out there. NailedItLife.com. Go to NailedItLife.com and press in.
Joey Diaz.
They got a selection of shirts. They got vapor pens. You get 20% off your vapor. Don't fuck around. And they ship everywhere, all around the world. Everybody's smoking that fucking vapor pen. From Finland to Siam. I'm making
Is that the Siam?
I guess so. Siam, whatever the fuck. It doesn't really matter. NailedItLife.com. Tremendous vapor pen. What do you have to press in the box? Joey Diaz. And get 20% off your first order. Usually 50, you get it for $20. It's better than me. I gave you 100 to keep you healthy. Nature Box to keep you strong and healthy. MeUndies.com to keep your asshole and shit. IronDragonTV.com to watch Kung Fu movies from the Hitman, from Shaolin, Young Black, the Lip Man series, the whole fucking deal. And then we closed up with the best bagel set out there, nailed it right down. Who's better than that? No one. Please. He's sitting there like I'm over with. Besides that, it's all over the shop. I'll be in Portland this week, Philadelphia the week after that, and then we got a workshop for a one-man show we're doing up at the Ice House on the 26th night before Thanksgiving. You're gonna have a great time. Thank you for tuning us into your life. Thank you for being bad motherfuckers. Thank you.
Joey Diaz special.
Stay blessed.
Hey guys, now that the show's over, don't forget to go to naturebox.com and sign up to get your free sample box of great tasting healthy shit. Forget the vending machine and start snacking tomorrow with delicious treats like barbecue corn and milk kernels. Go to naturebox.com/Joey. That's naturebox.com/Joey. Also, go to honor.com and use the word church to get 10% off any of the great products Joey and I talked about tonight. Apple Grade News, community, sports, anything like that, use the word church to get 10% off. Also, go to meundies.com/Joey. That's meundies.com/Joey. And check out the pics of all the different styles of underwear they have for men. And for the girls, check out hot looking boy shorts. When you go to meundies.com/Joey, you're going to get 20% off of your first order. And for a limited time right now, they're shipping for free to the United States and Canada. Go to IronDragonTV.com and use code word Joey, and you're going to get 2 free rentals of all of your favorite Kung Fu movies, Chow Yun Fat, any martial art movies. They have it. Use code word Joey, to get 20% off.
Jesus Christ, Lee.
I was going to get into that. And then go to nailthelife.com for your rate for pin on the market. Use code word Joey Diaz and you get 20% off.
Special podcast, 1 o'clock Monday afternoon. 1 o'clock special.
Yeah, that'll be great. Let's take some phone calls, Stefan. Let's go with Linda. She's been on hold the longest on line 1. Linda, you're on KFI. How are you?
You can hear it.
Yeah.
You always find the fucked up songs make like that. Yeah, that was a little slower. You like the slower version?
Yeah. About the feel of it, because this is like a 70s vibe, which is what I grew up playing, 70s music, It's got that really classic rock vibe to it. So by the time we recorded the song, the record company wanted more modern. So, it has the whole these more than 80s feel to it, but still is an awesome new song.
So what should I search for the newer version?
You just go Slip of the Tongue or Steve Vai. Is Steve Vai full free love?
On the microphone, Mr. Rudy Sarzo, the legendary Rudy Sarzo. Yeah, what's happening?
Hey, buddy. I think I have you on this playlist.
Yeah. Holy shit, yeah. Oh, shit. Now, did you do everything over the vocals?
Everything, from scratch. Well, I was born on that side, left out in the
cold. Good enough for me. Shout out, a little love for Stevie Vai. He's going through some hard times right now. Right? He's going through cancer.
Steve Vai?
Somebody's got cancer. I thought it was Stevie Vai. Maybe I'm wrong. If he is, look at it. I just want to wish him good luck.
He really takes good care of himself. He's vegetarian, vegan. As a matter of fact, when we were playing together in Whitesnake, he turned me on. I was a vegetarian for 5 or 6 years. He turned me on to not, food combining. Or not combining foods, right? In the morning, just having juice and not combining your carbs with your proteins, so your food digests better and stuff like that. So he really takes care of himself, more than anybody I know.
So maybe it's not. I'm happy you're not a vegan no more. Cubans are not vegans. They try to slow it down a little bit. Like when a Cuban gets a heart attack, he'll switch it to turkey meat. I'll switch to fucking pica to turkey meat. If that's as bad as I get. That's as fucking shit. What's up, Lisa? How was your weekend, buddy?
It was good. I'm doing a lot now. I've been on a diet for for like 6 months, and my girlfriend and I are getting sick of it. But I've lived in LA for like 4 years, and I've never really left the valley. Like, other than working down in Santa Monica, I never left. So we took the train down to Japantown, or Little Tokyo, in downtown. We walked for like 20 minutes. We found this like revolving sushi bar, like the place that goes around on the conveyor belt. We walked around there. We went to a couple Japanese bakeries and stuff. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, because I've lived here for years. I've seen like less than 1% of LA, so it was fun doing that. I don't know.
I get stale. I get really stale. Because I'll sit, I was just telling these guys, like, I'll sit at home not to lose a fucking parking spot. Like, if it's between me losing this parking spot and me coming, I'll stay home. Especially like Tuesdays and Thursdays, those motherfuckers double up on my block. Once you leave, I don't even know where these cars come from. It's like they park from the ground up.
Right. Well, I when I didn't have a parking spot at my place, I would never ever leave. I don't know how you do it. I
That was a great weekend. I went to Portland, Oregon.
How was it?
Fucking show. I gotta tell you, I live in the Pacific Northwest. They've always had this little cool feeling in the Pacific Northwest. Portland really got it done. You know, Portland and Land did the old Houston economies. Like that people were involved in it. Like people went to bars and spoke about the guy performing. They didn't know his name. Just go down there and watch it. Portland has that feel. They don't need to know who you are or what TV show you're on. None of that bullshit that comes with comment. We heard you were funny. We'll come down here and check you out. You know, everybody talking pizza and joints. After some night brought this Russian cake from blueberry cake that was just brown. And I gave it out to the staff on Friday night, and everybody got ripped. I came the next day, and my friend was like, "Can't be keeping this shit up." The workers here. The one girl was on the floor sleeping back there. So
did you ever hear from the convenience store worker who you gave the gummy to? You gave the Kumis Hermanos gummy to like this poor lady?
No, I haven't got over that. I'll go there. Tomorrow I gotta meet somebody else. But it was just a great weekend. I really liked Portland. I want to thank everybody who came out. I want to thank Lisa who left me a little present for my daughter. She got me a beautiful little princess dress, a little shirt. I always thank Greg
Well, it's really cool. Our guest is Rudy Sarzo, and you guys were talking before about Vegas. It must be really cool when you're like, you guys travel for a living. And it must be really
but I don't travel. Rudy travels. Rudy got some freaky motherfucking fly about.
But you get to go to like different cities and like go there a lot and get to know people. And,
yeah, you know, it depends on the band. Like when I was playing with Blue Oyster Cult, that was the last band that was doing a lot of weekends. You know, which actually do make sense in today's climate, musical climate. The fact that if you can play Thursday through Sunday and go home on Monday and fly back out again on Thursday, you're fine. Because if you're going to be playing Tuesday to Wednesday, they're going to be shitholes. They're those gigs that you're just doing because because if you don't play, you're going to be on the road, staying in hotels. There's going to be a tour bus to pay for. There's going to be the crew to pay for. So you just want it's like a shark. You got to keep it moving. So so the band is the same thing. So if you take too many days off on the road, you start losing money. So my preferred way of touring, unless it's like real high-end type of band, is actually just to do a weekend. Because that those are the prime gigs. Those are the A market or B market, and that's actually the B market is what I consider now playing casinos. Because when you're going into a small town, all of a sudden you realize that there's a casino right down the street, and it's actually one of the best gigs out there.
Do you do the same location for the entire weekend, or do you go into an area and go like an hour away each day?
No, I've actually done those. The residents, I had a gig in Las Vegas about 5 years ago. It was called Monster Circus. On the we were right after Barry Manilow on that Elvis theater, at the Hilton, and I loved it. I loved it because you just get up there and you're staying at the hotel, you fly in. Again, it was one of those weekend things. It was like from Thursday until Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. I think Saturday or Sunday was the 4 shows a week, and the rest of it just go home and have a normal life.
College touring, I was looking at it. How was touring changed in 20 years? Fuck it. I saw Rudy 31 years ago.
You saw him play?
Yeah, 31 maybe. 83.
Well, actually, my first tour was in 81, so that's like 33.
81. 81 I saw. Whenever they came to April to the Palladium,
Which
the big
band?
show. Ozzy.
Oh, Ozzy.
That's the
Yeah,
first time
yeah,
I
that was
saw
81.
Really,
81.
Ozzy?
Yeah.
Who do you play with? Because I mean, because so far you said
Riot,
White
Ozzy
Snake,
Osbourne, White Snake. Oh my God.
Dio
Dio.
and Joyce are called that.
And who you were Christian?
Yeah, we just take version of Queen's Life.
It's so funny that how has it changed in 33 years? Like when you first started with Quiet Riot, let's say Quiet Riot opened for everything, or the Quiet Riot opened for somebody else.
Oh God, we open up for everybody from ZZ Top to Scorpions to Iron Maiden to Loverboy, Black Sabbath, Judas Priest.
No, there's no days.
No, that was 83, so I got married in 84.
So 81, how was tour? Because I remember like looking at a band schedule. Like for me, they would do Philadelphia on Wednesday, Newark on Thursday, and then shoot into New York on Friday and Saturday.
Yeah.
But I also know that there was no like fucking Sunday through Thursday off. You guys were right back at it.
We were always on the road.
Always.
There was a circuit that you would play the A markets, like we were talking about, the Philadelphia's and the New York City and you know,
Houston,
yeah. But then we had the B markets, which were towns that had hockey arenas. Or B market, like the minor league hockey arenas. Those were great venues, and so we would do all of those, and it was great because we were really never off. And you really don't want a night off. 33 years ago, having a night off meant that you were going to wind up, the next day with a huge hangover because there's nothing to do. 33 years ago, you check into a Holiday Inn. It was a home box office. It really was a box.
It was a box with a roll, with a string on it, with 3 levels.
Yeah, and you have basically HBO and whatever channels they had, local channels. That was it. That was the entertainment. So our Facebook was actually going down to the bar, to meet the fans and the crew and the other band that we were touring with. That was a social networking. Was going down to the bar. So maybe you went out the whole night drinking, and that really affects you after a while. So, we had all those distractions. We don't have that anymore. We can actually be very creative because we have all the technology available to us. The same technology that allows our music to be stolen gives us the freedom to create more. Isn't that ironic?
Yeah. But it's weird how I used to see those schedules, like how has touring changed. I mean, even with me, when I went on the road 15 years ago, I went on the road with one thing in mind, to do jokes and to get high, to get fucked up. I didn't know when I was coming back. Yeah, I had a plane ticket for Sunday at 3 in the afternoon. I didn't know if I was going to make that plane because I was going deep on Saturday. I was going deep on Friday. It didn't matter to me if I got a movie. It didn't matter. And now, Jesus Christ, I'm to the fucking dime. Like, I'm to the dime. Like, I got to be on they're picking me up at 4:15 Thursday morning. I'm in bed at 8 o'clock Wednesday night. I get off the plane, I go, whatever, I do to Philadelphia, I take a shower, I relax. When in the old days, I would go right out. I would just throw my clothes in the fucking room and shoot out. To do something that had no meaning. No meaning. Until 6:30, I go home and take a shower and go to the show, and I wonder why I bombed. Why did you bomb? Because you haven't relaxed. Your mind hasn't stopped. You haven't taken a minute for yourself. I go out that night, get fucked up, and that's the whole weekend. There was no creativity. It was just doing the show. I didn't even look at a note. I wouldn't even bring a note.
How can you continue with your career bombing?
It was a 50-50 shot. Every night it was a 50-50 shot. And it didn't matter because after the show, so the bombing didn't really, I was bombing, this is my mentality, man. I was bombing in a place where it didn't matter. I was trying out a new joke, I wouldn't go for it was just a hard one. But then I got better and better. I got better about it, and I would bring a notebook and stuff, and some nights I would write coked up. Like I would actually get coked up and write or make believe I was writing. It was, it really was a disaster. And then, but I still made progress. It was, or in my mind, I thought I made progress. I started headlining. Obviously, I started headlining. I didn't take it. The addiction was the whole thing. To get away from, at the time, my girlfriend, because I couldn't get high around her. Not that that stopped me. But it was just to get away from her, to go and get high. I mean, I used to do 2 weeks in Texas. From 2003 to 2006, or 2002, the club owner would headline me over the holidays. And I would do 2 weeks. Every night. Every night. I remember, I just, the other day, I just, Cold Case was on. You know that show, Cold Case? I was on one of the episodes. I shot that on the Monday after the holiday. You know that 2-week break you had?
Yeah.
I had to shoot that like January 4th. I came back that January 3rd. I wish you guys looked that episode up and see how big I am. I had to be 420. That's when I was walking around at like 410. But after those 2 weeks, I was just, you could see it. You couldn't even see my eyes. From the bloating, from being bloated, from all the eating salt, eating restaurant food, French fries, and I'm taking care of myself. And now, it's completely different.
I get a question for you because, you know, I used to play with Samkins, you know, we shared the same management, I played on his records, we became friends, I went to a lot of his gigs, and what he used to do was at the end of the show, he would bring out a band. You know, most of his buddies, you know, kind of like an all-star band, we would do Wild Thing. I actually played on that record, and it was in the video. And I remember him going out on stage really messed up. I mean, you know, drunk and, you know, coke and he would bomb, but people would still show up. You know, maybe it was like to see a train wreck.
It's like the same thing. Who's the chick that died 2 years ago? I don't want to go to rehab.
Oh,
At the end, you knew the bitch was either going to cancel, be fucked up, sing a song and give you the finger and leave. People still pay it to 120.
Well,
People love a train wreck.
is it different with bands? Because with comedy, it's only you talking. So, like, would it be easier to tell if you were messed up?
Oh, please, yes.
And then, but I would imagine being fucked up messes with playing music. It must.
Oh, yeah, you can't play and be screwed up. Especially if you're playing some funk music. You know, I mean, I can tell you because I experienced that. There was a show in Kansas City one time that was playing with Ozzy, and Ozzy used to like take B12 shots. So the promoter could only find a dentist that would come to administer the B12 shots backstage. You know, so the guy goes over to me on the side right before going on stage and says, "Hey, you want a bump?" And he had, remember the old days, there was little bottles. Yeah, little carburetors. It was like a little bullet.
Oh, when you turn the thing around.
Yeah.
You turn it around again.
Yeah. What the hell? He's a doctor. You know, it must be something like, you know, really good, you know, cocaine, I guess, you know. So I did it. It was the only time that I've ever did it, you know, with Ozzy going on stage. And I'm telling you, I spent half the show, I just wanted to, like, not die.
It's terrible. I would, with all these problems I had, I did have joy. 117, 392. I got on stage coked up.
I even remember the date.
Because I bombed that bad. It was too different. I thought that, wait a second, if I do 2 lines, I'm going to get chatty. And I'm going to go dance, just chit chat. I'm going to be fucking great. Nobody's figured this out yet. Richard Pryor figured it out, Sam Kinison got it, and then I got it. And I went on stage because the cocaine cuts your heart from your interior. It cuts it. That's why you can't be. Yeah, you'll get away with some jokes. There's some jerk off that laugh. But you don't sell the joke. The joke isn't being sold. It's just like reading a book. So that's what it felt like. I could tell if I did too much coke the night before, it would affect my stand-up. Even if I didn't do coke the whole day, it would affect my stand-up. I couldn't control my mind.
It was like a hangover?
Yeah, it was like a hangover, but it was like a mental. You can't get your heart and your mind aren't connected. your mouth and your heart and your soul are not connecting. It's very weird to explain.
See, in addition to affecting your physically, I mean your emotions, it affects your body. It's like it affects the blood flow to your ears. So you start to hear more bass and treble. And if you're on stage and somebody's doing blow, they just start turning around and saying that you're playing way too loud, or you're just playing at the same volume as you always play, right? And if there's certain records that if you go back in the 70s, you listen to them and the bottom is gone, it means that they spent the night mixing those records, and to overcompensate, they lowered the bass, the bottom end of the record, so it sounds like sizzling, a lot of highs. They were on blow when they were mixing that. And a lot of records were mixed like that back in the 70s because you had a deadline. You have to spend so much time recording, and then the record company says, "Listen, we're coming back tomorrow to pick up the record, the mix record, and then we'll take it and master it and then release it." So a lot of these guys were under the gun. Because if you're gonna do a mix tonight, it's going to take you 2 weeks to do it, and sometimes you just didn't have 2 weeks. You have maybe 1 week, so you're trying to compensate by just staying out long enough to do 2 mixes in the day.
I just read on YouTube a campaign about Bob before. What the whole part of it was that the first 4 Black Sabbath recorded in one night. The first one night, the second one night. How does that happen? How do you fucking go into a study? I always go easy. Because don't you have to, all right, so let's say snowblind. All right, Rudy, we're doing snowblind. 1, 2, 3. First of all, we don't even do it together. You lay the bass first.
Oh, no.
How do you do it?
Not like that. Back in the day, a lot of the bands would go on the road, and they would do all these, they played everywhere. Back in the day, you started a tour like in Stockholm or somewhere in Scandinavia, and you do like a Scandinavian tour, which means that you're testing your material to go into the studio in a couple of weeks, right? So you do all these tours to get the band tight and get paid for it. That was like pre-production. And then you go in the studio, and then you do like 1 or 2 takes of each song, and you're done. Like in the days when people used to record in the same room with a really good engineer that knew how to mic everything, and that's what used to be done.
No, lay your track, lay your bass line. So, like, I read the one Aerosmith one, the one from 98, when they talked about how much they hated 75. So, Joe Perry would go down and do the guitar. They had a sign-in sheet. They all lived in the same house, but they had a sign-in sheet to go into the recording studio one at a time. They wouldn't get along. So the drummer went, so did you play the song first and everybody left? And then you redid your bass line and you did his guitar? Was that how it was done? Because I'm fucking confused.
Yeah, listen, all these, if you read about the Beatles, the first record they did with George Martin, they actually did that in 1 day. They did, so it was like, 14 songs, 15 songs? Because in America, we would get 10 songs per album, but in the UK releases, actually the full record, the 15 songs, or whatever they have to record. And I think that what happened was in America, engineers and producers, they either started getting picky or lazy. But the guys back in Europe, in England, all the engineers and producers, they had it down. They knew. I mean, I worked with some of those guys. And they were over, look, it got so bad that you had to spend 1 day just to get a snare sound back in the 70s. If you were going into to make a record, it was a given that the first day was just drums, and you spend most of the day just getting stupid snare sound. Come on. If you know what you're doing, you just put maybe 3 mics. The best setups I've ever played with, just 3 mics. One on the kick, one on the snare, one overhead. That's it. Most of the classic rock records you listen to, that's the way that they were recorded. And then either direct or both, you amp, you put it mic on the bass amp and the reg, and then you'll get isolation rooms. All the cities would be something like that, so you isolate your amplifiers, or the case of like what the Stones used to record. They did Exile on Main Street in a house that Richard rented in south of France. They took the basement and they baffles to separate the amplifiers. That's how they did it. And it was a classic album. They had the vibes.
Wait a second. Is this you? No, unmute yourself right now. We need you, man.
World famous pussy eater Rabbi Rothschild at your service.
That's him. This is the fucking guy. This guy fucks. Love you.
What up, baby? I love you too.
Yeah, you love my chat too. I love you. I love Israel.
Excellent.
You definitely seen my face before, haven't you?
With whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
Mustache dude.
Oh, yeah, potentially. I see a lot of people, my friend.
Yeah, with all 16 of your films on. So, can we, Tristan, can we start this recording back up? Maybe a little part 2.
Part 2 of what?
Because Citrus was down for the Dragus.
We were doing a podcast, and we are really interested in the mind of the epic pussy eater, Rabbi Rothschild.
Excellent. Do you mind if I tell you a little about myself?
Go ahead. Yeah. Hold on, wait, Tristan. You gotta, get everything up and running.
Ready?
Yes, we're joined by the legendary pussy eating Rabbi Rothschild, a Guinness World Record for most videos on YouTube.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I am Rabbi Rothschild. Technically, it's the most amount of time archived on YouTube. I've been doing this now live 24/7, 365, live streaming my life for world peace. I don't want people to have war anymore. And so I've advocated for pacifism and world peace throughout this entire journey. I started 3 years ago while just hitting golf balls at Tiger Woods' golf course in Orange County, California. And I really wanted to get my golf swing on camera. I'd never had the opportunity to see my swing. And some of the things that I was saying as I was hitting balls, kind of just joking to myself, the shtick was interesting to me. And I thought might be interesting to my family in the future. And I thought, well, I could upload some of the videos, maybe just like home videos. And I realized that every day after work, working at, for a Fortune 500 as a certified project management professional, that I wanted to do this potentially for more than just my golf swing, because I just thought it was interesting what I was doing, capturing life, almost like a timeline. And so I bought 6 Chromebooks over the course of the next few weeks that summer, and then started uploading my life to YouTube, thinking that, we're in the middle of a pandemic and it was an interesting project. And I have essentially wanted to give the world a view into my life, essentially like The Truman Show, if you've ever seen the 1990s movie starring Jim Carrey. That's what I've essentially given the world. And what really makes my content special is it's not just interesting from the everyman scenario, but it's going to be even more interesting in the future for many reasons. We'll be able to study the human circadian rhythm, the human behavior, human digestive cycle, bathing habits, emotional habits, all of the things that through which a human goes throughout their life, all on camera. I'm live at any given time on approximately 10 different streams, 6 of which are on YouTube. I've got 2 simultaneous Instagram auto posters. And if I may say that the reason why I do this, and I realize it's just, I do.
Can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
Before you do? What do you get out of reposting 50,000 of the same YouTube short?
Oh, that was just like a robot that I uploaded, like just experimentation, basically seeing what sticks.
Okay, and also, how did you come across getting 4 TikTok accounts with over 1,000 followers?
Oh, dog, I have more than that.
I don't doubt it.
I have.
But the ones that you do have on your Discord bio, how did you come across that?
Oh, I'm a popular person. I do cool shit, and people follow me.
I have to ask something real quick, too.
Sure.
I'm sorry to interrupt, my friend, but you got to turn on that camera, man. We all got cameras on.
Sure, absolutely.
Camera on too, right?
Absolutely. This just called me as a telephone call. Oh, yeah, definitely you need camera. Hey, everybody. I'm Rabbi Rothschild, world famous pussy eater extraordinaire. So in addition to the 4 TikTok accounts that you've seen, I have over 1,069 TikTok accounts that I manually created, in addition to 2,100 Twitter accounts that I manually created. I have over 5,000 Kick accounts. Those are automated.
That is, so you're telling me you're not the one who's spamming in my chat, it's a fucking robot.
Oh, I've created 4 of them. Let me show them to you right now.
Yeah, but they're all banned.
Oh, look at your clips, dog.
Yeah, no, you don't stop clipping. You're fucking eating me up like I'm a fucking sushi platter. Come on now, bud.
Oh, yeah, dog. That tells me that they're working. So here are the robots. I can just show you right now. You can see it's manually posting. It just created a clip over here. I've got 4 of these bad boys going at any given time, and it basically has given me a lot of influence over this platform. Basically, a lot of people know who I am, and they did not before this. So that's a really, really cool thing. And what these things do is, here's the inside baseball. I
gotta know. Are you Jewish?
Absolutely. Here's my tefillin. I say tefillin every day. There's my flag of Israel here on my Sidurim. Absolutely. I'm a proud Jew.
Okay, do you believe in the theory that Jews run America?
I think powerful people run the world.
You think the Rothschilds?
Yeah, that's my name. I can tell you that probably there are 13 families that really are at the core, along with 300, the Council of 300. And I don't really deny it. I just come out and talk about it. So if you want to know the names, let's name names. I do it in alphabetical order. Astor, Bundy, Carnegie, Collins, DuPont. We have the Lees in Asia. We have the Merovingian bloodline. We have the Reynolds, the Rockefeller, Rothschild, Russell. We have the Warburgs and Vanderbilt, Van Doren. And then you can also count the House of Windsor as well. That core controls the world, and they have, and I'm really doing my best to get to the top of it, 300 families that essentially work for them. And if you study how populations work, that's all you need to be able to control the entire globe. And I want to get all of you to the top of that as well. And I think you will. You're very early in the streaming world, and you have to understand data is Earth's #1 resource. If you know the Economist magazine, it stated in 2018 that data had overtaken platinum or overtaken petroleum as the Earth's #1 resource. That means it's more valuable than gold, platinum, obviously petroleum, food, water, air. Data is #1. And
like petroleum jelly?
Petroleum is an oil, but petroleum jelly is from petroleum itself, like crude oil as well, plastics. So to think all of those things and how valuable they are to the earth, and data is more important than that, that's very important. And if you take what Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, that content is king, well, someone who has the most amount of content online may one day perhaps be king, or somehow have a huge influence on the world. And I have more than 30 times more data online on YouTube alone than, say, PewDiePie and Mr. Beast combined. I have more data combined through all of my channels than the top 10 largest creators right now. I don't have views, so to speak, but I'm not worried about views right now. I know that what I'm doing is a project for the future. This is essentially a time capsule for the world, and it's very important for the world to see.
It's like a science experiment.
You're exactly right. Some people call it performance art. Some people call it a science experiment. I really think it's all of those combined into one. And everyone will want to be a part of this. I've been able to study the journey of everything from small-time creators to cryptocurrencies to UFO disclosure and everything in between, really. We've got a presidential debate tonight. We really track the events of the world every single day at every moment.
You gotta know, are you a liberal or are you a Republican?
I think that both sides are corrupt. I most likely fall more in the libertarian camp, if anything. I'm for personal rights.
I love that guy. I love him. He's cool as shit.
I love you too.
Oh, this is awesome.
So some of the things about which we discuss on my stream, which are really, really important, and I mean this, I'm going to change your life. I'm going to change the way that you see things. Normally, when you were born, you had thought that you were going to live potentially till age approximately like 79, 80 years old if you're born in the Western world. You have to understand that now we have technology known as mind uploading technology, where you upload your mind into a computer for later download into a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a robot, an ethereal being, an avatar, a clone, older or younger, whatever you want. What I'm talking about here is mind uploading technology to the point of digital immortality. And you guys may not have the means to do this right now, but you have to see. Give yourself 10 years on the internet of live streaming and all that data that you have and all the fans that you have. Now 20 years. See it as a career. You're going to be very influential individuals yourselves. And with that, you may have the opportunity to take advantage of mind uploading technology and digital immortality should you want.
It's the same thing. You're not or make somebody get up and say,
It's bullish. Let's just put it that way. It's definitely bullish.
Sorry for my Maltese dog.
Am I for Maltese dogs?
Everybody's fucking paid their price, but you gotta eat a bug.
My Maltese dogs, they were meant to be loud.
Oh, I love Maltese dogs. They're wonderful dogs. They're hypoallergenic. Some of the best breeds I've ever encountered. Well, while I have the opportunity, other things that we discuss on this that are really, really important are things like, in addition to mind uploading technology, digital immortality, we're going to have life extension technology, and I mean that. So if even you're like, Rabbi, I don't want to live forever. That's not exciting to me. Okay, cool. For how long do you want to live? You just name the number and we'll get you there. If you're like, I want to live to be 100. Okay, well, under modern medicine and such, we might be able to get you to 80, but with life extension technology, human growth hormone, stem cells, we might be able to get you to 100. So great. All right. Well, what if you want to get to 500? Okay. 500 within the body that you currently have may be a little difficult. Sure, there are ways to rejuvenate yourself, certainly through cryopathy, which is like cold therapy and some other ways. But at that point, you might be looking into some sort of either transplant, like a brain transplant, or some other type of technology. I can tell you this. I saw technology today. It was on Twitter, but China has face transplants that are being done. Face, like your face on somebody else, and they come out pretty well. And they've been doing this since 2005 was the first one.
Well, I mean, they have a hard time kind of like telling each other apart anyway. So, it makes sense that it's a little bit easier that works, there so well.
Here's the freaky thing about it, though. Whose faces are they using? The faces that they're using look like children's faces. I saw two people, at least on Twitter today, that they had swapped faces. So what I'm saying is we're at a point where face transplants are a thing, and also China at least has been doing some publicization of the brain transplant, which is really the apex when it comes to transplants. If we can do brain transplants successfully and work on that type of technology, there's no reason why you wouldn't be able to literally take your head and surgically remove it and put it on someone else's body if needed. Now, the body may reject it.
Like a brain transplant.
That's what we're saying. It's a brain transplant. China has been experimenting with it. I'm sure the black budget of the United States and its underground clandestine programs have been working on it. May I ask everyone here, has anyone here ever had any type of paranormal or UFO? Like, has anybody seen a UFO here?
One time, my mom came into my bedroom. Okay. This is a true story, by the way.
We're listening to it.
My mom is a very big UFO believer. She came into my bedroom once. I was probably drunk, and she's like this. She's like terrified. I'm like, Mom, what's going on? She says, there's a UFO outside, right? And I'm like, no, there is. I see it. And she's like shaking, kind of like this, She's like totally like white too. She's usually white, but whiter than usual. And I'm like, okay, I'm like, well, I'm just drunk enough to believe in UFOs. Let's go outside and see what's going on. So I go out there. She's terrified. She's like, it's right over there. She's like, it's hiding behind the tree. And I look at it and I said, it was a moon. It was a moon behind the tree. I said, Mom, it's a moon. She had cataracts, so she goes like, she's like, oh, you're right. And that was the closest I've come to seeing a UFO.
Hey, everybody has their own experiences. Okay, I just wondered, usually when I get in groups of people, I like to ask that question because sometimes someone says, yes, I have seen something. And it's like the most amazing story you've ever heard. And so your story is very cool. And at least your mom has an open mind to these things. That's great. One thing that I'd like to help accomplish with this project is alien disclosure. If you really know anything about the subject, the amount of, in addition to physical evidence that we have, biological evidence that we have of EBEs or extra biological entities, extraterrestrial biological entities, is vast. And I didn't know about it until, I don't know, I was a huge UFO skeptic. Huge. I would publicly debate people on the UFO subject that what they were saying was essentially nonsense until I really got into the subject and saw how much government data there was and how many press releases there has been on this. And then I really, got into the question of why haven't we had UFO disclosure. Really, I think we're going through a current period of what's called soft disclosure, where maybe there is never a single day where on the news they just start talking about aliens, but it just happens solely within society. And if that's happening, you will have seen it through the media, especially of the last, say, 30 years, and the amount of alien invasion and alien civilization type of movies that we see. So if it happens, you heard it here first, that it's been happening for a while. And again, if anybody's out there who's like, hey, I'm a skeptic of all of that, I've been there, so I can completely empathize with you. I understand that side as well. So some other types of technology that we discuss on this are things like invisibility cloaks. What is that? Like literally like a blanket or a shield that you can put over yourself to cause you to become invisible. And this is currently being done. This is military technology. But when I first started talking about this, a lot of these things were not declassified, but they are starting to become declassified. Really, that's all cool. Like antimatter weaponry is cool and things like that. But really, when we get into this, it's about antimatter, anti-gravity. Those are two things, really, I would say over the course of the next millennium, humanity is going to want to tackle. I was looking at a chart of the most valuable elements on Earth, because I get into data and how much is that worth and everything. And currently, the most what is projected to be the most valuable resource in the known universe is antimatter. If you can get your hands on a pound of antimatter, you could power the Earth for 300 million years. It's like a huge amount of time. So, where you get antimatter, it's way out in the very ends of the of like an antimatter cloud in the universe, and it's everywhere. We just like can't get our hands on it right now. But what's really interesting to know, of the known universe, 90% of it is antimatter. So like most of the shit out there in the universe, we can't even detect. Anyway, with that being said, some of the other things that were very valuable on Earth were like, you know, cancer, some types of cancer elements, and some other things, plutonium, etc., etc. But I find it interesting that these things are not being discussed. Antimatter, anti-gravity, mind uploading technology, digital immortality. I'm about all of those things. Those are things that fascinate me. I do my best to study that kind of stuff on a daily basis and share that with the world.
So, I mean, I think that we're all about the same stuff, you know?
Excellent.
Yeah, that's kind of what we usually talk about, too.
Perfect.
I
have
what was that?
I have a list of technology I'd like to share with you.
Yeah.
Antimatter weaponry, weapons that utilize antimatter as a destructive force, potentially capable of immense power due to the annihilation of matter and antimatter. Brain-computer interface. This is like Neuralink, a direct communication pathway between the brain and an external device, enabling control or communication without physical movement. Cryogenic preservation, the process of preserving biological tissues at extremely low temperatures to prevent decomposition, potentially enabling long-term storage and revival. Force fields. Like nobody else on the internet I hear. I mean, you guys are, but like not publicly. If you turn on the TV, they're not talking about force fields, an energy barrier or a shield that deflects or absorbs incoming threats, commonly depicted in science fiction as protective technology. Fusion power, like this is real stuff. When I was a kid, they would talk about this. A form of power generation that harnesses the energy released by nuclear fusion reactions, potentially providing abundant and clean energy. So you have fusion, which is the slamming of atoms together, and then you have fission, which is when you break them apart. Gravity control. This is fascinating. The ability to manipulate gravitational fields, potentially enabling propulsion systems, artificial gravity, and other advanced technologies. Hyperspace travel. Travel through hyperdimensional space or alternative dimensions, potentially allowing faster than light travel or exploration of distant regions. And I'll end on this one. Invisibility cloak, a technology that renders objects invisible or camouflaged by bending light around them, often depicted in fiction as a stealth device.
So do you think, like, with stealth devices like that,
I'm not even performing. Leaving on Thursday morning, coming back Sunday morning.
how do you think that
Like, I can't imagine.
it's like hidden, right? We don't know about it. It's something only like the government has.
Yeah, so a lot of this comes from the black budget, and it is very slowly disclosed to the public. This all gets to the theory of the reverse engineering of alien technology following the Roswell crash in 1947, July 1947, and then really, which is starting. This information isn't really well known right now, but it's starting to become more well known, especially because.
Rabbi Rothschild, sorry to interrupt, but before we get into the Roswell, can you explain what the dark?
No drugs.
Sure, the secret government, basically. So there is a government that you see on TV and who you think are elected, and you know the people who are in Congress and the executive branch and all of that. That's fine, but they have handlers essentially, and these are the the groups, the families that I named. Those 13 families, they have that group of 300 people that basically has tentacles on the what's known as the underground. The clandestine government, essentially, the secret government, the shadow government. These are all names of the same thing. And allegedly, they have have taken a lot of the money budgetarily, particularly following World War II, and used that not for defense, but have used it for the building of underground bunkers, DUMBs, DUMBS, deep underground military bases. And these are connected around the world that allow for transportation that's much faster than what we get on the surface. And we can go into all the DUMBs and all of that. But essentially,
I don't think there is anything faster in the world than, that feeling that when you get drunk and start driving down the highway, nothing is faster than that. So, I don't think there is anything quite as fast as that, my friend.
There's maglev trains might be able to give that a good run for its money, though. Allegedly that might be a lot of fun. But a maglev train in a vacuum tube that essentially is frictionless allegedly can travel transatlantically in a matter of less than an hour. So what we're talking about...
I gotta know. What is your opinion on pride parades?
Well, believe it or not, folks, I am transgender myself. By the state of California, I've been non-binary, and I'm actually a woman. Why, Rabbi? Why? I love fucking chicks, so that's cool as fuck to me. But really, when I get into this discussion of mind uploading technology and potentially digital immortality, I don't want to limit myself. And really, what I want you to know is that on the surface, it may look like gays, lesbians, transgender people, bisexual people, allies.
Let me just an argumentative thing. So you said that you're non-binary, correct? So you believe in more than just two genders?
I believe sexuality is a spectrum. So.
Okay. One more. This is like a follow-up.
Sure.
Do you have a dick or a vagina?
I have a penis.
Okay, so I will leave it there. You are a male.
Hey, dog, like I just said, I like fucking chicks, dog. Nobody's denying that.
That's great. So just, when you're fucking chicks, make sure you tell them that you're a guy and not that you're a transgender woman that's not binary.
No. You have to understand. I don't consider myself any of that. I consider myself transhuman. When I get into the discussion that mind uploading technology may be a thing, this may be my first incorporalization.
So like you're like transgendering from like human to like streamer. I get it.
No, not human to streamer, but like human to transhuman, definitely. And that's what this is about. So if you really want to know what
what's your definition of a transhuman?
Someone who is either in the process or at least positive towards life extension to the point of leaving their current body into something else.
So did you make up your own sexuality or whatever's going on here? Okay, so wait.
No, transhuman is quite popular. I would say probably amongst wealthy individuals, though I am not. I just know of it from a lot of their writings. The idea.
So transhumanism is basically the human, I guess you can say, the human forced evolution. So that's one way of saying it.
Yeah, that's a good way to summarize it.
So I guess, I don't know if this is a really good example of, cybernetic limbs is form of transhumanism.
Absolutely. So it's a pacemaker, arguably. Definitely. It automates the heart.
So as you being a non-binary male, do you go to pride parades?
No, I don't do any of that. I just don't want my children, I don't have children, but if I ever have children, to recognize that potentially they may be of generations that might not die. And to me, that's no longer human. When I'm talking about a being that doesn't die, right off the bat, we're saying that's not a human, right? Can we agree on that?
I mean, yeah, but like.
Okay, wait, hold on. Wait, we have to one step at a time.
Say you had kids, right?
Okay.
And then your kids saw you as their non-binary father, they will start vaping by the time they're 11.
I probably would teach them.
You teach them how to vape?
It depends if they're vaping.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Kids are
you have to understand, vaping is we're just at the primitive steps of vaping. You might be able to vape cocaine someday. You might be able to vape heroin someday. Currently, we just know it for tobacco, or for nicotine, I should say, and for like CBD or THC. But the vaping world is.
If you're suggesting vaping cocaine, man, if that's the future you envision, I'll let you press it right now, man. You got my vote.
Absolutely, man. So I was really interested in this topic. I'm really interested in, just expanding your mind and just doing everything that you can to live life to the fullest. And so when ChatGPT was launched November 30th, 2022, one of the first things I did was go to it for lists. And I would ask it like 100 different ways that the human body can get different drugs that we're not utilizing right now. And the insufflation or like vaping essentially was very like one of the top ones. Another one that wasn't being used was rectal insertion. I don't know if that one's as positive, but I think we're currently just in the very big. Hey,
I open it up and it's a
Well, I mean, he's usually the one. I'm sorry, you were saying I didn't
You're good. So I think that there are all kinds of different ways. Perhaps dermal patches are a way. Any kind of way that we can safely get medications or chemicals in your body, I think is positive. And I'm really about decriminalization of drugs across the board globally. And if we were able to do so, I think that potentially we might be able to get some of the proper industries to get behind a vaporized cocaine.
If you just want some cocaine, I know a guy in Mexico.
There you go. I mean, think about it. We've had cocaine, liquid
ask you,
cocaine
my
in Coca-Cola.
I have to ask you, what, speaking on that topic, what's your poison then?
If I had to choose, probably LSD, to be honest with you. I love LSD. But cannabis is always a good choice. I think that anything within moderation can be used safely, just about. I have used fentanyl, but for the recovery from surgeries, and it worked really well. And I haven't had an issue with it like some people have, thankfully. I've used like MDMA, and didn't get super horny like some people do. But, I might just be a little bit different. But then again, I've used alcohol and that works. I don't like to drink personally, just because I like to stay in control. But that doesn't mean that I won't have a glass of wine at a meal or something like that. So I think anything done within moderation is potentially positive.
Do you have any, getting drunk stories that are funny?
Oh, hell yeah, I got a ton of them. Let me think about that question.
Getting drunk in public, getting drunk at a TGI Fridays. And I got it. One time I did lean, I got thrown out Wendy's, dude. Those guys have such a dogmatic set of rules over their establishments. It's fucked up, man. It really is. Do you have anything like that?
Yeah, I kind of have something like that. This isn't the kind of drunk story that I would have really expected, but all right, so it was a few years ago, and it was after I was at some friend's house for the Shabbat meal, Shabbos, and I was walking home to my home in Irvine, and we had just had, I'd never had eggnog, and we had just had a lot of eggnog with, I think some kind of whiskey or something in it, and as I was walking home, everything just turned on me, and I began vomiting uncontrollably on my way home, and just eggnog all over. So I was able to get home and clean myself up, and I woke up for shul the next day, for synagogue the next day, and I saw where I had vomited, had been briskly eaten by a dog that morning. So, as
You got what? You got what?
had been briskly eaten, I was walking to synagogue, and I had seen that my puddle of vomit had been briskly eaten by a dog that morning. And so it was basically, the dog had some breakfast, and my vomit from the night before was essentially victimless. So yeah, fortunately, I've never had like nothing crazy where I drove into a Wendy's or something like that. No, fortunately. I've had a lot of friends who have gotten in trouble with alcohol, and not a lot, I shouldn't say that, but those that have have just been lessened. So I've stayed away from it, and I think cannabis is a much safer alternative. And I'm sure I have some really good drunken stories. They're just not coming to me right now. But I do know that I think if you were to experiment, like if I had a child, you said like a 10-year-old, 9-year-old, if I were to reproduce or something like that, that's probably a little too young. But I don't think I'd have an issue with a 13-year-old smoking a joint. I think 13.
Even if it like was your kid, like your blood.
Yeah, I think I might give it to them. I think at 13 I might give it to them. They can reproduce. I think that we're at a point where we really, at least when it comes to those types of, especially recreational drugs, not alcohol so much, but cannabis, what's the worst that's going to happen to them? They're going to eat a whole bunch and fall asleep?
No, they can get at least a drop of weed or.
No. That's why I'm saying. Hold on. No, that's why I'm saying. You do that with them. Essentially, you teach them where to get good weed. You don't go to a place that laces their weed. You go to a dispensary and you purchase it legally, and then you know that you're not going to get anything laced, and you know that potentially you're going to have a really good time, and music's going to sound better, women are going to look more beautiful, sex is going to feel better, food's going to taste better. There's a lot of positives to it.
God, you're describing Molly right now.
Hell yeah, baby.
So, we usually have a topic that we ask people when it's, their first time on the podcast. Have you ever showered with your dad before?
No, but I hear there's somebody. Wait, hold on. That came to me like absolutely not. Actually, I have at the gym and at like a racket club. Yes, absolutely. At country clubs and stuff like that. Yeah, but what came to mind was in a sexually bad way. No, nothing like that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not talking like, I'm normal. I stopped showering my dad in high school, but, I meant like, when you're like normal, like, young kid, and you because I felt like, I thought this was normal when your dad, like, takes you in a shower and says like, okay, this is what a shower is, because, I was always afraid that a shark would eat me in a bathtub, so, you never had that experience growing up?
No, I mean, so long as it's done in an educational fashion and not a sexual fashion, I think it's fine. Hey, this is what a shower is. But normally people can figure that out. But I understand, as I recall, as a kid, I didn't draw my own baths when I was little. And then I eventually got to the point where I would shower on my own. But I think at a certain point I figured it out. But I can understand, like, especially if it's a confusing way to start the shower, you might have to show someone how to turn on a shower at least. But once they figure it out, you leave. You give them their privacy.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I mean, I guess your childhood wasn't like the same as like, other people, I don't think I had a weird childhood. But do you think you have any like weird childhood things that,
Weird childhood.
Maybe only are unique to you, or, like weird, like, because like, let's be honest, man, you're doing something pretty unique here. You've turned yourself into like this like science experiment.
That's absolutely
What's
right.
the origin of this? What triggered this? We want to get back to like your childhood.
Absolutely. Okay.
We're this therapist right now. You're on one of those big like lounge back chair things right now. Tell us how this started.
Sure. Well, I can tell you that I've always been fascinated by video and cameras and television and movies and things like that. simply from the fact that there was a way to archive something, and I think that was powerful. So my earliest images in my head probably have the influence of video on them, along with familial memories and things like that. What really sticks out to me, though, I remember when I was a child, my parents had video camera and like a camcorder that they used to video special events. And the reason why they didn't video everything is because tapes were expensive. So we only taped, that which were important events. So I can remember I was 3 years old and my parents had a bowling party for me. And so we were at the bowling alley. And this was always like a very vivid memory because not only did I live through it, but I also had the memory of being able to watch this on camera. Then I would say as I got to be a little bit older, we would video, special events and things like that. And then we got into the world of, I should also say my parents would have like a Polaroid camera. So we had pictures around, but by no means can I tell you that like, oh, my dad has this huge video background. By no means, we're like normal people. But that did lay the foundation in my head that if you want to preserve memories, you can do it with this new type of technology, relatively new, of the video, and it was becoming more and more affordable to people. Then once we get into the world of digital media, it really becomes much more affordable for people. But if you remember, it was about bandwidth rates when people were young, or I'm sorry, when I was younger. You just couldn't upload things and you didn't have enough storage. But basically around the year, I'd say 2015 or so, we were getting to the point where live streaming was more affordable for your average person. And then also the fact that this could be stored perhaps indefinitely by these large corporations. And then as I saw that people were starting to do it, I thought, well, as a kid, I always thought it would be interesting to get more and more footage of our family and of the events that we had. Wouldn't it be interesting perhaps to maybe do that just full time? And I can say it's confusing to me why more streamers don't stream most of their life all the time. Many of them are on stream 16 hours a day anyway. Just stream yourself sleeping and you're doing the same thing.
Aspirations of moving forward, or
But essentially, this came from I would say, as a youth, just seeing the power of video, and the power of video also, I would say, has inspired other people. There was this woman who worked at Apple Computer, and she began video recording the news. And basically, our entire news archive that we have from like 1970 to the 1990s is because of this one person every single day recording the news and recording what was on television. And I'm basically just doing what that person was doing, but in the modern era. And I remember asking my mom as a kid, why don't we just record our whole life? Instead of just like at events. And she explained that it takes a lot of work to be able to do that, and I had working parents, so it's not like we had the ability to just do that. And the closed circuit television world wasn't where it was probably a decade or two later, where in today's world you have CCTVs that basically can live broadcast you anywhere in the world depending on how you want. That wasn't so much the technology when I was a youth. But as that technology advanced and as people were able to store more and more video on servers, that became more attractive to me, to the point where I just started doing it 24/7. And then really to ensure that I had backups of my videos, I started doing concurrent streams to ensure
I'm sorry, what were you going to say?
I would have concurrent streams to ensure that if for any reason I lost one of the accounts or one of the apps crashed or one of the cameras went down, that all of the footage was collected somewhere.
Well, while we're still on the subject, I hate to interrupt, but Smasher Pass.
It just makes sense.
She looks like an attractive individual, so I would probably smash.
Just making sure. No, it's funny that Mustache Dude of all people decided to speak up, because I was actually going to shift the focus more onto him. Because look, I've been doing this podcast with these guys for a while, and these guys are all pretty morally gray individuals, but it's clear that you've got a pretty solid set of morals guiding you in day-to-day life. We did an episode just recently, funny enough. Mustache Dude, he was talking about how he was in Mexico, and he actually, in this, I think he's probably lying, but this guy's fucked up. He was saying he actually killed a driver he had for him in Mexico, because he was traveling. Yeah, I didn't say I killed him. Well, that's what you. It made it sound that way, So I wanted to know, why do you just pick anyone to have your bots invade their streams, or?
Great question. Yes, it doesn't discriminate. It does not discriminate. It just goes through the top page on Kick and spams them, and it does three things, or at least I have it programmed now to do three things. The first is it follows you, so it's a follow bot. The second is it creates a clip that in the title of the clip puts my link tree address. And the third is it spams you 13 times with either something like world famous pussy eater, or go spam me in YouTube, or I was putting my cell phone number in there. I got some calls from Australia. It made sense from people in Australia doing that. Whatever way I can get out the word about my live stream, I do my best to do that. And I recognize there's something called the mere exposure effect. I don't know if you're familiar with this, but it's used in advertising marketing, really just in sociology, where you expose an individual to a certain symbol, and the more that you do that, the more favorable they see it. And essentially all I'm doing is just advertising for myself. And I've had people who, when I first started this, I have them on camera. Oh, this fucking rabbi, get the fuck out of here. God damn it, motherfucker, get the shit out of here. And
fucked up crazy. Look at him. He has a hat on right now that says legalize eating ass. What do you think? Would you eat ass? Because I think that's crazy.
I think a clean ass is no different than any other orifice of the body.
Oh no, man. Maybe both of you guys are fucking sick in the head, but
well, I can tell you this, it's becoming much more popular, especially with the youth. The whole salad tossing thing when I was a kid was always kind of a joke, but now people are out there with it. They're just, doing shout outs about that whole ass eating life.
I see Tristan's adding a guy to the call. Okay, who the fuck invited Now, our friend here, he's actually, he doesn't like when you mention it, but, he is bedridden. He's very ill.
That's okay. If I may say, with modern technology, and I'm someone who is very positive about the future, I hope that we're able to help them.
Hey, I'm sorry to bust everybody's balls, but the debates are on right now as we speak, and I want to watch them.
I do too. Guys, this has been lovely. Anytime you want, just call me.
I'd love to have you back on.
Absolutely.
Rabbi.
Hey guys, thank you so much. I'm so glad that you guys called me. You guys have been really wonderful, and I look forward to our friendships in the future. And if there's anything I can ever do to help you, please let me know.
Yes, your robots.
Oh, that. Here, let me help you with that. Let me help you with that.
My channel is Sean Guana. If you want to send all of your robots to subscribe to me, I wouldn't have any problems at all.
Dude, I'll definitely do that. I'll get you some extra subscribers, though.
Yes, I'm almost at 100. Sorry. Yeah, I see that shocked look on your face.
Doug.
You thought you were a big names, huh?
No. 100's great.
Yeah.
100.
I think so.
I'll tell you this right now. Dude, before we go, look at my Instagram. It's at Rabbi Rothschild, or my TikTok is Super Rothschild. If you look at those, I do shout outs to every single creator. And so I'll do shout outs to you. But I see all of the I do like 10 a day. You can look, it's a whole list of people here. I'll show you before we go. But what I can tell you it's really important about this is that I can see how the numbers are skewed, and I comment about it all the time. That they'll have somebody on the front page with 2,700 viewers and they have 5 followers. So here are all of mine, and you can just go through your favorite creators. It's very easy to see who they are, and I have all of my captions visible, so you know what I'm saying. And check it out.
I certainly will.
Absolutely.
Do you think it'd be possible that, maybe we can have these quote unquote bots allegedly also subscribe to my channel, your boy Tristan?
Yeah, definitely. Hold on. I'm gonna get you guys right now, and then I'll just make sure
I will
fire up
that
on
I keep track of every subscriber I have. If someone unsubscribes, how did you get Ali Nova to follow you?
Dude, isn't that something, dog?
That bitch is so fucking sexy.
Dude, everybody says that. I know. I made her a video, and she liked it.
Mr. Rothschild.
Yeah.
End off with anything before I end this part?
Yes, right before we do that. What was your username?
Your boy Tristan, all one word, homies, send it to you.
Is it YA or YO?
Keyboard player and James Kotak drummer from Scorpions and Kerry Kelly who plays with Alice Cooper. And go to Russia. He's been to Russia. It's like, there we go. Come check, whatever, not what's considered San Francisco. And
I got you. Okay, I'm following you right now. Just a moment. And I won't ever unfollow. You have no followers, right? Oh, I have to log in. Sorry. I'll log in with this account. How many followers do you have right now? Oh, not on YouTube. On Kick. That's right. I'm going to be your first follower once I'm able to log in. And then our other friend here, what was your channel?
Anna, the best fucking channel out there. I already sent you a link.
Oh, excellent. If you sent me a link.
I'm hungry for them robots, man.
You got it, baby.
Fucking ChatGPT's my way.
Absolutely.
I'll accept them with open arms.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that. Okay, in closing, I'm going to make you all trillionaires. I have more data online than any person in global history. How am I going to make you trillionaires? When this goes viral, I'm going to be able to do whatever I want. I have more data than anybody. So we're going to monetize it. I'm going to make sure that all your hopes and dreams come true. So I want to make sure that you have planted as a seed in your mind a charity, a philanthropic organization, someone you want to help on this earth. I'm going to help you be able to do that. Excellent. We're going to help you, help yourself, and help all your friends and family. But once they're all comfortable, we're going to make sure that there's some other group out there that you can help. And so with that, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I'd love to come back whenever you have the time. And thank you so much. Check me out on YouTube, Rabbi Rothschild, Filtered by Live 24/7, 365, 10 different streams. Peace out, everybody. Stay black. That was tight.
That's how we got our American music.
Shout out to those guys. Shout out to your boy Tristan.
Were allowed to play their percussion instruments because they were in Spanish plantations, whereas the plantations in the United States outside of Louisiana, which was French, they were not allowed to use their percussion instruments. So they, as a way to survive their, the hardships of working in the fields, they would sing. And if you listen to traditional Cuban music and blues, it's all 1-4-5 progression. It's the same format. And I'm looking at it and saying, wow, how rich the music of the United States is. They came out of this terrible time in our history of slavery. And I think about not only that, but us as individuals, when we go through bad times, if you look at a diamond, it's because it's being compressed. We get our lives become compressed. And the ones that can actually survive that compression, we at the end of it, we come out like diamonds. So if you listen to American music, you listen to the blues, you listen to jazz, all of that, it was a culture of people that were compressed. The hard bit, their life was so hard that at the end of it, the diamond that came out was actually music. American music. It's the most true form of American music that there is. Jazz, rock and roll, blues, R&B, gospel. The soulful gospel that we know, with singers such as Aretha Franklin and this is something that the rest of the world does not have in common with us. If you go to Russia, there's no African artists that have that influence. It's not part of their culture. So when they listen to the blues, they're doing something that, yes,
countries I'm friends with a lot, they cannot believe what happened to the United States of America. We're no longer respected. They don't like us. We give them everything they want, and they think we're stupid. They think we're very stupid people. What we're doing for other countries, and they do nothing for us. What this man has done is absolutely
really in the music and the notes.
This is the first presidential election since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. This morning, the court ruled on yet another abortion case, temporarily allowing emergency abortions to continue in Idaho, despite that state's restrictive ban. Former President Trump, you take credit for the decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, which returned the issue of abortion to the states. However, the federal government still plays a role in whether or not women have access to abortion pills. They're used in about 2/3 of all abortions. As president, would you want medication?
The Supreme Court just approved the abortion bill, and I agree with their decision to have done that, and I will not log it. And if you look at this whole question that you're asking, complex, but not really complex, 51 years ago, Roe v. Wade, and everybody wanted to get it back to the states. Everybody, without exception, Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives, everybody wanted it back. Religious leaders. And what I did is the three great Supreme Court justices sat on the court, and they happened to vote in favor of killing Roe v. Wade and moving it back to the states. This is something that everybody wanted. Now, 10 years ago or so, they started talking about how many weeks and how many this and getting into other things. But every legal scholar throughout the world, the most respected, wanted it brought back to the states. I did that. Now the states are working it out. If you look at Ohio, it was a decision that was an end result. It was a little bit more liberal than you would have thought. Kansas, I would say the same thing. Texas is different. Florida is different. But they're all making their own decisions right now. And right now, the states control this. The voting people, like Ronald Reagan, I believe the exceptions.
What is your
person that believes? And frankly, I think it's important to believe in the exceptions. Some people don't follow your heart. Some people don't believe in that. But I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother. I think it's very important. Some people don't follow your heart, but anti-elected also. And that has to do with other things. You don't get elected. The problem they have is they're radical because they want to use the life of a child in the 8th month, 9th month, and even after birth. After birth, if you look at the former governor of Virginia, he was willing to do this. He said, put the baby aside.
Let's go, Biden.
Meaning
We're
we count the baby. What happens when we put it back to the states and the country is now coming together on this issue? It's been a great thing. Thank you. What's your time?
The fact is that the vast majority of constitutional scholars support a Roe whatever. So it is an event. It's a social event. And this is a guy who says the state should be a state. We're in 6 months. They always see a doctor and have him decide on
what your circumstances are.
I don't even know
The idea that states
from what I know, how bad is the ratchet outside? I just don't even know what
that
it
these
is.
states have different rules. Look, there's so many young
I think
women
there's a difference. I know what there's a difference between some people go and grab old records and get loose and create with actual old
she
music.
was murdered by
But then I think some of these other people are
we talk about that.
slowly with their
There's
computers.
a lot of
They're not going and actually finding the leads. Like, it's kind of what you were talking about. When you were talking about the engineers and the ones who really know what they're doing.
It's
That,
just ridiculous.
I really like that because I'm a very
They tried to arrest them
person.
across state lines.
And I would love to go see an old engineer in the old studio, not with
By the same
but
people
like
that
that's where
yeah,
they're watching the material, so I know what he's doing. So a great team to go pick up a record and mix it together, make assembly off of guys like that. And then again, I
And they are
understand
raping and killing
this
women.
guy though, just
And it's a terrible thing. As far as the abortion is concerned, it is now back with the states. The states are voting. In many cases, it's frankly a very liberal decision. In many cases, it's the opposite. But they're voting, and it's bringing it back to the vote of the people, which is what everybody wanted, including the founders, if they knew about this issue, which frankly they didn't. But everybody wanted it brought back. Ronald Reagan wanted it brought back. He wasn't able to get it. Everybody wanted it brought back, and many presidents had tried to get it back. I was the one to do it. And again, this gives it the vote of the people. And that's where they wanted it. Every legal scholar wanted it that way. Staying on the topic of abortion, President Biden, 7 states, I'll let you do that. This is the same topic. 7 states have no legal restrictions on how far into a pregnancy a woman can obtain an abortion. Do you support any legal limits on how late a woman should be able to terminate a pregnancy?
I support Roe v. Wade, which had 3 trimesters. The first time is between the woman and the doctor. Second time is between the doctor and an extreme situation. The third time is between the doctor, between the woman and the state. The idea that the politicians, that the founders want the politicians to be the ones making decisions about women's health is ridiculous. That's the last. No politician should make that decision. A doctor should make those decisions. That's how it should be run. That's what you're going to do. And if I'm elected, I'm going to restore Roe v. Wade.
Good. Okay.
You can take the life of the
Slower
baby in the 9th month and even after birth, because some states, Democrat run, take it after birth. Again, the former governor of Virginia, put the baby down, then we decide what to do with it. So he's willing to, as we say, rip the baby out of the womb in the 9th month and kill the baby. Nobody wants that to happen. Democrat or Republican,
Yes.
nobody wants it to happen.
Based.
That is simply not true. Roe v. Wade does not provide for that. That's not the circumstance. Only a woman's life is in danger, she's going to die. That's the only circumstance in which that can happen. But we are not for late-term abortion, period. Period.
The Roe v. Wade, you have late-term abortion. You can do whatever you want, depending on the state. You can do whatever you want. We don't think that's a good thing. We think it's a radical thing. We think the Democrats are the radicals, not the Republicans.
For 51 years, that was the law. 51 years, constitutional scholarship said it was the right way to go. 51 years, and it was taken away because this guy put very conservative members on the Supreme Court. He takes credit for taking it away. What's he going to do? What's he going to do, in fact, if the MAGA Republicans, he gets elected, and the MAGA Republicans control the Congress, and they pass a universal ban on abortion, period, across the board, at 6 weeks or 7 or 8 or 10 weeks, something very, very conservative. Is he going to sign that bill? I'll veto it. He'll sign it.
Thank you.
Let's turn down to the issue of immigration.
No, let him talk. No, let's talk. Oh, no. I wanted to hear his answer there.
A record number of migrants have illegally crossed the southern border under watch. Overwhelming border states and overburdening cities such as New York and Chicago, and in some cases causing real safety and security concerns. Given that, why should voters trust you to solve this crisis?
Because we worked very hard to get a bipartisan agreement that not only changed all of that, we made sure that we are in a situation where you had no circumstance where they could come across the border with the number of border patrols right now. We significantly increased the number of asylum officers. Significantly, by the way, the border patrol endorsed my position. In addition to that, we found ourselves in a situation where when he was president, he was separating babies from their mothers, putting them in cages, making sure the families were separated. That's not the right way to go.
Maybe because he's still alive, but he can't perform anymore. Besides that,
Now we're in a situation where
anytime the
coming across the border,
you gotta go.
Give us slogans. I really don't know what he said at the end of this. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look,
I've heard a lot of people say they don't like going to skeleton because they don't want to get influenced.
he decided to open up our
Coffee shop for
people that are
do you still go to see music?
I'm a fan.
people that are from mental institutions and
And
say
it doesn't really seem like it's that influential music.
players come in
Influenced by music. Everybody is.
not just in South America, all over the world. They come from the Middle East.
Biden's funny because of how he says it. Trump is funny for what he says. It's like it's the dynamic duo.
And this guy just left it open, and he didn't need legislation because I didn't have legislation. I said,
even be known for like being fast or whatever or heavy. Oh boy, yeah. Maybe it's a group.
according to Border Patrol, who is great, and by the way, who endorsed me for president. I won't say that. He endorsed me for president. Brandon, shit to him. But look, we had the safest border in history. Now we have the worst border in history. There's never been anything like it. And people are dying all over the place, including the people that are coming up in Canada.
President Biden.
I was actually watching the video. Oh, because somebody posted it. That's Stephen Miller posted it. My buddy from Jersey knows. And I fucking blown the fuck away. It's 1974. No high-level technology. This is just four fucking guys. How fucking crazy is it? Yeah, that's when they did concerts. California's there. Look at the people, the amount of people. What do you clock it at? How many people are there?
It's like a whole. It looks like Woodstock.
How about 200,000? Ontario? Yeah. And we did the US Festival in '83. That was 350,000. So that must have been about 175 to 100. Yeah. Just amazing. And then they have another one of them doing something on Town Chris's Rock Concert for Midnight Special. Yeah, Black Friday.
We are living in a rat's nest. They're killing our people in New York, in California, and every state in the union. Because we don't have borders anymore. Every state is now a border. And because of his ridiculous, insane, and very stupid policies, people are coming in and they're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen. We call it migrant crime. I call it migrant crime. They're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen before. And you're reading it like these three incredible young girls over the last few days. One of them, we just looked at the mother, and they just had the funeral for this guy.
Born again.
This is horrible what's taking place. What's taking place in our country. We're literally an uncivilized country now. He doesn't want it to be. He just doesn't know. He opened the borders. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And we have to get a lot of these people out, and we have to get them out fast because they're going to destroy our country. Just take a look at where they're living. They're living in luxury hotels in New York City and other places. Our veterans are on the street. They're dying because he doesn't care about our veterans. He doesn't like the military at all. And he doesn't care about our veterans. Nobody been worse. I had the highest approval rating for veterans taking care of the VA. He has the worst. He's gotten rid of all the things that I approved. Choice that I got through Congress. All of the different things I approved. They abandoned. We had by far the highest, and now it's down at less than half because he's done all these great things that we did. And I think he did it just because I approved it, which is crazy. He has killed so many people at our border by allowing all of these people to come in. It's a very sad day in American about you. Every single thing is out of line. Every single one. For example, veterans are a hell of a lot better off as a bad guys than bad guys. 1 million of them now have insurance, and their families have it. Their families have it because what happened, when there was Agent Orange or burn pits, they're all being covered now. And he opposes, burn pits oppose that. We're also in a situation where we have great respect for veterans. My son spent a year in Iraq. They go right next to one of those burn pits, get back with stage 4 glioblastoma. I was recently in France for D-Day, and I spoke to all about those heroes that died. So I went to the World War II cemetery, World War I cemetery, refused to go in. I was standing with 4-star generals. He told me, I don't want to go in there because I went to those suckers. My sucker was not a sucker. You're the sucker. You're the sucker. Jesus. It was made up of suckers and losers. They made it up. It was in a third-rate magazine. It's found like many of these magazines. He made that up. He put it in commercials. We've notified him. We have 18 people that said I didn't say it. And think of this. Let's say I'm at a cemetery or I'm talking about our veterans. There's nobody's taking better care. I'm so glad this came up. And he brought it up. There's nobody that's taking better care of our soldiers than I had. I think that I would, in front of generals and others, say suckers and losers. We have 19 people that said it was never said by me. It was made up by him, just like Russia was made up, just like the 51 intelligence agents were made up, just like the new thing with the 16 economists are talking. It's the same thing.
We're going to Cuba.
Intelligence agents
We're going.
that the laptop was Russian disinformation. It wasn't. That came from his son Hunter. It wasn't Russian disinformation. He made up the suckers and losers. So he should apologize to me right now. Star General Stand Your Side was on your staff. He said you said it. Period. That's number one. And number two, the idea that I have to apologize to Ukraine along the way. We've done more for veterans than any president has in American history. And they now are their family. The only sacred obligation we have as a country is to care for our veterans. I don't know what is, but something together. That's what we're doing. That's what we did. We're doing more for veterans than ever before in our history. All right, thank you so much.
Top of the foreign policy, I want to begin with Russia's war against Ukraine, which is now in its third year. Former President Trump, Russian President Vladimir Putin says he'll only end this war if Russia.
I'm so glad this came up, and he brought it up. There's nobody that's next door.
Yeah. I mean, it's being rebranded as a corporation like that. Okay. So I don't have the time.
Ukraine abandons its bid to join NATO. Are Putin's terms acceptable to you?
First of all, our veterans and our soldiers can't stand this guy.
Oh, yeah.
They can't stand him. They think he's the worst commander-in-chief, if that's what you call him, that we've ever had. They can't stand him. So let's get that straight. And they like me more than just about any of them. And that's based on every single bit of information. As far as Russia and Ukraine, if we had a real president, the president that knew, that was respected by people, he would have never invaded Ukraine. A lot of people are dead right now, much more than people know. You know, they talk about numbers. You can double those numbers, maybe triple those numbers. He did nothing to stop it. In fact, I think he encouraged Russia from going in. I'll tell you what happened. He was so bad with Afghanistan. It was such a horrible, embarrassment, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. That when Putin watched that and he saw the incompetence, and he should have fired those generals like I fired the one that you mentioned. So he's got no love lost. But he should have fired those generals. No general got fired for the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, Afghanistan, where we left millions of dollars of equipment behind with those 13 beautiful soldiers, and 38 soldiers were obliterated. And by the way, we left people behind too. We left American citizens behind. When Putin saw that, he said, you know what? I think we're going to go in and maybe take this is his dream. I talked to him about it. His dream. The difference is he never would have invaded Ukraine. Never. Just like Israel would have never invaded years by Hamas.
I am being,
You know why? Because Iran was broke with me. I wouldn't let anybody do business.
talking about
They
all
ran
those
out of
people
money. They were broke. They had no money for Hamas.
Nietzsche
They
was
had
a
no
black
money
dude,
for
but now you
anything.
can't say it
No
no
money for
more.
terror.
Nietzsche
That's why you
was
had
called
no terror at all during my administration. This place, the whole world is blowing up under him.
Chino is Chinese, whether they're Japanese, Korean, Vietnamese, Cambodian, they all fall into the one Cuban thing, Chino. Chino. Whatever, and if they're Arabs, no matter what, whether they're from Turkey or not, just the way it is. Let me give a shout out to my main motherfuckers over at Army. Making it happen to you. I've got a lot of speech language the alpha brain. The alpha brain, I always tell you, it's like making Chinese restaurant. The pork fried rice stuff, you got no business being there. That's their signature product, the alpha brain. It's your focus, awareness, and it's got 100% money back guarantee. That's how it starts it out. Go to Onyx, go to Joey Diaz.net, go to the other Boston Class. Church, you get 10% off your first order. They have to stay out until whether you want the headquarters, whether you want the they got the UNCI to open up for your smoothies stuff. And they lost over resolutions you started now. Go to Onyx.com and press.
President Trump, I never back to you. Does he have a terms acceptable to you? Even the territorial restraints.
Okay, for all your classic kung fu movies,
This is
all
where the
your
mission
bands,
started. If we had a leader in this world, he led everybody along. He's given $200 billion now or
Life
more
of a Ninja.
to Ukraine. He's given $200 billion. That's a lot of money. I don't think there's ever been anything like it. Every time that Zelensky comes to this country, he walks away with $60 billion. He's the greatest salesman ever. And I'm not knocking him. I'm not knocking anything. I'm only saying the money that we're spending and we should be spending, it should have never happened. I will have that war settled between Putin and Zelensky as president-elect before I take office on January 20th. I'll have that war settled. People being killed so needlessly, so stupidly, and I will get it settled, and I'll get it settled fast before I take office.
This is what I'm talking about. This tremendous motivation people smoking the fucking 21 black dealers. Crates. Go to Hit Eat Six. This is what they have. They have beautiful cigars. They have beautiful cigarettes. 0, 8, 16, 21 middle ground. Just a piece of smoking for the new year. That's what he wants. Hit Eat Six. It's telling you right now. 24. Smoking for a week and a half. And then you're 16. Smoke that for a week and a half. Smoking for George 2. Then you go to 8. Then you go to 0. Bam! You're not smoking fucking cigarettes no more. You maintain one. You better than you. They come in different flavors. And it's just the baddest motherfucker.
By the way, all that money we give you for the weapons we make here in the United States, we give them the weapons, not the money. It's just every NATO ally produces much.
Also, to my main brother, what do you think? You know what Joey's church is? Get 20% off on any city.
Thank you. Moving on to the Middle East. In October, Hamas attacked Israel, killing more than 1,000 people and taking hundreds of hostages. Among those held and thought to still be alive are 5 Americans. Israel's response has killed thousands of Palestinians and created a humanitarian crisis in Gaza.
Go to the webpage, see what they got. They got t-shirts. They have accessories in the market.
To resolve
Put in the
this
box.
conflict. And so far,
You get
Hamas has
20%
not
off. So it's
released
$50. You get it
the
for
remaining
40.
hostages, and
Anything
Israel
happens,
is
it breaks down,
continuing
whatever
its
you call
military
it.
offensive in Gaza.
The next day,
So what additional leverage will you
customer
use
service
to get Hamas and Israel to end the
West New
war?
York.
You have 2 minutes.
West New York and the motherfucking back. These guys are, I want you to figure out how you get your schedule
Through the G7 to the Israelis, and Netanyahu himself have endorsed the plan that put forward. Which is 3 stages to it. The first stage is trade hostages for a ceasefire. The second phase is a ceasefire with additional conditions. The third phase is no end of war. The only one who wants the war to continue is Hamas. Number one. They're the only ones stand down. We're still pushing hard.
Oh, shit.
meantime,
He went to some
what's
tremendous
happening
places, but he
in
fucked
Israel,
up.
the finest, the only thing I've denied was 2,000-pound bombs. They don't work very well in populated areas. They kill a lot of innocent people and provide Israel with all the weapons they need and when they need them. And by the way, I'm the guy that organized the revolt against Iran when they had a so-called ballistic missile attack. On Israel, no one was hurt. No one in Israel was accidentally killed. And it's not, we see Israel, we are the biggest producer of support for Israel of anyone in the world. And so there are two different things. Hamas cannot allow us to continue to send our experts. I told you what he's saying is I am a plan like we did that last time. By the way,
Part 3 of his plan was the port end. That's part 3. That's not a part.
it's not even. Going back to Ukraine for 1 second. We have an ocean separating us. The European nations together have spent 100 billion, or maybe more than that, less than us. Why doesn't he call them? So you got to put up your money like I did with NATO. I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. The Secretary General of NATO said Trump did the most incredible job I've ever seen. They wouldn't have any. They were going out of business. We were spending almost 100% of the money was paid by us. He didn't do that. He's getting old. You got to ask these people to put up the money. We're over $100 billion more spent, and it has a bigger impact on them because of location, because we have an ocean in between. You got to ask them as far as Israel and Hamas. Israel's the one that wants to go. He said the only one that wants to keep going is Hamas. Actually, Israel is the one, and you should let him go and let him finish the job. He doesn't want to do it. He's become like a Palestinian, but they don't like him because he's a very bad Palestinian. He's a weak.
President Biden, you have a minute.
I've never heard so much foolishness. This is a guy who wants to get out of NATO. He was in NATO. He was out of NATO. The idea that we have our strength lies in our lungs. Maybe a big ocean, but maybe we're able to avoid a war in Europe, a major part of Europe. What happens if, in fact, you have continue to go into NATO? If ours attack on one, attack on all. So to start to nuclear war, he's talking about go ahead, let them go ahead, control Ukraine,
So all of the stuff, and then when you get to like
he has no idea what the hell he's talking about. And by the way, I got 50 other nations around the world to support Ukraine, including Japan and South Korea, because they understand that this kind of dislocation is a serious threat to the whole world peace. No major war in Europe has ever been able to be contained just to Europe.
President Trump, just to follow up, would you support the creation of an independent Palestinian state in order to achieve peace in the region?
I'd have to see, but before we do that, the problem we have is that we spend all the money. So they kill us on trade. I make great trade deals with the European nations. Because if you add them up, they're about the same size economically. Their economy is about the same size as the United States. And they would rent no cars, they don't want anything that we have. We're supposed to take their cars, their food, their everything, their agriculture. I changed that. But the big thing I changed is they don't want to pay. And the only reason that he can play games with NATO is because I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. I said, and he's right about this. I said, no, I'm not going to support NATO if you don't pay. They asked me that question, would you guard us against Russia? At a very secret meeting of the 28 states at that time, nations at that time. They said, no, if you don't pay, I won't do that. And you know what happened? Billions and billions of dollars came flowing in the next day and the next month. But now we're in the same position. We're paying everybody else.
Let's turn to the issue of democracy. Former President Trump, I want to ask you about January 6, 2021. After you rallied your supporters that day, some of them stormed the Capitol to stop the constitutionally mandated counting of electoral votes. As president, you swore an oath to, quote, preserve, protect, and defend, unquote, the Constitution. What do you say to voters who believe that you violated that oath through your actions and inaction on January 6th and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I don't think too many believe that. And let me tell you about January 6th. On January 6th, we had a great border. Nobody coming through, very few. On January 6th, we were energy independent. On January 6th, we had the lowest taxes ever. We had the lowest regulations ever. On January 6th, we were respected all over the world. All over the world, we were respected. And then he comes in, and we're now left at like a bunch of stupid people. What happened to the United States' reputation under this man's leadership is horrible, including weaponization, which I'm sure at some point you'll be talking about, where he goes after his political opponent because he can't beat him fair and square.
You have 80 seconds left. My question was, what do you say to those voters who believe that you violated your constitution through your actions and inaction on January 6, 2021 and worry that you'll vote again?
Well, I didn't say that to anybody. I said peacefully and patriotically. And Nancy Pelosi, if you just watch the news from 2 days ago, on tape to her daughter, who's a documentary filmmaker, she said, what'd you say? Oh, no, it's my responsibility. I was responsible for this. Because I offered her 10,000 soldiers or National Guards, and she turned them down. And the mayor, in writing, by the way, the mayor, in writing, turned it down. The mayor of D.C. turned it down. I offered 10,000 because I could see I had virtually nothing to do. They asked me to go make a speech. I could see what was happening. Everybody was saying they're going to be there on January 6th. They're going to be there. I said, you know what? There's a lot of people coming. You can feel it. You can feel it too, and you can feel it. And I said, they ought to have
it's brought to you by Honest.com. Go to Honest.com.
And I offered it to her, and she now admits that she turned it down. And it was the same day she was, I don't know, she can't be very happy with her daughter because it made her into a liar. She said, I take full responsibility for January 6th.
It's a new Roku channel. All of those great martial art movies, all of the kung fu movies like Hitman, all of that. Please focus on Joey or Public Church. You're going to get 2 free rentals on the new Roku channel, Iron Dragon TV.
Vice President.
Go to hitfix.com. That's hitfix.com. For the best paper handle market, go to anything on relaxing. E-cigarettes and e-cigars for you. Different flavored e-cigarettes. And oil and wax.
This guy was responsible for doing what was done. He didn't do a damn thing. And these people should be in jail. And they should.
He also didn't tell people to do that, bro.
Oh, that Vegas. Yeah. Oh, Vegas. I was talking to you about the other fucking Vegas. There's been like 7 Vegas. Yeah. Oh, my God. I don't know what in for that. I didn't know what kind of Vegas it was. It was a really based on a movie that Mr. Bledgy had written a million years ago about Bill Ralph and his interactions with organized crime in Vegas. In the early 60s, when Vegas was really starting and really bigger. And the battles between outside money coming in from the mob and old school Nevada ranchers who had been their family's land for years. And it was such a right world to explore. But unfortunately, you know, a lot of the executives were kind of looking for it to be kind of like a crime of the week. It's the week show. It eventually, by episode 6, turned into what it kind of probably should have been the whole time, which was this saga. But by then, the audience was going from like 17 million to 18 million near to. Now, it was attrition. And it couldn't be saved. And I felt bad because Mr. Bledgy, this other guy, Greg Walker, who was running the business, Mr. Bledgy, really nice guys. It didn't work out. But I got to work with Nick Bledgy. How can I get away? You know, it's funny. Didn't Bledgy have Goodfellas and AOE for a while? Was supposed to do this as a series? Yeah. Oh, I never even heard about that. Yeah, it came out. Oh, that was good. He writes every day. Every day, he's got stuff going on with Scorsese. He's an inspiration. I want to grow up as an inspiration. You got Scorpion. No, I got Scorpion. What are you doing? Forget one. Now, what is Scorpion about? Scorpion is inspired by a real-life guy, Walter O'Brien. It's inspired by his incredible personality. He has a 197 IQ. Average is 100. You know, if you got a 125, you're pretty sharp. That's like 197. Einstein was 160. So that shows where this guy is. And it's like a Richter scale. So 197 is not 37 times smarter than Einstein. It's about 5,000 times smarter than Einstein. And he's like a guy. He's from Ireland. He lives in Ireland now. And he's super smart. He does all this crazy shit. He has this company called Scorpion. And he only has geniuses working for him. And they problem solve. They'll problem solve for governments. They'll problem solve for massive corporations. They'll problem solve for charities. His whole thing is I'm a very bright guy. There are other very bright people. Let's try to do some good. He also wants to get that rich. He's got Ferrari. This is the guy from well, that's Robert Patrick. I saw him. He's on the show. He plays the government handler. Elias Gable is the
This man is a criminal. This man, you're lucky.
I got called in to play a guy to play.
We have a system that was rigged and disgusting. I did nothing wrong.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden,
Don't do your best, do my best. Yeah, I was just cutting that episode. And you know what about that? You know where that line comes from? I can't take credit for that line. Don't do your best, do my best. That's Adam Carolla's famous line. And he's always saying that line. I'm friends with Adam, so I stuck it in there as a little piece to him. But I didn't even know you came in on that. I didn't know. I was out of town. Oh, okay. Called them like on a Wednesday. They called me that morning or something. They said, "Can you make it between 12 and 1?" I couldn't make it. So it was like one. I didn't know what it was. I really don't fucking factory work. So if I get shot, yeah, right. Something happened. Factory work or some shit. I didn't know what. Yeah, he takes a bullet. But Scorpion is doing great. It's the new number one drama on CBS. It's got a young, almost like young 18 to 49 demographic, and normally you can get like a 1.8 or 1.9. Okay, that's now we're doing something. We're well above a 4. We were averaging like 4.5, 4.6, 4.4. It's a blessing. It's terrible judge, it's tough. I'm working wrong right now, but I like it. Yeah, and TV is tough. This show's doing really well, and so I'm doing that. And then I got my first kids book that's out now. I Want an Alien for Christmas. It's a chapter book. It's about 134 pages. It's for like 5, 6-year-olds, up to 12-year-olds. You gotta read it to 5 or 6-year-olds. 7, 8, 9,
and we took in more money in the last 2 weeks than we've ever taken in the history of any campaign. I don't think any campaign has ever taken hundreds of millions of dollars for it because the public knows it's a scam and it's a guy that's after political voting because he can't win fair and square.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, quote, Donald Trump and his MAGA Republicans are determined to destroy American democracy. Do you believe that the tens of millions of Americans who are likely to vote for President Trump will be voting against American democracy?
The Rangers see the Rangers, they think they can run away. Even though they're last to the sled, they take off and crash in a small town called Millbrook Falls, New Hampshire. And the 3 Barker kids find the kid, find the alien, and realize the alien's going to be Santa's up there. We got to switch him and save Christmas. And it's a really fun story to take. It's already been optioned for a movie. I'm going to produce it and write the script. And I really going to get this movie made. And be the pilots are incredible. This is for the kids, niece, nephew, cousin, whatever. Just go to Amazon, BarnesandNoble.com. I want to name for Christmas. Good family Christmas fun. Good old school motherfucking. You don't get it. I'll write it. I'll write it. Amazing. Fucking Bazooka Joe comics. I don't give a shit. Some people just write scripts. Some people have attitudes or whatever. You have, and you're going to jump. All right, Prison Break, The Sopranos, you like the criminal. I like that stuff, but I wrote a comic book series for DC called Sandstorm, which is a horror story set in Afghanistan war. And it's something that was no idea. I'll write anything. You know why? Because I had a job I hated. I was in my late 20s, mid to late 20s, and I'm a young man. I feel like I'm 100 years old. When I was a lawyer, I used to say saved my
He
life.
says he
My
ran
biggest
because
fears
of
I
Charlottesville. He didn't run because of Charlottesville. He ran because it was his last chance. He's not equipped to be president. You know it, and I know it. It's ridiculous. We have a debate. We're trying to justify his presidency. His presidency is, without question, the worst presidency in the history of our country. We should be having a debate about it.
I
There's
love that.
nothing to
That's
debate.
rewriting. That's
He
the
made
best.
up the
To me, it's the
Charlottesville
second best
story.
part. The
And you'll
first
see
part
it
is sitting there and
all
writing
over
it.
the place.
And then editing is
Every
the
anchor has to, every reasonable anchor
Oh man,
has
I overwrote this. Let me cut this.
and just the other day it came
we
out
can do
where it
that.
was
Let's
fully
do that.
debunked.
Let's do this.
It's
Let's do
a
this. Let's do
nonsense
that. You know,
story. He knows that,
and
and
it's
he
fun.
didn't run
Somebody's
because of
editing. Let's
Charlottesville.
try
He
it.
used that as an excuse to
And
run.
I get to work with incredible editors in school. Thank God I work with incredible editors. I love working with great television directors. I love it. I'll write it. Let me write you a joke. I'll write you a joke. I'll do anything. That's amazing that you don't have the kids. And your children. Yeah, I will have two little girls, 5 and 10. Like you have the blessing of daughters. And they're beautiful kids, good kids. And, you know, Scorpion is the first thing I've ever done that they can watch. So the 5-year-old doesn't watch it. She actually said to me this morning, she's like, Daddy, and my kids both, because they grew up in the house, they've lived in California the whole life. They both have New York accents. Because they just learned how to talk in my house. So, you know, my little one looks at me and says, Daddy, I don't understand what they're saying. I can't understand the show. I don't like Scorpion. I said, okay, I like that again. That's all right. And my oldest one's like, oh, you're crazy. It's the best show on. Because she loves it. It's the first thing I've done is freaking enjoy it. So that's special. And the kids' book is something that I wrote for them. And they love it. Because it reads like a movie. I mean, it is crazy. There's a guy, an Air Force cadet that works in Norman. And he notices when the sleigh crashes, that there's these fire streaks in the air, and he realizes that copper, when moving at a certain speed, gives off heat flashes, and there's like 7 of them. He connects them, and when he connects them, lo and behold, it looks just like the runner of a sleigh. And he realizes, holy shit, that's Santa's sleigh. Because when this guy in NORAD was 10 years old, he was looking up to the sky with his telescope and spotted Santa on December 17th. Santa, because it's magic. This all makes sense, right? Santa, because it's magic, looks at him and gives him a wink, because he knows that he's being watched. And this guy from NORAD goes, oh my God, that means I'm special. That means Santa's going to give me the best gift on Christmas. He's going to give me the Commander Cody Retro Rocket with optional bonus boosters, because I've been so good. And then Christmas morning, he gets a fucking catcher's mitt, and he has had a hard-on for Santa for now his entire life. And now he's 27, and he sees Santa crashed into Millbrook Falls, New Hampshire, and he's like, I'm going to go get this. So you got the guy from NORAD, from the Air Force, going after Santa. You got a bad shopping mall Santa, like Bad Santa, like Billy Bob Thornton, realizes there's an alien in town with these little kids, and he's going to catch that alien and bring it to the National Enquirer for $1 million reward. So we got a Santa going after the alien. We got a guy from space going after Santa. We got a school bully chasing all of them, and it just becomes like a mad world, and it reads like a movie, which is probably hopefully why I got option. And I hope you can actually make it. It's fucking, you're fucking sad. I just gotta write it. You gotta write it. I am just blown away. I just spoke to you. I read a little bit about you. That's sucks a big dick. I see it. I knew nothing. I did comedy for all these years, and I wrote jokes in cars. And years ago, I used to get up, about 6 years ago, I started getting up at 4 in the morning, and then I would write for 2 hours. Get up at 4. What time was it? Just gotta let it go. And I started writing a blog, and I forgot grammar. You know, it's amazing how you. Yeah, I'm looking at the blog after a year, going, "Wow, that's what writing is. It's a muscle, and you have to hit it every day." Yeah, that's how I feel with content. I wake up in the morning, I write a little bit, I fuck around, absorb, and then write a little more. The night before I came, I wrote a half hour, and this is, you know, to put together sets, shows, something I've been thinking about, just. Because sometimes I'll put the sentence out and then work it in my head. Yeah, then put it on paper and take a look at it. Okay, here we go. Once it's on paper, it's completely different. You can always really hear it when you say it out loud. You're right. I go crazy. I write scripts. And I like, one of the reasons I like writing scripts, you said grammar. I can't spell shit. I mean, I can't. My does it spells it for me. Yeah, I know, it feels great, but my spell check is like, fuck you, motherfucker. Give me a break, because every other word is wrong. But the thing I like about writing scripts is the dialogue. It doesn't matter. It has to sound real. Bad dialogue almost like it offends me. Bad dialogue hurts my ears. And the tough thing with television, especially when you're doing a procedural like Scorpion, sometimes you gotta write dialogue. It's not that natural. You gotta do all that exposition to explain the case to the audience, the case, the week, whatever it is. And I've gotten it down now where you can give the audience that medicine, but wrap it up in some sugar, so it's not as bitter as it normally would be. But all you got to do, someone like you could write dialogue that sounds so real. It sounds so, with all the shit you've done and all the experiences you had, it would be easy. But what I do when I'm writing a dialogue is I'll just say it out loud. I'll act it out. I'll get up. I'm doing a southern guy. I'll pace around in my office. I'll talk in some half-ass southern accent. I'll start going crazy. I start sweating. I just got to make sure it sounds right. You do what you gotta do, but yeah, getting up and this stuff. Look, Nick Betancourt, like I said, he's one of my best friends. I know he's a friend of yours. He's a friend. Well, Nick knows I give it all up tomorrow to do a half hour. The best thing I ever wrote in my life was Curb Your Enthusiasm. I love comedy. I don't watch drama. The only hour dramas I watch, I love Breaking Bad, which I think is one of the best shows. For me, it's the best show ever made. I love that show. But all I do is I watch The Office, Always Sunny in Philadelphia, Modern Family, Archer, and I watch this stuff. I just want to make people laugh. I hate comedy. Yeah, well, some of them are so fuck that watching. Cannot fucking watch them whatsoever. I have a problem. I grew up watching the other morning. I woke up last, what's the 18th? Yeah. It's the last Thursday I woke up early in the morning at 6. I threw my wife out of the bed so I could write. I brought a cup of coffee and I held up the computer. I go to Facebook and ran up the thing. It says, it's November 13th. Felix Disaster moved himself from his place. That request came from his wife. I almost dropped my cup of coffee. You don't know. Nobody fucking knows. You don't know what that is? Nobody knows. The tears in my eyes. It's one of the greatest shows. But that's what I grew up watching. This is what I'm telling you, so you cannot. I grew up with All in the Family, but it was 11 o'clock. Felix, 11:30 the Mooners. Yeah. 12 o'clock, Sanford and Son, and 12:30 Twilight Zone. Opened up with 10:30 on WPIX. WPIX is on 11. Yeah, I grew up at 10:30. You had Benny Hill. So you were smoking dope, we were playing lifting weights, everybody knew it. 10:25, gotta go. Benny Hill's on 10:30. You went home, just maybe Benny Hill dropped the tip because every once in a while something would happen. They'd show a kid, something would happen on fucking TV, and nobody said nothing. There was no wardrobe malfunction. There's no black people jumping up and down. Nothing. 10:30, fucking, and then at 11 you switch right over to WPI. Honeymoon. It was a honeymoon. In my world, it was two writers. Right. He would come over and break that down. Two writers. One night I'm watching Saturday Night Live. I get back from watching comedy. I'm doing comedy, watching comedy. I'm sitting there. And it's Jimmy Fallon and the fat kid that lost a lot of weight. The Horatio son. And this is when I stopped. This is when I'm aware I am. I'm old school. Yeah, don't try to run and find me. I came from Cuba. Yesterday I went to jiu-jitsu. And some kid was there, Cuban kid, because hey man, I've got your friend who just came to town to visit. So you heard the podcast we did with Eagle Machado, where I spoke about why I spoke about Big Van Dyke. Big Van Dyke is how I learned to speak this fucking language. I came from Cuba, I know nothing. I knew PS 166 and the Big Van fucking Dyke. He fall over, but then season 2, he walked around. Fucking Billy. They don't do that shit today. He skipped around. And he skipped around and looked at the TV like, what, bitch? Okay, that's being a fucking writer, okay? And so I grew up on that. Then you had All in the Family, the mother-in-law with the Desi Arnaz. There was a bunch of shows we grew up. But something happens when you're 9 in New York. You discover the hunter. Yeah. And, I have to prove that me and Whitey O'Donnell my mother's bedroom phone, me on the phone with Fernie with the kid Valentine Farrell, doing the honeymoon line.
Oh yeah.
Doing the line. Your mother going, what the fuck is fuck on his face with the phone? Why are both of my lines? Because there's no caller ID. Caller ID. You used the phone. It was beep, beep, beep. And that's what you did. I don't know the group. That was it. Then the Felix song. There once was a man. His name was Felix. No, Oscar. He wore his suit very messy. MC messy. All that shit. You can't. So for me to watch something now, the bar was raised. The bar was raised. A channel came out recently, Channel 20. It's called We TV. Whatever the fuck you have. I sit there at night and sperm comes out of my dick and my belly button. It's Hawaii 5 Mission Impossible, Cannon. You know, these are the shows we grew up on. You know,
nothing's better than the Hawaii 5 theme song. Nothing.
No, to me, Mission Impossible.
Okay, yeah,
the bongos, fuck the cowbell. The bongos came before the motherfucking cowbell that whatever talked about. I hit the babysitter in the head one night. I hit the Hawaii 5 I hit it with the shoehorn. What's her name? La Nerviosa. She used to shake when she talked. My mother said she had syphilis. So I hit her in the head with the shoehorn and shit. I was like 7. I forgot she was still alive. Whenever I go to Union City, she'd still be shaking. You couldn't with a shoe on the Hawaii 5. But I grew up on the honeymoons. And there's times that I'm not doing nothing, guys. I'm not ashamed to admit this. I probably have 16 episodes on my TV on DVD. And nothing's going on. I sit there and I put them on. And I start calling. Oh, yeah. I start balling. The line fucking balling. The other night I watched the one when he fucking tells the magazine company he's gonna die because he read the dog. Oh my God! And he shows up in Norton dressed as a fucking doctor. And he's Dr. Norton to keep it easy, don't walk in, don't touch me, I'm sterile. Remember, it was the whole thing. Don't touch me, I'm sterile. I'm sterile. No, listen, we're gonna get the guy to check me and get the fuck out of here, right? Guy comes in, who's this? This is Dr. Norton. I want to give you back the check. You discover I don't have arterial monochromium. Oh, I remember that. I don't have arterial monochromium. I'm going to give you the check and we're going to leave now. Wait a minute. Come back here. And he tells him, arterial monochromium. Who's this guy? And he goes, this don't you see? We have a human interest story here. And he goes, Dr. Norton, how about we take some pictures and do a story about it? And Ralph goes, no, not really. He's busy. He's got to go back to something. I wouldn't mind a couple pictures.
I'll tell you what Carney did on that show was a master's class. Come on. Hello. String of philopathies.
When you fucking dance. Here's a dance you should know. The Hucklebuck. And with fucking Carlos, that was the first Puerto Rican ever on TV. And he told them, I don't care. No, Mrs. Manicani. Mrs. Manicani upstairs. Mrs. Manicani, who wants to do the mambo everybody? And you, at your age, should be ashamed of this. The episode when he throws his mother-in-law. There's 2 episodes I look at today, and I look at this and it always involves the mother.
Because if we reach 1.5 degrees Celsius, and then away back, the existential threat to humanity is climate change. And he didn't do a damn thing about it. He wants to do all the good done. The Paris Accord was going to cost us $1 trillion, and China nothing, and Russia nothing, and India nothing. It was a ripoff of the United States. And I ended it because I didn't want to waste that money because they treat us horribly. We were the only ones who was costing us money. Nobody else was paying into it. And it was a disaster. But everything that he said just now, I'll give you an example. I heard him say before insulin. I'm the one that got the insulin down for the seniors. I took care of the seniors. What he's doing is destroying all of our medical programs because the migrants coming in, they want everybody. And look, I have the biggest heart on the stage. I guarantee you that. And I want to take care of people. But we're destroying our country. They're taking over our schools, our hospitals, and they're going to be taking over Social Security. He is destroying Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. The idea is that we in fact, we were the only ones of consequence were not members of the Paris Accord. How can we do anything if the United States can't get its under control? One of the largest polluters in the world, number one. We're making significant progress. By 2035, we will have good pollution now. We have made significant progress. And we're continuing to make progress. We set up a climate program where thousands of young people learn how to deal with it, just like Peace Corps. And we're moving in directions that are going to significantly change the elements that cause pollution. But the idea that he claims that he is the biggest heart up here and is really concerned about pollution and about climate, I've not seen any indication of that. And by the way, with regard to prescription drugs, one company agreed that they would reduce the price to $35, which I was calling for one voluntarily. I made sure every company in the world, every pharmaceutical company, cannot have to pay. And by the way, you can't even do that.
So every day, millions of Americans struggle just to make ends meet. For many older Americans, Social Security provides a critical lifeline. President Biden, if nothing is done to Social Security, seniors will see their benefits cut in just over 10 years. Will you name tonight one specific step you're willing to take to keep Social Security solvent?
Yes, make the very wealthy begin to pay their fair share. Right now, everybody making under $170,000 pays 6% of their income, of their paycheck, every single time they get a paycheck. I'm the first one to get one when they're 18 years old. The idea that they're going to, I'm proposing that everybody, they pay, the millionaires pay 1%. So no one after, not raise the cost of Social Security for anybody under $400,000. After that is again the people wealthy begin to pay their fair share by increasing from 1% beyond to be able to guarantee the full benefits.
So you still have 82 seconds left. Are there any other members that you think would be able to?
Hey, 1%. Come on, sign me up, right? It's never going to happen. This motherfucker's in these 60 years. What are we doing? It's never going to happen. No one making a million's paying 1%, bro. I don't give a fuck who the president is.
House Republican caucus that he supports is in fact want to cut it as well. The idea that we don't need to protect our seniors is ridiculous. And by the way, American public has greater health care coverage today than ever before. And that may seem, as I said, in a circumstance where 400,000 people, 40 million people, not have insurance because they have a pre-existing condition, only allows them to have that insurance is the fact that they, in fact, are part of the ACA. And by the way, the other thing is, in a situation where we talk about education for Black communities, I've raised the amount of money for Pell Grants, $30,000 for everybody making under $70,000, you're going to be able to get $15,000 towards the tuition. He just doesn't know what he's talking about. So I know this politicians all my life. I've been on this side of the equation. Everything is one of do this, okay? I've never seen anybody lie like this. It's unreal, man. I've never seen the people look you in the face. So many other things too. We mentioned the laptop, we mentioned Russia, Ukraine. Everything he does is a lie. It's misinformation and disinformation. The losers and sucker story that he made up is a total lie on the military. It's a disgrace. But Social Security, he's destroying it because millions of people are pouring into our country, and they're putting them onto Social Security. They're putting them onto Medicare, Medicaid. Has greater health care coverage today than ever before. And the ACA, as I said, we're in a circumstance where 400,000 people, 40 million people would not have insurance because they have a pre-existing condition. What allows them to have that insurance is the fact that they, in fact, are part of the ACA. And by the way, the other thing is, we're in a situation where we talk about education for Black communities. I've raised the amount of money for Pell Grants, another $8,000 for anybody making under $70,000 a year. Going to be able to
get $15,000 worth of tuition. You just don't know what he's talking about.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
So I've dealt with politicians all my life. I've been on this side of the equation for the last 8 years. I've never seen anybody lie like this guy. He lies. I've never seen anything can look you in the face. So many other things too. And we mentioned the laptop. We mentioned Russia, Ukraine. Everything he does is a lie. It's misinformation and disinformation. The losers and suckers story that he made up is a total lie on the military. It's a disgrace. But Social Security, he's destroying it because millions of people are pouring into our country, and they're putting them onto Social Security. They're putting them onto Medicare, Medicaid. They're putting them in our hospitals. They're taking the place of our citizens there. What they're doing to the VA, to our veterans, is unbelievable. Our veterans are living in the street, and these people are living in luxury hotels. He doesn't know what he's doing, and it's really coming back. I've never seen such anger in our country before.
President Biden.
The idea that veterans are not being taken care of, I told you before. And by the way, when I said suckers and losers, he said he acknowledged after they fired that general. That general got fired because he's the one that acknowledged that that's what he said. He was the one standing with Trump when he said it. Number one. Number two, the idea that we're going to be in a situation where all these millions and millions, the way he talks about it, illegal aliens are coming into the country and taking away our jobs. There's a reason why we have the fastest growing economy in the world. The reason why we have the most successful economy in the world. We're doing better than any other nation in the world. And by the way, those 15 Nobel laureates he talked about being phony, those 15 Nobel laureates, economists, they all said that if Trump is reelected, we're likely to have a recession and inflation is going to increase and go up. And by the way, worst president history, 159 presidential scholars voted, and they have the worst president in the history of the United States of America.
President Biden, thank you so much. Let's turn to the cost of child care, which many American families struggle to afford. President Trump, both you and President Biden have tried to address this issue, but the average cost of child care in this country has risen to more than $11,000 a year per child. For many families, the cost of child care for 2 children is more than their rent. In your second term, what would you do to make child care more affordable?
Just to go back, the general got fired because he was no good. And if he said that, that's why he made it up. But we have 19 people that said I didn't say it, and they're very highly respected, much more so than him. The other thing is, he doesn't fire people. He never fired people. I've never seen him fire anybody. I did fire a lot. I fired Comey because he was no good. I fired a lot of the top people at the FBI, drained the swamp. They were no good. Not easy to fire people. You pay a price for it, but they were no good. I inherited these people. I didn't put him. I didn't put Comey there. He was no good. I fired him. This guy hasn't fired anybody. He never fires. He should have fired every military man that was involved with that Afghanistan horror show, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. He didn't fire. Did you fire anybody? Did you fire anybody that's on the border that's allowed us to have the worst border in the history of the world? Did anybody get fired for allowing 18 million people, many from prisons, many from mental institutions? Did you fire anybody that allowed our country to be destroyed? Joe, our country is being destroyed. As you and I sit up here and waste a lot of time on this debate, this shouldn't be a debate. He is the worst president. He just said it about me because I said it. But look, he's the worst president in the history of our country. He's destroyed our country. Now all of a sudden he's trying to get a little tough on the border. He came out with a nothing deal, and it reduced it a little bit, like this much. It's insignificant. He wants open borders. He wants our country to either be destroyed or he wants to pick up those people as voters. And I don't think we just can't let it happen. If he wins this election, our country doesn't have a chance, not even a chance, of coming out of this rut. We probably won't have a country left anymore. That's how bad it is. He's the worst in history by far.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden.
We're the most admired country in the world. We're the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity. We're the finest military in the history of the world. The finest in the history of the world. No one thinks we're weak. No one wants to screw around with us. Nobody. Number one. Number two, the idea that we're talking about worst presidents. I wasn't joking. Look it up. Go online. line. 159 or 58, don't know the exact number, presidential historians, they had meetings and they voted who was the worst president in American history. Went from best to worst. They said he was the worst in all of American history. That's a fact. That's not conjecture. He can argue they're wrong, but that's what they voted. The idea that he is doing anything to deal with child care. He did virtually nothing in child care. We should significantly increase the child care tax credit. We should significantly increase the availability of women and men or single parents to be able to go back to work. And we should encourage businesses to have that can provide facilities.
The question was about what would you do to make child care more affordable if you want to take care of that.
I just understand. We have $500 a year to pay the cars because they're going to have to wait until there's something. Number two, he's in a situation where he talks about how he has not raised, he somehow helped middle class. That's devastating. Now you want to
Thank you, Jay.
for the next 10 years. We have the largest deficit in any place in American history. Number two, we have not made any contact, any progress with China. We have the lowest trade deficit with China since 2000.
Apple and all these companies, they were bringing money back to
Veterans right now in the throes of addiction who are struggling with treatment they need.
To finish up, we have the largest deficit in the history of our country under this guy. We have the largest deficit with China. He gets paid by China. He's a Manchurian candidate. He gets money from China. So I think he's afraid to deal with them or something. But you notice he never took out my tariffs because we bring in so much money with the tariffs that I imposed on China. He never took them away. He can't because it's too much money. It's tremendous. And we saved our steel industries, and there was more to come. But he hasn't done that. But he hasn't cut the tariffs because he can't, because it's too much money. But he's got the largest deficit in the history of our country, and he's got the worst situation with China. China's going to own us if you keep allowing them to do what they're doing to us as a country. They are killing us as a country, Joe, and you can't let that happen. You're destroying our country.
So, President Trump, you have 67 seconds left. The question was, what are you going to do to help Americans in the throes of addiction right now to get the treatment they need?
We're doing very well in addiction until the COVID came along. We had 2.5, almost 3 years of like nobody's ever had before in any country, in every way. And then we had to get tough, and it was the drugs pouring across the border. It started to increase. We got great equipment.
It was a new problem.
The most incredible thing that you've ever seen. The way they can spot it. We did a lot, and we were getting very low numbers, very low numbers. Then he came along. The numbers. Have you seen the numbers now? It's not only the 18 million people that I believe is even lower because the gotaways. They don't even talk about gotaways. But the numbers of the amount of drugs and human trafficking in women coming across our border, the worst thing I've ever seen, at numbers that nobody's ever seen under him because the border's so bad. But the number of drugs coming across our border now is the largest we've ever had by far.
President Trump, thank you. President Biden.
Fentanyl and byproduct fentanyl went down for a while. And I wanted to make sure we use them.
She'll know. I'm shocked that amount of fentanyl coming in the U.S.
And it costs a lot of money. That was part of this deal we put together. This bipartisan deal. More fentanyl machines, more be able to detect drugs, more numbers of agents, more numbers of all over the border. And when we had that deal done, he called his Republican colleagues and said, don't do it. That's going to hurt me politically. No, he never argued it's not a good bill. It's a really good bill. We need those machines. We need those machines. We're coming down very hard in every country in Asia in terms of precursors for fentanyl. And Mexico is working with us to make sure they don't have the technology to be able to put it together. That's what we have to do. We need those machines.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, and again, the question is about Americans in the throes of addiction right now struggling to get the treatment they need.
Because this does pertain to it. He ended remain in Mexico. He ended catch and release. I made it catch and release in Mexico, not catch and release here. We had so many things that we had done, hard negotiations with Mexico, and I got it all for nothing.
the numbers of the amount of drugs and human trafficking in women coming across our border, the worst thing I've ever seen, and numbers that nobody's ever seen.
Thank you so much, Gangster.
The number of drugs coming across our border now is the largest we've ever had by far.
President Trump, thank you, President Biden.
Fentanyl and byproducts fentanyl went down for a while, and I wanted to make sure we use the machinery that can detect fentanyl. These big machines that roll over everything that comes across the border, and it costs a lot of money.
As soon as I win the election, I will have that.
Bipartisan deal, more fentanyl machines, more being able to detect drugs, more numbers of agents, more numbers of people at the border. And when we had that deal done, he called us Republican colleagues and said, don't do it. It's going to hurt me politically. He never argued it's not a good bill. It's a really good bill. We need those machines. We need those machines. We're coming down very hard in every country in Asia in terms of precursors for fentanyl. And Mexico is working with us to make sure they don't have the technology to be able to put it together. That's what we have to do. We need those machines.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, and again, the question is about Americans in the throes of addiction right now, struggling to get the treatment they need.
Well, this because this desperate good. He had to remain in Mexico. He had to catch and release. I made a catch and release in Mexico, not catch and release here. We had so many things that we had done, hard negotiations with Mexico, and I got it all for nothing. It's just like when you have a hostage. We always pay $6 billion for a hostage every time we say a hostage. Now we have a hostage, the Wall Street Journal reporter. I think a good guy, and he's over there because Putin is laughing at this guy, probably asking for millions of dollars for the reporter. I will have him out very quickly as soon as I take office. Before I take office, I said, literally, as soon as I win the election, I will have that reporter out. He should have had him out a long time ago, but Putin's probably asking for millions and millions of dollars because this guy pays it every time. We had 2 cases, we paid $6 million for 5 people. I got 58 people out, and I paid essentially nothing.
Thank you, President Trump. Dan.
Let's turn to concerns that voters have about each of you. President Biden, you would be 86 at the end of your second term. How do you address concerns about your capability to handle the toughest job in the world well into your 80s?
First of all, I've spent half my career being criticized being the youngest person in politics. I was the second youngest person ever elected to the United States Senate, and now I'm the oldest. This guy's 3 years younger and a lot less competent. I think that just look at the record, look at what I've done, look how I've turned around the horrible situation he left me. As I said, 15 million new jobs, 800,000 manufacturing jobs, more investment in America, over billions of dollars in private investment in enterprises, and we are growing. By the way, we brought off a lot of people. The whole idea of computer chips reached that 40% of the market. We invented those chips, and we lost him because he was sending people to find the cheapest jobs overseas and to bring home a product. So I went to South Korea. I convinced Samsung to invest billions of dollars here in the United States. And guess what? Those fabs, they call them, to build these chips, those fabs pay over $100,000. You don't need a college degree for them. And there's billions, about $40 billion already being invested and being built right now in the United States, creating significant jobs for Americans from all over the world.
President Biden, you have 40 seconds left. Would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I would. The idea that somehow we are this failing country. I've never heard a president talk like this before. We're the envy of the world. Name me a single major country president who would trade places with the United States of America for all our problems and all our opportunities. We're the most progressive country in the world in getting things done. We're the strongest country in the world. We're a country in the world who keeps our word, and everybody trusts us. All of our allies and those who we comes up to from Kim Jong-un, who sends love letters to Putin, etc. They don't want to screw around with us.
Thank you. For President Trump to follow up, you would be 82 at the end of your second term. What do you say to voters who have concerns about your capabilities to serve?
Well, I took 2 tests, cognitive tests. I aced them.
both of them, as you know, and we made it public. He took none. I'd like to see him take one, just one, a real easy one. Like go through the first 5 questions. He couldn't do it. But I took 2 cognitive tests. I took physical exams every year. And, you know, we knock on wood wherever we may have wood, that I'm in very good health. I just won 2 club championships, not even senior, 2 regular club championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart, and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way. And I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. I think I'm in very good shape. I feel that I'm as in good a shape as I was 25, 30 years ago. Actually, I'm probably a little bit lighter, but I'm in as good a shape as I was years ago. I feel very good. I feel the same. But I was willing to take a cognitive test. And you know what? If I didn't do well, I aced him. Dr. Ronnie Jackson, who's a great guy when he was the White House doctor. And then I took another one, a similar one. And one of them said they've never seen anybody ace him.
Thank you. President Biden.
You can see he is 6'5" and only 223 pounds, or 235 pounds. Well, you said 6'4", 200. Well, anyway, that's you. Anyway, just take a look at what he says he is. Take a look at what he is. Look, I'd be happy to have a driving contest with him. I got my handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a 6. By the way, I told you before, I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag. I think you can do it.
It was a 6 handicap of all.
I was an 8 handicap.
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Let's not act like children. President Trump,
let's not act like children.
To a specific concern that voters have about you. Will you pledge tonight that once all legal challenges have been exhausted, that you will accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins, and you will say right now that political violence in any form is unacceptable?
Well, I shouldn't have to say that, but of course I believe that. It's totally unacceptable. And if you would see my statements that I made on Twitter at the time, and also my statement that I made at the Rose Garden, you would say it's one of the strongest statements you've ever seen, in addition to the speech I made in front of, I believe, the largest crowd I've ever spoken to. And I will tell you, nobody ever talks about that. They talk about a relatively small number of people that went to the Capitol, and in many cases were ushered in by the police. And as Nancy Pelosi said, it was her responsibility, not mine. She said that loud and clear. But the answer is, if the election is fair, free, and I want that more than anybody. And I'll tell you something. I wish he was a great president, because I wouldn't be here right now. I'd be in one of my many places enjoying myself. I wouldn't be under indictment because I wouldn't have been his political opponent, because he indicted me. Because I was his opponent. I wish he was a great president. I would rather have that. I wouldn't be here. I don't mind being here. The only reason I'm here is he's so bad as a president that I'm going to make America great again. We're going to make America great again. We're a failing nation right now. We're a seriously failing nation. And we're a failing nation because of him. His policies are so bad. His military policies are insane. They're insane. These are wars that will never end with him. He will drive us into World War III, and we're closer to World War III than anybody can imagine. We are very, very close to World War III, and he's driving us there. And Kim Jong-un and President Xi of China, Kim Jong-un of North Korea, all of these people, they don't respect him. They don't fear him. They have nothing going with this gentleman, and he's going to drive us into World War III.
You want a World War III? I follow her and win, and let Putin say do what you want, just do what you want. Which is they call Article 5, attack on one is attack on all, the required response. The idea, I can't think of a single major leader in the world who wouldn't trade places with the job I've done, what they've done. Because we are a powerful nation. We have wonderful peace because of the people. Not least because of the American people. They're capable of anything, and they step up when they're needed. And right now, we're needed to protect the world because of our own safety is at stake. And again, you want to have a war, just let Putin go ahead and take Kyiv, make sure they move on, see what happens in Poland, Hungary, and other places along that border. Then you have a war.
President Trump, as I come back to you for a follow-up, the question was, will you accept the results of this election,
regardless of who wins.
Just to finish what he said, if I might, Russia, they took a lot of land from Bush. They took a lot of land from Obama and Biden. They took no land, nothing from Trump, nothing. He knew not to do it. Not going to play games with me. He knew that. I got along with him very well, but he knew not to play games. He took nothing from me. And now he's going to take the whole thing from this man right here. That's a war that should have never started. It would have never started, ever, with me. And he's going to take Ukraine. And, you asked me a question before, would you do this? He's got us in such a bad position right now with Ukraine and Russia, because Ukraine's not winning that war. He said, I will never settle until such time. They're running out of people. They're running out of soldiers. They've lost so many people. It's so sad. They've lost so many people, and they've lost those gorgeous cities with the golden domes that are 1,000 years old, all because of him and stupid decisions. Russia would have never attacked.
President Trump, the question was, will you accept the results of the election, regardless of who wins? Yes or no, please.
If it's a fair and legal and good election, absolutely. I would have much rather accepted these. But the fraud and everything else was ridiculous. And if you want, we'll have a news conference on it in a week. Or we'll have another one of these in a week. But I will absolutely, there's nothing I'd rather do. It would be much easier for me to do that than running again. I wasn't really going to run until I saw the horrible job he did. He's destroying our country. I would be very happy to be someplace else in a nice location someplace. And again, no indictments, no political opponent stuff, because it's the only way he thinks he can win. But unfortunately, it's driven up by numbers and driven up to a very high level because the people understand it.
My serious numbers are this election is over. Let's see, you're a whiner. When you lost the first time, you said you continued your appeal and appeal to courts all across the country. Not one single court in America.
You go first. Okay, well, Brandon, I'll prepare yourself right and you just take down.
This lie about somehow there's all this misrepresentation, all this stealing. There's no evidence of that at all. And I tell you what, I doubt we're going to accept it because you're such a whiner. The idea if you lose again, you accept it. You can't stand loss. Something snapped in you when you lost the last time.
We'll be right back with more from the CNN presidential debate, live from Georgia.
KFI, how about a news update from Mark Rothschild? California has followed the lead of the LA School District in efforts to ban cell phones in schools. The Senate Education Committee unanimously passed a bill yesterday requiring school districts to limit or ban students from using cell phones during the school day. Governor Newsom supported the plan last week. The driver of a Tesla that slammed into multiple cars in Buena Park says the car malfunctioned before the crash. Police said it was speeding west on Orange Thorpe Tuesday when the driver lost control and hit 5 cars. At least 3 people went to the hospital. Police are still investigating the cause of the crash. And WNBA rookie superstar Caitlin Clark, Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes, and Dodgers slugger Shohei Ohtani are among the nominees for this year's ESPY Awards. The ESPYs will be hosted by Serena Williams July 11th in LA. SoCal weather, clouds and patchy fog tonight, lows in the mid-60s. Sunny tomorrow with highs around 80, mid-70s at the beaches, 90 in the valleys, mid-90s in the IV, and up to 100 in the AV. We'll have mid-80s Saturday, upper 80s Sunday, and into next week. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Mark Roner. In this week's Marketers Report, Dave Nussbaum, Executive Vice President of Marketing and Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on regional audio marketing and the movies.
Everything that we are doing is incredibly data-driven. We are getting signals in every single day about how specific audiences are performing. So although we're marketing at a very broad scale, and that does include specific local markets, that's really the beauty of iHeart's network. You're not serving the same message to a consumer in Nashville.
They're like just sitting there arguing and like,
New York. You have the ability
won't answer the last question, then what?
Very personalized, but at a tremendous scale.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives
It's true, but I don't think Biden did anything in this debate.
free audience, live conversations,
Wait, May 2019, so 07, they say, Monica, thank you, buddy. He says, because they kept getting back to Brandon Felton face is hilarious. Yeah, honestly, I love looking at Trump. He's got great energy. He's powerful.
be home for months, and whose daughter is due any day. We're with Mike, who's leaving home to protect his family.
Joe Biden tweeted an hour ago, so must mean he's not actually on this. What's he doing?
With all service members and their families who need community, connection, and maybe
significant progress from the debacle that was left by President Trump in his last term. We find ourselves in a situation where, number one, we have to make sure we have a fair tax system.
Let's go, Moshe.
Ask anyone out there in the audience, or anyone out watching this debate, do you think the tax system is fair?
Roberto, deposited hella.
I said, nobody can make it $400,000.
How the fuck did you
increase their taxes?
How the fuck did you run up a bag or not?
But this guy has increased your taxes.
Raise your stuff for $1,500, bro.
He's increased inflation because of the debacle he left after when he handled the pandemic. And he finds himself in a position where he now wants to tax you more.
Thank you for streaming. Hi, everyone. Moshe! What's good, man? Plus one. They said I couldn't get viewer chats. Welcome to my platform. How is this your platform?
Well, guess what?
That's Rabbi? No, it's not. How do you guys know that's Rabbi?
Instead of $400, no more than $2,000 for every.
It's not Rabbi. It's not Rabbi.
How much prescription they need. What that did, that reduced the
It's your platform? I'm Moshe. What's good, my boy?
Because the government tried to pay the
It's your platform. It's your platform, man. I can't argue with you about it. It's not mine. You know what I'm saying? I'm just on it.
Everybody in America wants to get rid of that. We're going to make sure that we have child care. We're going to significantly increase the credits that people have for child care. We're going to make sure we do something about what we're doing.
Why do you spend the whole time on your platform? Man, Rabbi, fuck you. This is not Rabbi.
We're going to continue to fight.
Disco dog, I appreciate it, man. It's Disco guy, presented by President Trump. You now have 2 minutes for your closing statement.
Like so many politicians, this man is just a complainer.
I can get an interview.
We want to do this, we want to do that, we want to get rid of this tax, that tax. But he doesn't do anything. He doesn't make our country unsafe by allowing millions and millions of people to pour in. Our military doesn't respect him. We look like fools in Afghanistan.
Dude, it's not Rabbi, bro. Rabbi has never spoken.
It should have never happened. Iran was broke. Anybody that did business with Iran, including China, they couldn't do business with the United States. They all passed. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah, for terror, no money whatsoever. Again, Ukraine should have never happened. He talks about all this stuff, but he didn't do it for 3.5 years. We're living in hell. We have the Palestinians and we have everybody else rioting all over the place. You talk about Charlottesville. This is 100 times Charlottesville, 1,000 times. The whole country is exploding because of you, because they don't respect you, and they have to respect their president, and they don't respect you throughout the world. What we did was incredible. We rebuilt the military. We got the largest tax cut in history.
Oh my God, I love you so much.
The reason he's got jobs is because I cut the regulations and gave jobs. But he's putting a lot of those regulations back on. All of the things that we've done, nobody's never seen anything like. Even from a medical standpoint, right to try, where we can try space-age materials instead of going to Asia or going to Europe and trying to get when you're terminally ill. Now you can go and you can get something. You sign a document. They've been trying to get it for 42 years. But you know what we did for the military was incredible choice for our soldiers. Where our soldiers, instead of waiting for 3 months to see a doctor, can go out and get themselves fixed up, ready now, and take care of themselves. And they're living. And that's why I had the highest approval rating in the history of the VA. So all of these things, we're a failing nation. It's not going to be failing anymore. We're going to make it great again.
Thank you, former President Trump, President Biden. Stay with us because we have full analysis of this debate. Anderson Cooper and Aaron Burnett starts now on CNN.
I'm done. This is actions.
And so the first presidential debate of the 2024 election season is in the books as you witnessed President Biden opening this debate and continuing with a very shaky voice, a raspy voice that we've learned from advisors close to him. He's having cold past a certain date.
Who won, Chad? Trump or Biden?
All of the things that we've done, nobody's ever
Does it even matter who won? Like, is that even a thing? Like, is that even
space age?
If you wanted something more exciting, you should worry about, like, yeah, we're like 40, who might care about this shit? Like, Jack, I can't believe you guys just made me watch that. Oh my god, bro. I can't believe I just did that, bro. That's actually insane. I never thought there'd be a day where I would have watched the fucking presidential debate, bro. Did I ever do that back in the day, chat? 2016, I guess, would have been the only time I could have, right? 2016. I didn't do it in 2020. That was me. So did I do it in 2016? I feel like I did, low-key. Nah, you made a diss track, okay, but I didn't make the diss track the day of the debate. 2016 one was fire. And was it Obama and I don't even remember.
So after all the build-up,
that's when Trump won, right? Was it Trump and Obama? I don't know. But we're done with this shit, bro. Done with this, man. Holy fuck, that was actually insane. How long did we watch this for? 2 hours? Jesus, chat, we was at it for 2 hours. What's up, Trippy? Thank you for the resub, man. Thank you for the resub. It's Trippy, bro. That's 2 months. Sad, we're over. Now you can finally spam W, man. Finally spam W, chat. We're done with the debate. Hey, free content, bro. I mean, it gives us a little bit of insight, and it only happens once every 4 years, so, you know what I'm saying? I guess I didn't mind watching it, chat, so whatever, bro. Did I learn anything? No. Do I care about anything I said? No, chat. All I want is for living wages to go down, our living costs to go down.
Discord dog.
Saying we have a problem. And just to co-sign what John is saying, I mean, the panic that I'm hearing from Democrats is not like anything that I have heard in this campaign so far. And a lot of it has to do with, first of all, there was a deep frustration. Trump's lies. I mean, he lied a lot tonight. But the problem for Biden was that Trump was able to take sometimes incredible falsehoods and turn them into some kind of argument, whereas Biden's answers were, in a lot of cases, not coherent, deeply problematic, that he was not able to take pretty straightforward answers and answer them to the American public, and then also at some points bringing things up that teed up Trump attacks.
Exactly.
There's a real concern here tonight that there's been some real damage done that cannot be undone. Biden solidified the perception among voters, but especially among his base. They were hoping that tonight would be a game changer. They are now seeing a president who is in the White House, who they do not necessarily believe can do this for another 4 years.
David Axelrod?
Look, I can't argue with either of them about how Democratic leaders are reacting to this poll. We said at the beginning that each person had a fundamental goal, and for Biden, that goal was to
Biden did a little bit of liar pants on fire for Trump, but Trump's messaging was a whole lot clearer. What'd you say, Mark? It's a firehouse? I was following your lead and hanging back. Yeah, listen, I know there's going to be some complaints about CNN not fact-checking. Yeah, that's a disaster. I will say something about that. CNN doing this debate with no fact-checking, it makes it no better than a social media platform. That is not journalism. They sorely needed fact-checking. And I listened from start to finish. It would have been a big job for somebody to be a fact-checker during this, but that was a disaster. I was following some of the fact-checking online, and they were like, this needs context, this is false, this kind of thing is going on. I think New York Times had like 60 fact-checkers watching this as the night went on, so they were understaffed. Yeah, right. Yeah, okay. Let me play devil's advocate for what you're saying. I hear what you're saying about journalism and we need fact-checking. If the journalists are spending their time fact-checking, and they miss me, then the candidate will say, I was unfairly treated. They fact-checked him, but they didn't fact-check me. At what point do we hold the candidates responsible for knowing what the truth is and calling the other person out
piece of information study poll I see about your average person shows that they don't know that much about current events and news. And that is the purpose of journalism. If you don't have journalists there to explain things to people, why are you wasting everybody's time?
All right, so let me say this then. What about what we're doing right now? I mean, we're doing the analysis of it. CNN's doing analysis of it. ABC's doing analysis of it. Everybody's doing analysis of it. And this is the time, isn't it, that journalists would say, wait a minute, that's not true. Wait a minute, that's not true. But in the throes of the debate, are we putting too much onus on the moderators? Should they be simply hosts? I kind of like the microphone being cut off. Although I did read something that said that it was actually good for Trump because it stopped him from doing his antics that he did in the past. That actually kept him focused by not having that microphone.
Well, that may be true. One of the last numbers I saw before I left for work today was in the 2020 debate, Trump interrupted Biden 162 times. And so they had to install those things to cut the mics this time. Never been done in a presidential debate before. This is the first time.
I kind of liked it. As just an outside viewer, I kind of liked it. I'm not somebody who's been in anybody's camp. I have some grave issues with some of the things that candidates have said and done in the past, but I haven't been, I guess you would call me a non-committed voter. Mostly, I'm just hoping that one or both of them gets replaced. And I know it sounds like I'm being facetious, I'm not. I'm hoping one or both of them gets replaced. And to that point, New York Times, one of the reporters says the feedback I'm getting from Democrats early in this debate, this is in the first hour, that it's not designed by people like supporters who have not wanted to come up with a single question between our
Actually, I'm going to be honest, I was debating. No, you weren't. There's a lot going on. I know that I work from home. No.
Oh, you had to work from home?
I was doing a lot of work. I had to do this for you.
Nobody's ever seen it. It was incredible. It was huge. It was nobody's.
So on your 2-hour hike yesterday,
She comes to terms with you. Now you're gonna sit there, you're gonna be naked for 3 hours. You're gonna eat her pussy, you're gonna run a coke. You know what? Fuck. How about we eliminate the middleman? Let's leave her at home. I'll stay in my room, I'll jerk off, maybe watch a little porn, maybe if it's available, something on Showtime or Cinemax and go to sleep.
I did a lot of dumb shit like
that's what
my
she
dealer
was.
had foosball, so it'd be like a 6-hour foosball tournament for hundreds of dollars. You know, battling foos and arms all fucked when you leave. But, just hang with dudes talking and rocking and playing guitar and shit. No women around. It was just coke for it.
So what did you stop for? Joey had someone's going to just stop. You didn't go to rehab or anything?
Yeah. Well, my voice was starting to get shot, and I had 3 other guys in the band. It was like, when you're the singer and everybody's surviving, you can't go up. I can't sing. Now nobody's paying bills. So they're like, what the fuck are you doing blow for? When you know your voice.
We were all starving. Who would you eat first in this chat?
And also, I was describing the pain to somebody of what like a bad throat feels like when you hear about singers like Adele or Steven Tyler, anybody where they get vocal notes, that's like calluses on your vocal cords. It feels like 100-pound weights on your throat. So you're like, I gotta get rid of this. So that,
already? Yep.
Let's take an example. Chris Bush.
Yeah.
Okay.
From Bush.
I saw Chris
A lot of land from Obama and Biden.
Voice sounded great. It was
He
just
took no land, nothing from Trump. Nothing. He knew not to do it.
Seattle.
Not going to play games.
It wasn't good. I'm like, is this the H? Is this the blow? Then I saw him on Saturday Night Live. It's on YouTube. Though, down on the upside.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Oh, God, his voice is bad. And now, Chris's voice is a little bad.
Yeah. Credit Joe Biden for kicking
a
up.
little back. He has to sing a different.
It's a very diverse party. It fights about a lot of things. It has generational issues. It has religions and everything else. The thing that unites the Democratic Party is trying to keep Donald Trump getting back into the White House. They love Joe Biden for kicking him out. They don't want him back. They came into this debate nervous that Biden was in a weak position. They leave this debate panicked. John, if you love the guy, would you put him out there? If you love Joe Biden, that was my father. You You know, the guy that's
Well, I would
that's a great
that
point. These guys know this better. These guys know this better because they talk to them. There's this legacy that now you don't see the incumbent because what's happened in the past. So they have to beat the incumbents, and then the incumbent is going actually
so you said
help make Joe Biden the nominee because there was a feeling that if there were a primary, that would weaken, that Biden would probably win, but it would weaken him in a general election. And so there were people who were going to run and didn't run because the history of that is bad. The point is now he is the nominee of the Democratic Party. This isn't the 60s, okay? Voters choose the nominee. He is the nominee. Only he can decide whether he's going to continue. And as you point out, and as Kate knows very well, this is a guy with a lot of pride and who believes in himself. And the idea that he's going to say, you know what, I had a bad debate, I think I'm going to walk away from this. I find it hard to believe.
It was also an analogy, I know Scott, you said, right? It was also, it was an atypically bad performance, okay? And it was also like, so yes, it was an important night, yes, but it was one night in the course of the campaign, so I think let's see.
Oh, this lady get on the show. Oh, get on the show. This is so great. Oh my God.
The fake smoke, you know, that's
one night.
What is air conditioning? I used to work on a TV show with a
that was essentially, you know, Trump said you ought to take a test. That was his test. And people, dude, that's how you feel it. He came up one day looking at her person. I think he outwent it. When she said her best, he just went like, I'm telling you she's hot. I'm telling you. Can I visit again? She wasn't at the wedding. She was like, yeah, this debate.
You know, where everything, the problem with singing is it's your body.
And everybody jumped on me.
Too, it's hands, but
Every single person out here.
the singing is completely your body.
The candidacy is
and you want to get up and running like the band, party all night and talk, and you know, you can't.
We should
You're
pray
gonna
for the
keep
president.
going. I mean, these bands like
advisors.
ACDC, if you look at
I
their
think the
tour,
White House, and I think his
they play
family
a solid year
have a lot of
every
explaining to do.
There's no
to their
day off
party
once that record
and to
hits.
the American
You don't
people.
get to go, I need 4 days
This
off.
night,
It's
this
done.
one night,
It doesn't happen.
was
There's
caused
too
by
much
and
money
asked
lost
for
on days
by the
off.
Biden
Hotels,
They
school
wanted
bus, you know,
this night.
cruise, everything.
And this is what we got. We have been told for weeks and
3
weeks
years,
by
yeah. But that's
Democrats
fan
who say,
stuff.
oh, in private meetings, I've seen Joe Biden
You know,
do
the
cartwheels and handstands while doing
it's every night,
trigonometry
but
while
you're
solving
not
all the
like,
nation's problems.
that's a larger
We
scale.
now know that every
You know,
single
those
person
guys
who
could
said
be doing
that
3 interviews a
has
day
been
in the
lying to
morning.
the
Like,
American
when we do
people.
comedy,
They
we
have
go
it
to
under
the
lock.
morning
We've been
radio.
told.
Imagine you got to do morning
Nobody's
radio,
lying about this.
then afternoon
Everything
radio,
we've
then
been
you
told
sound
about is
check,
mental
then you do
acuity
the gig, then
by
maybe
these
you get
Democrats
right
who
on the
lie, and
bus.
everybody
You don't
else is
sleep
for
right
them.
away on the bus.
Has
You're
been
right away,
confirmed. I got
jacked
a
from the
text from a
gig.
friend.
Then
She's
you're
not
rolling
terribly
to town
political.
6 a.m.
She
back to
maxed out
radio,
Biden
some
the
more
last election
radio, a
because she hates
sound
Donald
check.
Trump.
You know, everywhere.
She said to me, I will
I'm
never
tired right
forgive
now from doing
the
comedy, you
Democratic
know?
Party
And that's
for
not
this
even
election.
like, you
If
know,
the Democrats
rock
truly
also
believe that
got
he is an
mad
existential
volume.
threat to
Shit
democracy,
is so fucking loud on
and it's not
stage.
just some
You're
talking
out there
point,
just trying to
they
get
will
above
wake
it.
up in the morning and
Very
they've lost everything else because this is not sustainable.
That's another point about there are Democrats who are panicking, and then there are a lot of Republicans who did not want to vote for Donald Trump, who do not want to vote for Donald Trump, who are also panicking tonight. I heard from one who said, this is scary. That's how it was described to me. And I second that. There was a lot of those feelings, not just from the base of the party, but other people who really think that there should be an alternative to Trump. They think it's dangerous. That's the other part of what is unfolding tonight in terms of panic.
I don't have that show on radio. A couple weeks ago, I was reading when I was home a week.
Support
I
for
got all
third-party
these
candidates.
spots. Yeah.
Robert F.
My
Kennedy
Sunday,
Jr.
my blood
highest.
pressure was
And then
2,000
Jill Stein
because
of
I'm
Cornell
getting
West.
home at
Nowhere
12,
near as close. But if you
staying
add it
up
all
till
up, you get
1,
to
you jack
most
1:30,
states when you
yep,
do that.
and then you
I
get
think
up
one
at 6 or
byproduct
8.
of this is watching
And you're
TV
doing
those
all
numbers
over
go up a
again.
little
Right
bit.
people
I'm not
in
saying
the
they're going to go
podcast,
anywhere like a
talking to this
political
guy,
stand-up,
talking to
but you get
you
to
know,
you
it's
get
the
to
fuck up.
third-party
Yeah, man.
candidates
When I
getting
go on
into
the
double
road, man,
digits, then that's
I
really
try
starts
to
to
keep
twist
it
your
light.
electoral
Friday
balance
and
state, depending
Saturday,
on who they're driving from state by state.
I don't want to be
Congress has
walking
already
around.
been
I
on
don't want to go to no
candidates.
fucking
This is
event.
with number one, the biggest complication right now is the conversation with the Democratic Party. But the other complication is the debate that Joe Biden stays put. And Kate's right. Maybe there'll be another debate. I'm not sure Donald Trump's going to agree to a second debate. Biden's going to lead it now. I'm not sure Trump's going to agree with it.
But you're not a quiet person on stage.
He's breathing, thinking, that requires fucking calories, rest.
Yeah, man. In the last month, I feel like I'm falling apart. It's weird, and I'm terrified of this. But I'm working 7 days a week. I'm 48, and in the last, seriously, in the last month, my knees hurt, but my brain, I feel foggy. And I don't know what that is.
People have a very positive opinion of
See a movie.
I think he did well on immigration. I think he did well on the economy. I think he did well on inflation. I think he went back to Afghanistan as he should have. The thing he did not do was after he realized that he had 5 feet, it's right in his studio and on image. He should have turned the page and sounded an optimistic note about what we can become as a people and as a country. He did not do that. He continued to pummel Joe Biden all night. I understand what you're saying, but at the end of the night, very few things about the policy exchanges is going to be remembered. People are going to remember Joe Biden shuffling out. They're going to remember him staring blankly into the camera. They're going to remember him looking down, losing his train of thought. And they're going to remember that everything I thought I knew, but the White House told me don't believe my own eyes, is actually true.
But that's not what I'm saying. What I said, Scott, was if Joe Biden were not the candidate, if there was another candidate, when I asked him questions,
When I first started out, about 15 years ago, I hadn't figured it out. I was a great lady from game shows on game day. I don't do dick before the show. Really, you don't want to go. And I was like, that's amazing. She goes, and I thought about it. And every time I go meet people to eat dinner at 6, I bomb the first show. Well, it's supposed to be eating dinner talking. And then they're asking you stupid questions. Tell us, by the way, what's the auditioning process? You're talking. That's not. Now you get on stage and you're also. You're in entertainment. You were entertaining. Yeah. So I go to dinner, and you call me up, and I'm like, I want to take you out to dinner. I'm entertaining.
That's what I mean by being proud, because like, if you put,
like when
you put Donald Trump on stage with Ted Cruz, Ted Cruz was more eloquent, and he's a better speaker.
People
I think he brings
to see me, I'm
apparently, I would argue, yeah, absolutely.
These jerk offs.
But most people know
I'm not.
Trump's a smart man.
So what's your perfect day on the road?
Perfect day on the road. On a Friday morning, I get up and go on the radio. I go back, I get stoned, I take a nap.
Trump is funny.
Right, on the way to radio, I might
It's
eat a
funny
little
because I
breakfast,
used to
maybe before I get a little breakfast.
red pillars that
On
worship
the way
Trump and
back,
just
I
stupid
get
realize
stoned.
it's
I
funny.
don't want to do no
It's
fucking
like being like
podcast. I don't want to do shit.
fucking high school, college.
I get up around here.
Being
I
funny,
get up
I
at
really
2
get a sense of
o'clock.
humor.
I'm
It's
done with
so
podcast.
many
I leave here on
so many things
Wednesday.
about your
I'm
character
done
don't
with
matter.
podcast.
It's gonna make
Okay?
people laugh. Truly.
Now, then comes fucking Friday. I get up around 2. I go downstairs. I eat lunch somewhere very close. Somewhere very close. On the way back, I smoke a joint. I drink a cup of coffee. Now I have an hour to sit down and go over my material for the night. Go over maybe something I said to laugh at you, something I'll call you and go, what did I say the other night at the store? And you're telling me that's what I'm doing. My food's digested. So about 4:30, I go to the gym, I ride the bike, I lift some fucking weights, I jump in the pool, you might steam and sauna. You're back upstairs by 6 o'clock. Now you got an hour. You're coming upstairs, you watch a little news. Maybe at 6:30, you go upstairs, you wash your pussy. 7 o'clock, you're ready to fucking go. You sit there till 7:30, you take a cab, and they come get you. See, that's it. I don't want to see nobody. Huh? You don't eat dinner before show? No. I don't want to see nobody. I don't want to eat. I don't want to. Oh, no, I just meant by yourself. Yeah, I'm by myself the whole time. There's no reason to be talking. I'm sitting there, I'm preparing. I got 2 fucking shows. I got to go talk, entertain 250 fucking people a show for 2 shows minimum. What am I going to go do? Who do you want to go talk to? I go do my 2 shows. Now, Friday for me is a big night. That's a big night. Come home, I take sleepy pills. Because I want to sleep 15 hours, because Saturday night I'm not going to sleep. I'm going to get on that fucking plane at 5 in the fucking morning and get the fuck out of there. So my Friday night, there's no partying, there's no drinking, there's no nothing. Once the show's over, I go back, I may get some tea, I may not get some tea. More than likely, I won't get some tea, but I get a nice coffee, strong. And I'll stay up till 2 and write, and go on my show and think of what I said, what I thought of, and blowing orders on or something stupid. And about 2 o'clock, I take 2 fucking sleeping pills, and I want to sleep till 9, 9:30, 10. I want to get up, eat breakfast, and if I'm lucky enough, smoke a joint, come back and take another fucking nap till 12 or 1. And the same thing, I get up. Now today I work out different. I go to the pool and swim. Something again, somewhere light. You eat dinner, and you're in your room. I'm packing. At 5 o'clock, I'm already packing. So when I leave at 7:30, when I come back at 12, nothing. What am I gonna do in the morning? Put my sleep apnea away, take a shower, wash my pussy, drink a cup of coffee, take my vitamins, and go to the airport.
How would you describe the road? Because I know it's business for you, so you can't really look at it this way. But it sounds, I don't know if it sounds mean, but just boring. Like if you were to see, you might want to go see a baseball game or go.
I used to have a lot of fun. Yeah, and there was a time when you were on the road with your musicians, you were new to it. It was fun. You were Slash. That's right. You drink, you smoke the coke, you're going up there. Maybe you had good musical sense. Yeah. Maybe you didn't. Maybe you're going through growing pains. My first 10 years on the road were growing pains, still learning. And you learn. And don't get me wrong, until 7 years ago, I would go on the road to fucking get high. I'm not going to lie to you and tell you there was nothing different. But even then, I took care of myself a little bit. I didn't really get myself involved. Like, I didn't go to people's houses. At the club, somebody brought me to blow. And right from the blow to the whole time.
Yeah, I don't get to people's houses.
No houses, no parties.
They're always trying to get you to go to their house.
Yes. House, no. Then I wake up at 6 in the morning. I don't know where the fuck I am.
Yeah, they might
in a strange city. No. These guys come on. Again, what do you want to do? I came to the show. I don't see where you're staying. There's what's going on. I got a grand old blow in my pocket. We gotta go back to the hotel. I'm sure I'm gonna put you to work. I have a boyfriend that stay here and wait for your fucking boyfriend. I'll go home and jerk off on myself. It's that simple. That's what it used to be. And I learned a lot going on the road with Joe. Joe called me, we want to go work out. I'm talking about bye. Fucking work out. On the road, work out. I'm about to order the three fire macaroni and cheese. I'm gonna get myself a strawberry sandwich and a milkshake. I'm gonna go fucking work out.
Just a fucking death machine.
And then they used to go on. Then they used to go on the road at first. There used to be a lot of us. And I didn't like that. I never liked that. I don't like boys bands. I don't like 6 people hanging out. But that's the way it was, man. And then I raised my hand and he wanted to do it, and it changed. I didn't like that. I didn't like getting up at 1. They always wanted to go to a fucking mall. Yeah. What am I, fucking 16? Yeah. You know, Rogan and Tate, Eddie, let's go to a mall. What the fuck? No fucking mall. People like, let's go to the factory. 5 guys are standing around. Fuck you in the fucking mall. I'm gonna go to the fucking mall. So I stopped going to the mall with those motherfuckers. And I learned that the least I was fucking around in the daytime, and the more I was by myself and in my head, the better I would do at night. Yeah, the more I was in it, and you know when you're in your head. I love it. I love when we go on the road, but I don't. I never skip. I don't want to live it. Yeah. I go on the road when I leave on Thursday. As much as I like you, you need the money, you want me to take, I'll take it. But I got to be honest with you. I don't want to see nobody. I don't know what the fuck you do in the daytime.
I never that was Bobby Lee. I never saw him once.
No, I don't want to do nothing.
And I never even took, because like whenever I go to a show, I don't want to be in the way. But I know you like talking in the green room and stuff. But like when we went to Austin, I never called you. I didn't know what I knew what your process was. But people would text me, be like, "How's the road?" I'm like, "I'm watching TV. I went and walked around the area for a second, but I didn't expect us to be hanging out all day. Like I thought that would have been weird."
It's just something I got over. Yeah. And as you move along, you realize that it's a waste of your energy. I'm about to do 2 shows. People fucking paid to come see me.
Well, what it is too is your life. What people don't understand is for about 6 hours of your life, you're in front of about 5 to 1,000 people, strangers, and you're on. Just, oh yeah, thanks, man. Oh yeah, thanks, look, come show. Check out everything. So then the second I'm done, I run to the room and just chill, decompress all the way to the bottom. It's just like, man. And if I don't grab these personal times, I'm gonna run out of gas. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I shouldn't have fucking told that. That's my problem. Sometimes a guy will be like, hey man, I know you're good with eBay. Can you maybe help me with this? Or hey, can you get my car fixed? Because I know all kinds of people. And then I get into that, and then I go, fuck, I need a nap, and I'm fucked here. You know, whatever. Not just on the road, but in town or whatever. Yeah. And I'm doing 3-4 spots a night in town, and I'm going, fuck, I'm fucked here. I didn't get any sleep today. I gotta have sleep, man. It's weird. I'm 48, but I feel 90 because I'm working 7 days a week. Even with rock, you didn't work 7 days a week. You didn't work like 4 or 5. And, you know, it's different. You got different.
You're out. I see you. You're at the lab. Yeah. You're here. And that's what it takes. That's what a lot of you guys don't think. When you first get to LA or you first moving around here, it's like what they tell you when you go to get out of rehab. You gotta go to a meeting every day for 6 months. Yeah, but we're not going to work out of rehab. If you don't go to a meeting every day for 6 months, and that's the first 90 days, after that means you go to 3 fucking meetings a day. Yeah, and that's what people cry. People don't know that dedication. People don't know. You know, when I got here from 97 to 2005, I went out every night. Those 17 weeks, I was in the longest shirt. It was the first time I wasn't out every night. Because I was in New Mexico. I was out every night, guys. I hosted on Sunday nights. Yeah. You did the open mic on Monday. You did Tuesday because it was back Tuesday before people in the original. And then before that, I needed my coke money. I'd be at Felipe's, I'd be at Fly's, I'd be all over fucking town doing these Mexican. Yeah, because they made you better. By the time I got to the store, I was going to kill those motherfuckers. Because I just did 2 Mexican movies where they're fucking not even paying attention to me. Yeah. You know, I had to follow Jeff Garcia or something. It's amazing. So I was out every night. And one day I go, you know what? It's starting to, I got to do something. You got to pick your battles. And you have to make the schedule. But there's one point in your career where you're here the first 3 or 4 years. You went every night. I didn't know nothing about it. My show was on tonight, Portlandia. No. You want Portlandia? We have a friend that lives in movie land. What's his career do? He's got no time for movies. There's no Breaking Bad in your life. There's no DVR. When I got home at night, I used to get the backstage when I first got here. Yeah, backstage was huge. And if you want to act, this was your way in, because agents wouldn't sign you without a reel. They didn't care what was on that reel, so you had to use college film. So I would buy backstage on the way home and stop at Curse on. Yeah, backstage there at 12, and I go home on Wednesday night, Thursday morning, and I fill out envelopes like my audition and lick letters and handwrite, I want to be in your movie, and send them. So I would get the first, because on those movies, and I have no budget, so I only look at 10 people. So I was only getting my foot in the door. I'd be up till 4 looking at envelopes. Doing blow. Yeah, I'd be looking at envelopes at the same time. Yeah. And then you get up and it's the same. You meet people to write. I was telling somebody I threw my fitness away. Yeah. When I first moved here, I was 240. I went up to 300 pounds. Yeah. In 6 months. Because everything was kind of, it wasn't that I didn't take care of myself. That was, I gave my life to this. That's what I got. Ozzy Osbourne sold your soul for rock and roll. You want to fucking own comedy. You want to own an artist. You want to be a musician. You want to be a painter, a plumber, carpenter. First 5 years, you got to fucking own it. You got to fucking own it. You got to get in there. Well, I can't wait for Thanksgiving night because my fuck your fucking family. Fuck your fucking family. You're the second guy. If you work Thanksgiving, you might fucking get a bump. The guy will pay you. That's how you move up. I've been here for 3 years. Well, work fucking Thanksgiving. You got to work. What the fuck? What the fuck? That's what. As soon as a comic tells me, yeah, things are not happening. I guess you gotta be gay to make it in Hollywood. What are you doing next week? I'm going to my brother's wedding. You know what I'm doing? I'm doing 9 spots in town. That's why nothing's happening to you. Because they come on and it's a fucking jokey joke. Let's go to the improv and hang. There's no hanging. Yeah, there's no hanging. There's no hanging, dog. If you ain't getting on stage, there ain't no hanging. Why you gonna hang? Fuck the who. You hang on stage. Once you hang on stage, you give your goodbyes, you get your free dinner when you're broke. When you're broke and they give you a free cheeseburger, you take that.
You don't miss
motherfucker
that
up.
burger. I ate one last night there.
Yeah, that's the point of doing the spot there.
Absolutely.
Is to get your fucking free meal. That's all comes with it.
When I'm doing an improv, I don't spend money the whole day. I just starve it out till I get there.
That's what a fucking comic does.
Yeah, because I know, I go, okay, I'm gonna eat. I can eat as much as I want there.
When you walk into the comedy store, the cherries fucking flinch. If you walk by the bar and the cherries like, I'm going down.
Yeah.
You're a real fucking comic. You understand?
I heard a great thing from a buddy of mine. He said, Jay Moore said that Jay Leno said, they said, hey man, how'd you get like somewhere at the Comedy Store back in the day? And he said there was 4 comedians in line always. First one got out of line for a drink. The next one got out of line for a joint. The next one got out of line for pussy. And I stepped on stage. And it was an amazing scenario, you know, because that's, when I'm at the places, I'm not there to party. And I'm not there to, you know, seek out anything except stage time.
That comes with age and experience.
Right.
Sit right through the bullshit.
Right.
While they come in, like, let's do a drink. Yeah, I'll be right back. Let's get 2 drinks. Get a Jack and Coke, too. And I'm going to call for heroin. We're going to go back. This fucking moron. Just keep walking.
Yeah.
Just keep walking. Yeah, that's a great thing. Get the fuck out of here. You get your car and you go to the next one. You do another spot. And there's always the people that will be hanging out, you know. What the fuck? Yeah. Go take care of your business first, then come back. Yeah, that was my motto. I went and took care of business first. I snorted coke and I got my dick sucked and I looked out windows. But I went and did my 2 or 3 spots first.
Yeah, you can do anything after you work.
After you work, you do whatever the fuck you want. Because then your conscience is clear to do what I had to do. That's why they call it work. Because nobody wants to fucking do it. How'd you get into music? Now you're from the Bay Area.
Yeah, I got into music when I was.
You know, I used to work at Rabbi Rothschild.
Really?
San Francisco in 1985.
Wow.
What's Rock and Roll? It was a bar, a rock and roll bar that the lights, Cadillacs were all up on the wall, grills.
Yeah.
The lights would go on. And
did they sing in there, the waiters? It was 50s bar, right?
Yeah, something weird.
Yeah.
I worked on Mondays as a doorman.
Did you live in the city?
I lived in the Tenderloin in 1985.
Did you do comedy there?
Not at all. I was robbing people.
Yeah.
I was cashing in my traveler's checks in Japantown for the Cubans. I was a bodyguard. I was selling blow. I did everything. In fact, the other night I read something. I told people on stage that I lived everywhere bad. From the workplaces bad on the Tenderloin. In the end, there was an article Saturday. A bunch of guys were heckling a chick. The guy stuck up for his girlfriend. They stabbed him 9 times. Don't fuck around with the Tenderloin.
Let me tell you something. The Tenderloin still is not gonna. I was just there because we were doing the Warfield, and that's the Ground Zero Turks and all that in there. It's the Ground Zero of just ghetto. And here we're talking about a city where a studio costs $2,200 right now. You know what I mean? But they'll never, and I mean never, be able to charge good money for the Tenderloin. Because the roaches and the fucking stench and the death in there is never going to leave.
So they're not trying to gentrify it?
I'm sure they've tried, but they just, what are you going to do?
The original Joe's is right there.
It just burned down.
That's one that burned down.
That was the great one. They reopened it in North Beach, which is great. But that original Joe's was fire.
Those waiters had the fucking outfits on, dog. It was straight up gangster. I had a guy, Mr. Chow. I always had a Chinese waiter in there. And I get the fucking rusty nails. I get rusty Irishman, the fucking...
Do you know when you're going to San Jose next year already?
July.
Of course.
There's one right there. Right there next to the Fairmont.
I went there one weekend 2 years ago, and I think you went there like 5 times. We went for breakfast once.
Yeah.
You looked up online what time they opened, and we spent in the walk so we'd get there right as they opened the door, and there was already a line.
I'd eat that
at like 10:30
or
or 11 a.m.
the Slim Joe burger. They got the Joe burger, then they had the Slim Joe or the Joe Jr., and it was on a baguette.
Oh,
fresh
they
bacon.
cut it in half. They put mayonnaise on that burger. I usually don't like mayonnaise on my fucking burger.
They got that sidebar there that was like straight out of Bukowski or, Barfly. Had a bar there, you just sit in there all dark, watch the 49ers play, I used to have this group of friends I hung out with. When we turned 30, we had the Dirty 30. And we would meet at Original Joe's and drink on in that back room and eat.
In San Jose.
No, at the San Fran one.
Oh, down
right there behind me, yeah.
I seen a guy stand in front of there one time, bleeding, dead, begging for people to help.
You walked right into Original
Right
Joe's.
into Original.
Yeah, they just step over them. That's standard, routine down there.
I can't help you. That spaghetti's calling my name.
I just moved to New York. And I was going in there to get my spaghetti fix every fucking day for lunch.
It's so good.
I would wake up knowing I had to go out and hustle 50 for lunch just to go to Original Joe's like a doctor. As long as I had a meatball, I'm good to fucking go. I don't need spaghetti with this and that. All you fucking morons are ruining your spaghetti. I need spaghetti and 2 fucking meatballs and a piece of bread and some butter. That's it.
Yeah, you know who's got a mean spaghetti? Jones. You eat there, Santa Monica and La Brea. It's killer. Jones. That's the rock and roll. It's been there like for 25, 30 years, but the jukebox has the best metal. Like you're in there, they're playing Motorhead. They have a wall of Jack Daniels bottles, and then it's all rock and roll, and then they serve spaghetti in a skillet. Comes out fucking just cooking, and it's killer, man. The sauce is kind of spicy. 2 big meatballs, and you're listening to Motorhead.
See, meanwhile, you take a train down to eat fucking French food.
No, you got to eat at this place. I go there. I go there like once a week. Jones. It's in Santa Monica by that Target and that Best Buy right there. Yeah. Oh, Formosa Cafe is across the street from it, so it's right there.
Right the weed store there. There
yeah.
used to be a weed store.
There was a weed store there. Yeah.
You know me, I'm better than fucking weed maps.
Yeah.
What was I say to you? So you started in San Francisco. What was cracking up there then? What kind of music was on fire? I mean, that's Santana. That's a fucking beautiful area. But what was cracking for you? What made you pick up the guitar, the microphone, or the drums? What was it?
Well, I mean, it's the bands that you're listening to, but then there's big club bands at the time. The club that was the ground zero for San Fran was called The Stone. It was on 412 Broadway. It's on Broadway. Across the street was the Mabue Gardens. That was the CBGBs of the West Coast. And those 2 clubs had all the rock and all the punk. And everyone played them. You know, everyone from fucking, Devo, Dead Kennedys, Jerry Garcia, Slayer, Kiss. Everybody, played those 2 rooms. And I would just hang there every fucking day. It was like my comedy store now, my workshop. And there was big club bands that nobody knew, but they were stars to me. Local bands that were selling it out, like Vicious Rumors or Roadrunner, this band Le Mans, all these bands when I was growing up. And then Metallica came in, and it became Metallica and Exodus and Law's Rocket and all this metal Testament. And really, it was like once Metallica started hitting, I was like, wow, this is fucking great.
What were you doing for a living then?
I did construction, which was the fucking worst. You gotta get up at like 6. And I was a laborer, carrying fucking wood up. I did that for a while. Then I painted. I moved on to painting houses. And then I got into booking the Stone. I was like, I don't know, maybe 20. And I started booking the club. Because I knew all the bands, so I was helping them. Like, you got to get this band or that band. And they're like, well, why don't you book the weeknights? And that's really where I got my knowledge of business, which helped now with comedy. I understand booking. I understand agencies. I understand commissions, deals, all that paperwork and everything, deposits. I learned it all as a kid. So it helped me as I played rock. I just managed the band myself because I already knew all the scams and deals and how it worked, And also when a great band came, my band opened. Because I booked myself on it, you know what I mean? So it was a great learning experience.
We talk a lot about some people don't want to start from the bottom.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool that a lot of musicians might not, I don't want to work at the club and I'm a musician. It's pretty cool that you went and you learned and it helped you out. Like some people wouldn't do that job.
You know, I think the thing was, to me, it was like, it was a record store of that, if you could, or a Guitar Center, if you could be around rock and music. Yeah, we're talking about, this isn't now, where you go to Chipotle and fuckers got tattoos on their necks and hands. And, you know, back then, if you had even one tattoo, you'd have to hide it. And for a regular job, you couldn't have long hair, you'd have to put it up in a hat, you know. Now you can just look like a garbage can and work at Chipotle. I mean, you know, like I always say, I don't think I got enough tattoos to work at Chipotle, and I'm covered in them. So whenever you could get a job where you could say, this is how I look, and I'm going to be gone maybe a couple days a week instantly to do a gig, that's the kind of gig you're looking for. You know, because you gotta make some money. You're not making any money in your band when you're starting. You know, and that's not what it's about anyway. You know, that's why a lot of rockers back then painted or did construction, because it didn't matter what you looked at down there.
There's a company out here that's called Rock and Roll Movers.
Yeah,
they're just in a band and they move.
That's it. I've seen them. Whatever you could do back then and get away with your look, you gotta understand, hair down to your ass and tattoos, no one's higher than you. You know what I mean? What are you gonna do? Like work as a waiter? People go, who is that criminal? I mean, that was actually a criminal look. Sideburns. Yeah, I looked like Neil Young, bro. Big old mutton chops and straight hair, like a Greg Allman, you know. You're not getting a regular job like that. You gotta work. But also, you didn't have to work that much because rent was like $1 in the city back then. No one wanted to live in the city. They wanted to live in Marin or Walnut Creek. The city is blue collar and dirty. You know, so all the artists lived in the city and rockers and painters. It was fucking fantastic. Now all the rich people want to live in the city, you know, because it's like, ooh, it's, you know, it's multicultural and it's in a cappuccino. Yeah, this is our city. It's like, fuck, man. You wanted Marin, go back over there. It's crazy, man. I remember living in an amazing apartment for $275, and I had a garage in San Fran. That's like fucking $275, man.
I lived at the Virginia Hotel, which is now the hostel.
The hostel.
And Tenderloin, right there across from the Hilton.
Yeah. Oh, I know that.
The Alexander Hotel. That's the first hotel I robbed. I mean, it's fucking crazy. I was a full-blown criminal in San Francisco. My first apprenticeship being out of Jersey. What was the first band you were in?
First band I was in, this is an amazing story. I told it somewhere else, but I was in a band with 4 buddies. I was in high school still. They were 2 years out. Started this band, and we named it Warrant because me and the other guy always had warrants. Like, you know, run a stop sign, you get a ticket, you just fuck that thing.
You got a warrant.
Got a warrant. You know, fucking speeding, see you later. I'm not paying that shit. I ain't got no money. And then, you know, there'd be that tail light out you didn't know about. Get pulled over, and
there you go. Bye-bye.
Fucking warrant. Sitting down there at 850 Bryant, San Francisco, going, fuck. So we get the band together, and my mom's like, you guys should be called Warrant. You know, my mom, she was like, you guys all have warrants always. It's a great name. Like, that is great. My mom was smart enough to copyright the name in Sacramento. You can copyright it for like $100. You own the name. And a few years later, that band Warrant got big, and they came a knocking. You know, they were like, hey, their lawyers called and said, we tracked you down. This is pre-internet or fucking cell phones. And they're like, we want to buy the name. We'll give you $750 or whatever. And we're like, no, because we were big. We don't want to give up our name. That's like starting over. You know, you can't be like, you know, the Ding Dongs, formerly Warrant. It's just starting over. It just looks hokey. And we were on a fucking roll. Then they called about a month later. We'll give you $2,000. And it was me and my buddy who were partners. We're like, nah, it's not worth it, $2,000. And we're broke, right? Then we don't hear from them for like 6 months. And they're like, they call and they go, we'll give you $10,000. Last offer, we said no. And then they go, all right, 20. Immediately we go, okay. We sold them the name. It was funny about 7 years ago, I was in Vegas seeing Metallica New Year's Eve, and I didn't want to get a room, so I just stayed up all night and then caught the first flight out. And I'm sitting there on this couch, and here comes this guy. I said, look at him, I know this guy. He sits right by me. I can't believe it. It's Jamie Lane, the singer of Warren. He recently passed away a few years back in the hotel right up here. Exactly. He sits by me, and we've never met. I mean, this is fucking creepy, right? There it is, like, out of nowhere, a guy sitting next to me. I said, hey, man, I sold that band name to you. He goes, oh, fuck, man, I always hated that fucking name. I can't believe I'm meeting you, man. I go, I know, right here. He goes, yeah, I wanted to call it Lane, like Lane Street or something, because he came into the band later, but they were big under Warren. The label wouldn't do this. I hated it. Then we paid you guys. Came out of our pockets. I was like, hey, man, sorry, brother. And he's all good. Let's go watch a game. He was into like a college team. He wanted me to go see where we landed. I was like, see you, man. It was weird. And then he was dead like a year later. Strange, though, how you meet someone later, right? It's weird how that.
You tell him.
I tell him.
Back about a year ago, I bumped into Ice Cube. Ice-T, which one is the really good rapper? Not Ice Cube. No.
The guy in Law and Order.
Yeah, the guy in Law and Order.
Oh, that's Ice-T.
I seen Ice Cube. I opened for Ice Cube.
Yeah.
In 1995 in Boulder for $100. I would go to the Fox Theater and torment them.
That's a crazy theater.
I had fucking 8 minutes of the ticket. Yeah. I would go torment them. I got 20 minutes. I want to open up for something. They go, all right, whatever, we'll call you. One day they fucking call me. You open up Ice Cube, you take $100 right here. I went up there and fucking bombed so bad. They were fucking, but they had weed and it was terrible.
Dude, I tell you.
A year ago, I seen him and I go, I don't know if you remember, I opened for you, Paul. He goes, yeah, we were pretty bad back then. We were fucking laughing our asses off. Remember, you were embarrassed. You came back there and shit. I was, what do you do? But
life's weird, right? Like, I worshipped NWA growing up. I saw Ice Cube 3 different times. And, I mean, he was like God when I was a kid. I did a movie with him 5 years ago. And I couldn't fucking believe the first day on the set, he comes walking up. He's like, hey, how's it going? I was like, that's fucking Ice Cube right there. Straight out of Compton. Crazy motherfucking name, Ice Cube. From a gang called Niggas with Attitude. You know what I mean? You're like, man, that's him. It's crazy to do a movie with a guy that who thought 20 years ago I'm going to be sitting, doing a football movie with him. It's so bizarre, right?
It works. When I got here, I got to meet James Copeland. I did a movie with James Copeland in Harless. And I thought my whole life was it. That was it. And I did something with Dick Van Dyke, who was, when I came from Cuba, that's how I learned to speak the language. And I kept talking to his son. He's like, why are your eyes watering? And I kept saying, I can't look at your dad. And I told Dick Van Dyke's son the story, and he went and got him. Come and tell my dad. And I'm telling Dick Van Dyke the story. I'm just crying. I'm just bawling. I'm just like, you have no idea what this means to me. And I know I kept saying, you have watched your show every fucking morning. And here I am, with you. Oh my fucking God, are you kidding me? If my mother's alive, everyone's the phone lighting candles.
It's crazy,
It
right?
really is that you look up to people and you bump into them years later. I've been wanting to go see Pat Benatar. Yeah, I was a big Pat Benatar fan. Every time she's in town, I'm out of town, but I would love to go up to the Canyon Club and see them, and then afterwards tell her how I fucking mailed 1,000 postcards when she married the guitar. MTV did a contest to go to Hawaii to Pat Benatar's wedding. And I was so deranged at 18, 19.
Really?
I thought I was going to win the wedding.
That's astounding.
I wrote postcards for a week. I thought I had it locked in.
What the hell is the children, right?
Oh, wow. Pat Benatar's Crime of Passion.
Awesome.
And the second one. The second one, the third one, fucking, his guitar work is tremendous.
The guy's great. But her too, like, you better run. Is that it? You better hide.
The video with her with the white and black t-shirt on, that's it. You better run. Do the white and black t-shirt. Oh.
So hot, man. Yeah, that was my first band, and you know, you just kind of you're gigging and you're rocking, you're playing cake parties and shit, and you're learning. It's funny to think about, like where I am now in life was all because of that back then, you know? All that
Get you ready for that.
That's it, man. Cake parties, you know, whatever it was, fucking, you know, high school.
How similar are the businesses?
Comedy, music business is a complete robbery.
Yeah, now because of the stealing and stuff.
Let me tell you, I did that movie with Ice Cube. The day I got home, there were checks in my mailbox from the movie. You try to get music money, forget it. It would come 4 times a year, and that was only if you had some guy that could fucking hound down your money. Or else you just play free. It's always been like that. You know what I mean? Like, hey, where's our royalties? Oh, we sent them out. No, you didn't. Well, we'll go to accounting and we'll call you back. And then, you know, months later, where's our money? Movies, it would blew my mind because each week you're working, on the Monday, the fucking check's in there. So I was like, this is incredible. There's actually money here. I mean, I have no manager, no agent. They could easily just said, thanks, man. What am I going to do? You know what I mean? Everyone would do their first 10 movies free. You know what I mean? A movie that I could be, hey, you want to do it free? You go, yeah, fuck yeah, I want to do it free.
The music stories I've heard have been just mind-boggling. Black Sabbath not getting checks. You know, Rudy Sarzo was here last week talking about oh, you want money? We ate all the mothballs. I guess we have to start the motherfucking kick. Those fucking edibles on fire.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, the music stories I've heard, it's just, you know, the guy from CCR.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Rod, Ozzy. I mean, just, you know, I remember years ago talking to somebody who was opening up for somebody like you, like 10 years ago. You lived in the building with this kid didn't even have money for rent, and I asked him, I go, you're on a tour with Jane's Addiction? Aren't you making money? No, we're paying back the first album.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They're taking all the money for the first album.
Well, I talk about it a lot on my podcast. It's a loan. You sign a record deal. And Rudy Sarzo and I were talking about how fucking funny this is. It's the only loan that when you pay back, you don't own it still. So they loan you the money to make the record. Say they loan you $250,000. You have to pay that back. Then once you pay it back, you start getting residuals, you know, royalties from your record. But you don't own your record, which is hilarious.
So what's the point of an album then if they don't pay for recording costs? Isn't that the point of?
Well, your point is you hope it sells so you can go out on the road and sell T-shirts and tickets and make money from T-shirts and tickets. You know, shirt costs you $2 to make. These fuckers are selling them for like $65, you know, $55 a T-shirt. Anyway, you don't own the records, so you're locked into a 7-album deal. It's 3 for sure, unless they don't like you. If your first record doesn't sell, they just drop you. But if it does sell, you're locked into them for 7, you know, or 3, whatever you signed. And it's all alone, always. So the genius of these bands that made it through, like Metallica and Soundgarden and Jack White and Josh, you know, from Queens, all these guys now, they can put their own records out because they have a draw that'll buy them, and they're making way more money than they did when they were on a record label, you know, on a big record label.
So how does U2 give their CD away to everybody with iTunes?
Well, U2 is at a situation where nobody's buying records. They know it. So they're like, it backfired on them, but they thought this will make us look like heroes. We're U2, the big money machine. We're going to give you a record. But then the way they did it, nobody liked it because it felt like, you know, you invaded my phone, which I understand. But what it really did was open your eyes to, like, anybody can just go into your phone.
Shows how much access they have to.
Yeah, of course. If you think you have anything that's not accessed, like your internet or you're fucking, anytime you click on porn, they could just, whatever. I mean, there's so many people, nobody cares what you're doing unless it's a serious crime. But, you know, that's why it backfired on me, you know? And also, I didn't think the record was that good.
That was the biggest complaint. You put shitty music in my fucking mailbox. You can't put shit in my mailbox. Let it be good. Put pictures of pussy in there, something. You're not going to show up with bad fucking music.
You know what would have been awesome? If they would have sent you their library. Here's all our records, and by the way, the new one's in there too. They would have looked like fucking kings.
They were already sold. They already made the money.
Yeah, you would have got Octung Baby. You would have got Joshua Tree. You would have got Unforgettable Fire or whatever. Could you imagine if they did that? Here's our catalog. Thank you for being our fans for years. You would have just been like, fuck, what a bunch of kings. You know what I mean? Then you would have got the new one. You wouldn't have said anything. You would have got, oh, and I got the new one. It's not bad. You know?
I was a big music fan growing up. It's all you had.
Yeah.
For certain people, it's all you have. And I went to everything. I went to James Brown. I went to all the genres. Pat Benatar. I went to see Tom Petty with the chick from fucking Fleetwood Mac.
Yeah.
In '83.
Stevie Nicks.
I went to all this shit as a kid, and I believed in it, you know. And
me too.
And then you hear all this shit, and then I'm still a fan. I mean, it doesn't make a difference to me. But then you get in this business here, and it's like you look behind the curtain a little bit. Yeah. And now you understand the stories. You know, you understand Don Harden telling his daughter that Ozzy Osbourne's dead. He's worthless. He's a piece of shit. We already robbed him for everything. I mean, they robbed that, you know.
Left him in the Sunset Marquee to die.
Sunset Marquee to die. I remember when I first got here, my first real job was a video for John Fogerty.
Yeah.
I got it at the comedy stores. I was walking out when they wanted a couple of tough-looking guys. I went to the next day as a director of Barbed Wire, and I got to sit at lunch with John Fogerty. I didn't bother him. And he just was talking to everybody. And that was the whole thing, that he didn't get any residuals for all those songs with CCR. Something fucking outrageous. Like, you sit there and go, what are you saying?
Guy took all his money. He owned Fantasy Records. He's the guy that did the Godfather soundtrack. And that was the big war with his brother. His name is Sals Van Zandt, I think. There's a song that Fogerty did called I Don't Dance for Sal or something. But his brother died of AIDS, and on his deathbed, him and his brother never talked again because he took the side of Sals Van Zandt or whatever. And so on his deathbed, Fogerty said, fuck it, I'm going to go see him. I got to fucking end this. And he went to his deathbed, and his brother said, I'm still on Sal's side. And he just said, oh, motherfucker. I just walked out, you know. Can you believe that, man? That's an interesting story, man. I think the main problem is when you're fucking hungry and a guy comes along and says you want to make records and be famous, you sign anything. And then, because you're thinking you're signing away nothing. Who cares? I got nothing now. I'm going to go into the studio and make a record.
Have you ever signed anything bad?
I didn't. I got lucky because over the years of stories, I was pretty like sharp on it. I wasn't like the cocaine guy, like, yeah, rock and roll, and just sign anything. I was like, yeah, rock and roll, but let's look at this for a minute. You know what I mean? So, and also I never sold enough records to know about getting ripped off. You have to get to a level first to get ripped off. You know how many bands signed deals and didn't do anything? You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, I got to get ripped off. There's nothing there. You have to get to a big level, and then you get ripped off.
You know, the music industry also gave me the dream to be a comic, because you read about, you know, Alanis Morissette putting out an album that dies, and then, you know, you read about the Sheryl Crow's putting out an album, the album dies, and the record label dumps her, and she moves to Vegas and starts jamming with some guys, and we got Sheryl Crow back on the fucking map. You know, I remember seeing Sheryl Crow doing a free concert in Boulder, opening up for like local guys, bands in the area. And 6 months later, next thing you know, she was fucking headlining Fevers, you know. You know, all I want to do is have some fun. It was amazing. I saw it. I saw her in March, and then in October, there she is. Fucking at the Fox Theater headlining it for
Yeah.
You know, that's how quick, you know. So that little dream for music, you know, Ozzy Osbourne was dead. He hooks up with Randy Rhoads. The first album was a monster. It's a fucking monster. I'm there April 12th at the Palladium with my buddies. Yeah, and so you learn that listening to those stories always kept my dream alive for comedy. I think that was the main reason that helped me stick it out. You hear about all those, you know, singers that are dead. And, you know, Joe Lynn Turner.
Yeah.
Joe Linguido, whatever his real name is. What's up, Lee? You're all fucked up. Where's Tony Bennett?
Oh, shit.
You're slipping. You didn't play Tony Bennett last week either.
I did.
The Church of What's Happening Now, Monday night with Dean Del Rey. A beautiful fucking Monday night. Well, Tony Bennett for you cocksuckers. Slow things down a little bit. Oh, shit. Lee, look at the shit. You gonna eat this fucking last piece?
No.
You're not even high, cocksucker.
Don't be silly.
You're not even high. I tell you, that's a new chef.
Well, he's putting the same amount of weed in it.
Keep it low. It's beautiful.
Where do I piss? Right there?
Yeah, we're gonna split this last piece.
No, we're not.
Yeah.
Which way?
Left. Now people know where our bathrooms are. How's that candy, bud?
Which one?
I don't know. I like Kit Kats, but I haven't had malted balls for a while. Malt balls.
Let me give some shout outs here with my mate, man. Is taking a piss there. I love you guys. Garrett Richardson, thank you very much for the card. Mental, I was going to bring it and read it for Lee, but I forgot it. Cleo, happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Cleo.
I'm happy you enjoyed your present. Somebody hit me up a couple days ago and said they want to give Cleo something nice. It was a GoFundMe account, and Lee and I donated a little something to the church. And, we're family, so this is how we do it. Cleo, we love you. Don, thank you again for the Don San, thank you for the kind words. I hope you're Chinese or Japanese. I don't know what the fuck you are, but you made sense. Kareem Ismail, Sean Toner, I love you, cocksuckers. Bobby Sharoon, and Tony B. Ferguson. I hope the piece is on. I hope no black people are jumping up and down. I hope a lot of shit ain't going on in Ferguson. How was that pee, okay?
It was awesome.
Sometimes you gotta let that fucking spout open up and shit crack-a-lax.
What's weird is I can drink about 1,000 iced teas and not have to piss.
But water cleans you right the fuck out. Yeah, that's what it's supposed to do. It's a natural
shit. Fucking.
So, what was the band that you went on tour with other bands with? That's this one here, Blacktop?
Yeah,
Two-Lane Blacktop.
It was a combination of Two-Lane Blacktop and then my solo career of Dean Del Rey. That record right there, you were talking about Sheryl Crow. Linda Perry signed the band to Interscope from Four Non Blondes, who now, she wrote some of the biggest songs for Pink and Christina Aguilera. But remember, she had that, "What's going on?"
Yeah.
So that's her label there, Rockstar Records. And we did a record with Bill Bottrell, who did those Sheryl Crow first two records. And then the band disintegrated. I went solo, and from there on, just played nonstop rock and roll, man. Like Springsteen style, Black Crowes, that kind of music.
No AC/DC. You got a tattoo of Bon Scott. You did a little soul strip or nothing.
When I was young, I did a tribute to Bon every year on the day he died called the Church of Bon Scott. Every year, do an entire AC/DC run every year. But that would be pretty much my AC/DC. Early on, I would play one song a gig, Usually it was Jailbreak. Gonna make a G. That's a great one, right? Last week, I played with Marin at the Baked Potato. Remember, I told you to come. And I did Let There Be Rock with the band. That was awesome. First time I sang with the band in years since I started comedy. 5, 6, 7 years.
You know, it's one of my all-time favorite albums, Power Rage.
Yeah, that's a great
one of my all-time favorite fucking albums. I always steal from radio stations out of respect. When they leave me in a room for a while, I see they got great AC/DC. They got Power Rage. It's going home with Papa. I love Let That Be Rock. That Highway to Hell, you know, people just don't get it. People just, this new generation of life just doesn't get it. Yeah. To me, Walk All Over You and Touch Too Much, Bon Scott is just sensational, but Angus fucking takes over. I mean, just, yeah. Power Rage, you know, I remember we were talking about Things from England because the first AC/DC album came in 2 different albums. Yeah, yeah. You know, so the American one doesn't have Soul Stripper on it. It only came out in Australia or the UK. So we would have to go up there. That's what we were talking about with Rudy. Rudy's good friends with them. Right. It's where in Jersey where we're from. Rudy's went to Memorial. So there's a store, Things from England, and I went there. I could call him and say I need 2 tickets for Ozzy, and he would get me the 2 tickets. Right. I paid him the fake, whatever the fuck it was, but I just love everything AC/DC. Do I like Brian Johnson? I tolerate Back in Black. Right. I don't like listening to it anymore because you had to be around in 1980. I heard that album at every party. That was it. There was a time where every place you went, da 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 da, and I would lose my fucking, like I can't hear it. When I'm listening to a radio and I hear Back in Black for 2 minutes, I get happy, then I switch it. Yeah. You want to impress me, bitch? Put on Problem Child. Put on Squealer. Put on fucking Rock and Roll Dalmatian. Anything but that fucking Back in Black album. For those who suck the cock, we salute you. Again, I shoplifted that album from Pat Mark.
I love that record, man.
You know, I like 2 songs. It was funny because once I started doing my thing when I was like 19, I got less and less into the concerts. But I saw everybody. I seen the Scorpions and Rainbow. Yeah, I saw the Scorpions. Was it with Rainbow the one year in '82? Blackout.
On the Blackout album? I saw that tour, but Jovi opened. Yeah, on like the 7800 Fahrenheit or whatever his first record. Yeah. They had that song.
Runaway.
Yeah. Ooh, she's a little runaway. That they opened on that.
Never saw Bon Jovi.
Wow, I've seen him 3 times. It's funny because Jovi gets a lot of flack and stuff, but you know, fuck man, those songs. He wrote a lot of songs. You know what I mean? And he's kind of like a survivor. You know, he took some shit job as a janitor at the studio and then tracked at night in it and wrote that Runaway song and then fucking came out and worked it, you know. And it's funny when you're on the road like you and you go to these towns, or I've been all around the world, you go to these cities like where Def Leppard's from or Jovi, and you're like, hey man, these fucking guys came out of here. You know what I mean? Like how? Like when I go to Sheffield, England, I think Def Leppard was in this old shit steel town, and they played rock.
Where's Judas Priest? Same place with Sabbath.
Yeah, same thing. You know, like Birmingham.
Yeah.
And they describe those places, and then you go even right now. If you go to fucking Birmingham, you're like, this place is a dump. You know, they got out of here. And they fucking made it, man. We're not talking about a band that started in New York or LA. We're talking about some fucking toenail on the continent, and they got out. It's so weird to me, you know, when you play the Stone Pony and you go, this is like Bruce Land right here. You know, and you're in Asbury Park, and it's like an old shit rundown amusement park that's gone, with a faded Pee-wee golf there.
It's fucking crazy.
It's crazy, and there's nothing there. It looks like atomic bomb went off, except Stone Pony and then a couple things. You go, hey, this is Asbury Park?
I only went to the Stone Pony one time. I used to go to the Asbury Park Convention Center.
Yeah.
I think I saw Priest there one time.
That place right there on the wall. Yeah, that place is great, right?
Jim Florentine tells a great story on Metal Midgets about going to see Leopard there. And I went to that concert. For a while, you would go to concerts, somebody always light a smoke bomb.
Yeah.
And people would freak out. And he told the story about lighting a smoke bomb and running out. It was him. They threw him out. And he had red eyes. He had to call his mother because he was 14. That was us. concerts were the biggest release,
They were, man. Without them, I'm dead.
And now I don't go, and I feel fucking terrible. My wife had tickets to go for me to go see Nine Inch Nails and whatever. I had surgery the next day, and I was like, fuck. And I wanted to go, but I thought about the Hollywood Bowl, and it's a fucking hike up hills, and you got to fucking park on the bottom. And here I am with a busted meniscus walking up a fucking hill, and then if you got to pee, God forbid, you got to walk down the hill. And pee and walk back up the fucking hill. I went to see the Stones Day. I left after 3 songs.
I was on that tour.
I was smoking cigarettes, and I had a monkey in my pocket.
Yeah.
And I don't give a fuck about the Stones. I watched 3 songs. I loved them to death. I had already seen them in 78 and 81. I was like, you know what?
Yeah.
Enough. I'm out.
Some Girls Tattoo You.
Some Girls Tattoo You.
Great albums, man.
Some Girls in Philly.
Yeah. And they recorded that.
With Foreigner.
Yeah, with who? Foreigner. Yeah.
Foreigner.
I just said on my podcast last week, Foreigner is underrated, man.
One of the best voices in music, whatever that guy's name is.
Yeah, Rick Grant.
One of the best voices in music.
Head Games, Cold as Ice, Dirty White Boy.
The first album.
Unbelievable.
The first album, it was a Monday, a day like any other day. All that shit.
Fucking great.
It's tremendous, tremendous.
This band is great, man. They're an American treasure, man. Or where? I don't even know where they're from.
No, they're from England. He's
English,
Lou Grant.
They're like an American rock and roll band, though. The sound is classic rock.
You know who I love? You know who still? I love Zeppelin. I love AC/DC. I love Sabbath with all my heart. But one of the best bands of all time to me, and he is the greatest voice in rock. He's up there with Freddie Mercury. It's Bad Company.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know that he was the only singer they considered replacing Jim Morrison when he died.
Right.
I don't even think he had Free yet.
Free is unbelievable.
But I watched it a couple of years ago when he sang for Queen at the VH1 Rock Awards. And he did the song Must Go On.
Yeah.
And he's got a wig now.
Yeah.
He's got a fucking wig.
Yeah, he does have that wig.
But he's built. He's a karate expert.
He's got a body and he always wears a tank top.
That's why they broke up, because he kicked Kurt in the fucking mouth. He broke his jaw with a kick. A lot of Kurt. What's the guy's name? The guitar player for Back Up, the good one. Simon Kirk. Simon Kirk. He broke one of their fucking jaws. Either him or the other guy. Don't quote. I went to Desolation Angels in '78 when I came back from 5-star basketball camp. As soon as I got my buddies, like, get in the car, we'll go to Nassau Coliseum. And the fucking drummer did something, and the lights went out, and the drumsticks glowed in the dark. And we had eaten like acid or mescaline or something. My head almost fucking blew up. But I remember that he was one thing I didn't understand about live music was something you said. You said that, when you see somebody in a studio, they sing like that. And then when you see them live, you're like, ugh.
Yeah.
He was to the T.
Still is right now.
Just like the guy from Priest. At Solar Angels that time.
Rob Halford.
Solar Angels. And when the victim of change is live, you'd be like, I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good. Because towards the end, Ozzy Osbourne supposedly had like a back singer in the back that would sing from. I don't think he's doing on this tour. I heard this tour, Sabbath, is just fucking tremendous.
Yeah, I don't know. I heard Jim Norton a couple days ago. I listened to Jim Norton a lot. I love Jim, and I love Jim Florentine. Florentine's a friend of mine, and Don Jameson, and sometimes I'll be like, hey man, I don't know, the singing's just not there anymore. They just completely deaf ear me. Like, no man, no, they're great. And I'm like, oh come on, man, we saw them. But Norton said something funny a couple days ago. It was awesome. He said, yeah, they don't play Symptom of the Universe anymore, Sabbath. And he goes, I think because Ozzy can't hit the notes. And he goes, I don't care, though. Sing it shitty. If I want it perfect, I'll put it on the record. I just want to hear the song. And I was like, that's a freaking pretty cool outlet, because I used to be kind of negative on it, like, man, the singing's horrible. But now I'm just like, well, they're there, and once these bands are gone, they're gone. You know what I mean? What are we going to see? There's not going to be anybody we're going to go see.
So what do you guys think about lip syncers then? Like when there's always like a lip syncing catastrophe or something every 6 months, like Ashley, whatever. Are you negative about it, or would you rather they just do that?
I don't want to see somebody fucking lip sync.
I think it's the fucking crime of the business.
But then People would pay $250 to see Britney Spears lip sync. And I get it. I get it when somebody jumps up and down at the beginning of the tour and they're out of shape. I get it when Janet Jackson starts her tour in Denver, that when she first starts the tour, she's singing 15% of the tour. By the middle of the tour, she's handling it to 85%. There's a little music because she moves around. I get that. But I don't want to fucking see Robert Plant lip sync. You know, Led Zeppelin never did a TV performance because they maintained a certain patois, what they were going to do and what they weren't going to do. I'm going to give some sponsors a shout out, so I'm going to get back to you on something here real important. First off, as usual, motherfucking on it, especially now for the holiday season. Tell that freak you're dating, tell your mom, your grandfather, you want to be a strong mental fucking savage. Go to honest.com. It all starts off with Alpha Brain. Money back guarantee when you want the fucking product back. That's how much we believe in the fucking product, okay? Number two, Shroom Tech. It's the winter season. You're flying. You're on trains. You're hanging out with all these fucking foreigners, eating hummus and shit. You don't need that aggravation. Take the fucking Shroom Tech so you're covered. Go with both. What else does Omnet have? Omnet has beautiful kettlebells. Omnet has battle ropes. Omnet has so many things going on. They have that MCI juice, your coconut tea, your flavor, your smoothies and whatnot. Go to Omnet.com right now. See what they got. Treat yourself for Christmas. Be a good friend to yourself, cocksuckers. Go to Honor and Press Church in the motherfucking box and get 10% off. That's how we run.
They could get stay on it for somebody for Christmas.
And you get stay on it. They don't have to leave the fucking house. The pills get delivered right to their house, okay? Number two, I want to give a tremendous shout out to Iron Dragon TV. I fucking opened it up with my wife the other day. I love what these guys are doing. Listen, you're going to get home some night. There's not going to be nothing on your 150 fucking direct TV that you're paying. Smoke a number, do a few bunkers, order Chinese to go. Go on Iron Dragon TV. Watch what they got. You know what? Open up with this. Get 2 free movies. What do they get?
They get 2 free rentals for Emily Price Joey.
And Joey. And for 2 free ones. They got the Ip Man series. They got the Chow Yun Fat. They got Dennis Chan. They got shit you don't even know fucking exists. This is why. If you're a martial art enthusiast, you like people flying through the air, Japanese people stabbing each other, IronDragonTV.com. Go there right now. Stop fucking around. Do a bong hit. Go get your 2 free movies. 2 free fucking movies. These guys got big things coming on. The 4K comes out in January. You ready for the fucking 4K? No. Iron Dragon TV's fucking ready. Go to IronDragonTV.com now. Get your 2 free movies on the Roku. Why you fucking around looking at me here, right? What are they going to press in the box? Joey. Joey. Get your 2 free fucking movies today. It's the holiday. You're going to sit there Thanksgiving with your thumb up your ass after the game. Your grandfather's going to tell you about World War II. Whatever the fuck. You know what, Gramps? It's time for Iron Dragon TV shit, bird. Sit down, watch a kung fu movie, and let yourself go. Hit it. Listen, it's the holiday season. You're sitting there smoking like a chimney. You sound like you got emphysema in your asshole. Stop fucking around. Go to hitty6.com. Get your lungs back, cocksucker, like I did. Right here. Boom, a cigar, Hitty6. 1,200 guaranteed hits. You want to quit smoking cigarettes? I got a 24 milligram, 16 and 8 and a 0. Work yourself in 1 month. I'm going to stop smoking cigarettes. I don't need to smell like a fucking dick breath no more. I don't need to smell like I ate somebody's asshole for 12 hours. You're a fucking savage. You want to pick up chicks, you want to eat pussy, and then I had an itchy fucking snatch for 2 weeks. That's how you do it. You got nicotine in your mouth. You eat that little monkey, they start chickling. You don't need that shit. Go to hitty6.com right now. Take a look at the flavors. Take a look at the selection. Just this alone, the cigars, the holiday season. You want to tell people bullshit stories and blow smoke in their face. This is the fucking e-cigar for you. Go to hitty6.com right now and press in.
Joey's Church.
Oh, shit. And what do they get, Lee?
They get 20% off.
20% off. Who's giving you that? You got to go stand online and smell armpits and bump into fat people getting blenders and shit to make milkshake. You don't have to leave the fucking house. Black Friday can suck my dick, and it's sucking your dick, too. If I find out you're out there fucking around with these people, I'm disowning you, cocksucker. Go to hitty6.com right now. See a selection they got. Start the new year off. Smokeless, cocksucker. Blowing vapor in his eyeball. When they press the box,
Joey's Church.
There you go. Nailed it life. I don't know what to tell you about these guys. The best vapor fucker. You want to smoke wax? You want to do all that crazy shit? You want to burn out and listen to Black Sabbath, Symptom of the Universe? Go to naileditlife.com. See what they got to offer you. They got the best vapor pen in the market. They're going to give you 20% off. So it's $50. They're going to give it to you for $40. That's number one. Number two, you got a problem with it or something, you call Dave. Boom! You got the piece the next day. That's not all what they got. They're also the inventor of the gummy bears. You want to die and see Lucifer's dick? take a gummy bear, 250 milligrams of fucking heavy duty THC wax. I don't even know what they put in
the peanut brittle.
And the peanut brittle. Ari said he ate it. He did some the other day. It's fucking tremendous.
He did it on his podcast.
There you go. Go to nailedinlife.com and press in.
Joey Diaz.
Oh shit! And get 20% off your first paper pen sent right to your house. Why you fucking around staring at me? Do it now, cocksuckers. Again, on it, IronDragonTV.com, Nailed It Life. No, HitE6.com and Nailed It Life.
Yeah.
Let's talk about something here before we close this motherfucker. I think I was into the Doors first. And those songs on the radio, 10cc, I'm not in love. And then one day I heard this explosion. There was an album called Led Zeppelin 2. I went to a party in somebody's basement. And I'm listening to Heartbreaker, and I don't know, my heart just stopped. What is this? Led Zeppelin, god damn it. This is the last band I wanted to fucking like, you know? I went home and put on Led Zeppelin 2. I bought it, and that's it. It changed my life. I had stolen a fucking thing with the 4 speakers, 2 that came with it, and then we wired up Puerto Rican rig, 2 extra speakers, so you could hear a whole lot of love.
Quadraphonic sound.
Quadraphonic sound. And then I bought Led Zeppelin 3, and then you buy the fucking Zeppelin 1, and then you buy 4, and then you buy Presents. And then I buy Into the Outdoor. I wait a whole year. And, you know, when my mother died, it was a second hit because the first guy that hit was Bond. It hit me. It hit. I couldn't take that many knocks. I was at this restaurant. These guys are mobsters now. Moth and Joe. They had a fucking egg sandwich place, and that's where I was. But Led Zeppelin was about to go on sale.
Yeah.
And he died. This guy at the WPLJ in New York was about to announce the fucking dates. And this guy dies. And then I buy the albums. And I smoke dope. I listen to Led Zeppelin. I work out on Led Zeppelin. Everything I do is around Led Zeppelin. The style of my life is Led Zeppelin. My comedy is Led Zeppelin. I want heavy. Yeah, I don't want no fucking around. I want to kill his last man. Down, down, bam, bam, bam. We'll talk later. Yeah. Let's blow up the room now. We'll talk later. And then I get older and I hear all this shit at their feeds.
Yeah.
What am I supposed to do now? Now I know in my heart, I've seen the YouTube videos. I've seen that they lifted some chords, whatever. Now, 40 years later, the lawsuit's going to move forward.
Right.
Against Led Zeppelin with Stairway to Heaven. They're your favorite band. They're my favorite band. How am I supposed to feel? Anybody? How am I supposed to feel? Do I stop listening to them? Yeah. But then I put an album on that's called The Song Remains the Same, which is a live album. And unless you're fucking retarded, or you're a stupid motherfucker, once you listen to that album, you realize 2 things. A, that is probably the greatest live performance that any musical band has done. I listened to Robert Plant on the Power. Remember that old radio station that had the Power Flower Hour?
Oh, yeah.
Sunday night.
King Flower.
King Flower Power Hour. And he said that, the second night in the garden, Jimmy Page did everything to that guitar that a human could do except give it head.
Yeah.
He just destroyed it when you listen to the album. And I know that you can't steal that talent.
Yeah.
And I know that you can't steal Achilles' Last Stand. I know you can't. When I listen to No Quarter, when I listen to Dazed and Confused, and I listen to the improvising, and then I watch it on VH1. Whenever it's on VH1, it's on. It's done. Whatever the fuck you told me, Shark Tank, whatever my wife is watching, I don't give a fuck, except Moby Dick.
Yeah.
I fast forward through Moby Dick.
Yeah.
If you go to my house right now, The Song Remains the Same is on my DVR. And whenever I get down, I just put on a whole lot of love. One night, I believe I told you this before. All that shit to me, you can't steal.
Yeah.
What am I supposed to think?
Well, the way I look at it is when they start out on Zeppelin 1 and 2, they're like all those bands in England, man. They're like a blues acid rock band. You understand? Like, you're playing blues, like, Clapton, all those guys, Cream and stuff, they're playing like white man's blues, and I think it's more of like, they don't look at it as like they're stealing, they're playing what they're influenced by. You know what I'm saying? And then it's like comics. When you see them, they first start out, you go, oh, this guy's doing dice. But you don't know.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Until you find your voice.
And then you find your voice. So you're talking about Jimmy Page, who played on everyone's records as a session guy. And he's been playing since he was...
The Yardbirds, the Stones.
All that shit.
He's on
The Who.
He's on what Stone album? I got it in the car. The sleepy city.
Yeah.
It looks so pretty. That one.
Yeah.
My buddy just bought it for me and gave it because I said if it's there, something Her Majesty's Secret Service.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the
everybody's on it.
Yeah, yeah.
Plant is on it. A couple people on it.
But the thing is, so he's playing blues his entire life. Then they're going to do a record that just, I mean, there's like, you know, like AC/DC's like 3 chords. That's blues rock too. If you slowed it down, it's like dun 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 dun. Speed it up, it's dun 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 in the beginning. That's a fucking blues progression. You know what I'm saying? Of course, these guys are like, well, they're doing Howlin' Wolf and he's doing this, what is it? But the thing is, everybody's playing blues back then. And then you start to find your thing by, you know, Zeppelin 3. It's like, holy shit, you know? I mean, going to California, that's Zeppelin, you know? Yeah, all that stuff is Zeppelin to me. So I think it's like, of course it's going to
sound... Like Diamaker's clip.
Yeah.
Just like, and that's one of my favorite albums of all time. And I told somebody I wouldn't listen to No Quarter.
Yeah.
When I bought that album, I would skip over No Quarter.
No Quarter.
That's how young I was and mature.
Yeah.
It scared me. It was too heavy. When I first got Master Reality, I didn't listen to it. I bought it. I put it on one night. The Exorcist was on TV. I put earphones on. I listened to Master Reality, and I was smoking THC.
You're going double Satan now.
Which is fucking angel dust, basically. And I'm watching all this going on. I'm like, I'll never hear this sound again. Then it took me 2 or 3 years to put Into the Void on and go, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know, now we're on to something, but No Quarter at first.
Yeah.
Boom, 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 boom. Skip that motherfucker. Go right to the ocean, baby.
But isn't it more common with music than comedy? Like in music, people buy songs that other people have written. So it's not like they're stealing, but they just didn't pay the royalties, or is it actually like they're stealing and
chords or something? And
later they gave them credit on the records. I think it was early on. I mean, early on they probably just thought that, of course, we're playing blues, but everybody is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like, music I have a less of a problem with than I would with comedy. I think I don't know why.
Listen, when I heard that song by that fucking guy, I knew he rocked fucking Marvin Gaye. As soon as I heard that song by Robin Thicke.
Oh, yeah.
In the night. As soon as I heard that song, didn't take a genius to know they had to pay somebody. That was sampled or clipped. Yeah. Okay, is that a fucking mouse over there?
Where?
Did it bother me? No, it didn't bother me. I love Marvin Gaye, you know?
Yeah. I don't know, it's just a weird thing. I mean, you know, what are you going to do? To me, I think that Jimmy Page was there in the fucking birth of that shit. Of course, he wasn't an old black blues player, you know, but he played blues his entire life. It wasn't like he just came in and learned a style and then went, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to be blues rock. Guy played blues all his life.
You know,
played that skibble or whatever before. That weird playing you ever seen when he's like 13 on TV? Playing something.
Playing guitar, always fucking like that guy.
Yeah.
You know, but as comics, if somebody's stealing jokes, we avoid them.
Oh, yeah.
You don't call them out. I just avoid them because I know I'm just smacking them, so they know. So why wouldn't we avoid Zeppelin? Like guys like you and me. I love it. To me, if they stole something, they made it better. They took it with confidence. This last lawsuit kind of threw me off a little bit.
Yeah.
To me, it's always been one of the greatest songs of all time.
Yep.
One of the greatest solos of all time. Every time I hear it, it brings a tear to my eye.
Solo's insane.
You know, hands down to me. Again, you know, you put on the song, it's the same. That's where I take that's a live performance at the hardest venue in the world. There's no harder venue. And when you watch it, you see that the people are hypnotized. You know, I got to see Robert Plant and Jimmy Page later on.
I saw that too. 96, yeah.
Who gives a fuck? Yeah. It wasn't Led Zeppelin to me. I was happy.
That's why I'm glad they never get back together now. It's never going to live up to what you and I want it to be. Ever. We're good with the memories.
I'm solid.
Me too.
This morning I woke up and I wanted to play this and this and this, but I kept hearing the opening chord of Achilles. Look at my Facebook and Twitter. That's what I put on this morning.
Wow.
It's just a Monday type of song. It was an early morning when they told us we should know.
That song is a punch in the face. It's one of the most electric songs that you hear. You just go, what the fuck, man? And especially when they're playing it at Nebworth in 78. They play like a 79 or where they play Nebworth. They're kind of, after 77, they lay dormant. Then they're working on In Through the Outdoor. And they haven't played in like 3 years or whatever it is. Then they go do 2 warm-up shows in Nebworth.
And they also open up in the evening.
Yeah. And they're playing Achilles' Last
Stand. And they design the clothing on.
Yeah.
Shit.
And
stop it. Stop it.
Yeah, with those fucking weird suit pants and shit. But Jimmy Page is weighs about 32 pounds in that. And he is murdering Achilles' Last Stand. He looks like he's possessed. He's on heroin, full-blown addiction there, and he's killing it, beyond. I love it. It's fucking insane.
Only some people know about that Nebworth stuff.
That shit's fire. Nebworth is fire.
You know, I heard the story of, and I always talk about what would have happened. This is a great question. If this is what I got to deal with, what would have happened if Leonard Skinner would have lived?
Honestly, there's only 2 bands I didn't see, Skinner and Zeppelin.
How different would life have been? What direction? All those bands, Molly Hatchet, all those bands were carried over because we couldn't. I mean, Leonard Skinner was way ahead of their time.
Yeah.
But I heard a story of them going Network and just blowing out in the stone.
Yeah, you seen it? You can watch it on YouTube.
Watch it. They have a little hat on, and they're doing Saturday Night Special.
Yeah.
And you're sitting there going, oh my fucking God. They're in the spectrum of music, and they're just killing it.
Yeah, I think that's Nebworth also.
Yeah,
yeah. And they play one of the most spectacular. I grew up in the Bay Area, and my whole music life I owe to Bill Graham. Everything, my life I owe to that guy because he had these visions of these crazy shows where he put, fucking all these different bands on, and that's how you got to learn about so much different music. But Skinner played Dan the Green, and those are my favorite shows ever, Dan the Green. I talk about it over and over and over because it really fucked me up. But if you punch in on YouTube, Skinner, Dan the Green, Freebird, you're not going to see anything more rocking than that. It's insane. It's 77. It's 60,000 people. And they started up, he's like, boy, I'm pretty for Oakland. That's what he says. And Ronnie with the no shoes on, burning up feet on the stage with that fucking hat on and the Neil Young shirt on, because, he had the Hope Neil Young will remember. And there he is, killing it, and you just go that is fucking rock right there, And Zeppelin played their last 2 shows in Oakland Coliseum, 77. Last 2 ever in America. That's the ones where Peter Grant and his thug guy beat up one of the guy's dads there because the kid's pulling the Led Zeppelin sign off the dressing room. And Peter Grant's like, what the fuck are you doing? Get out of here. And the dad comes, they pull him in the dressing room and just beat him almost to death. And then
I love this shit.
Bill Graham's like, look, man, we can't cancel him because it's going to get fucking crazy here. So Peter Grant knows that they beat that guy up. So he goes, you got to come over here and sign this paper saying you won't sue us before we go back over there. Sign off on the paper. They play the next show. And then the next day, Plant's kid dies. Haunting in New Orleans. They're supposed to play New Orleans or wherever. He goes home. And then the tour's canceled. And then they don't play till 80 again. They do 13 shows in 80, and then Bonzo dies, and that's it. It's it. A lot of people say that band was haunted. 75, Plant got in a bad car crash, canceled that tour. His son died in 77.
Carrick.
Just crazy shit.
They always said the inside cover of. That's why I never understood, because House of the Holy came out way before the son died.
Yeah, right.
But they said the inside of the cover is him giving his son up. They had so many fucking.
Yeah, that's all that twisted drive shit.
So many devil shit that they had in references. Now, before we get the fuck out of here, what day did you wake up and go, you know what? I'm going to give this comedy a try.
Man, it was
It was a Monday, a day like any other day.
It was a small town. I wanted to do comedy. I'm 48. I wanted to do comedy when I was probably 12 years old. I saw Saturday Night Live, first season. I wanted to be John Belushi. I wanted to be that guy. I thought he was an absolute god. He was an outlaw. He did drugs. He fucking drank. He rocked.
He really did.
Samurai
These
sword.
motherfuckers don't remember that.
I watched that shit Saturday night. Stay up early, work. Oh fuck, falling asleep watching.
We just watched the Blues Brothers somewhere in the green room.
Yeah.
If you're young and you watch the Blues Brothers, it's just a movie.
Yeah.
But if you know what he was going through at the time and you're watching Belushi, you're like, how the fuck was he keeping it together?
Right?
This
Animal
guy,
House.
He was, oh my God.
Animal House is like the fucking epitome of face comedy. The way he could do a face, and you would just die. The eyebrow, that fucking thing where he pops a boner and he falls backwards off the ladder. All that.
My brother and I would do like the what is this, the zit thing?
Yeah, oh yeah,
all around the house.
Yeah. But I got into that, and then my buddy that turned me on to all the rock had Cheech and Chong, and I was so into that record. I got it now. I got a mint version of it, the one with slide. They're women in the car, whatever, and the dog, the drive-in one where they sneak the guys in, First gear, they're like, hey man, we got the people in the back, Cheech and Chong, and then Pryor, and Carlin. And then later it was Chris Rock and Seinfeld, and then the late 80s, Guinness and Dice. My buddy Del Coke, and you'd go to the store and I'd stroll in and see Dice early on and be like, that guy, never seen anything like it. Just look at two strangers and go, is that your girl? What a whore. You'd be like, whoa, man. And then they would get up, we're out of here, get out of here, you crying little whore. And that kind of shit. And you're like, whoa, this is gangster. So I always wanted to do comedy. But I was a kid. Kids didn't do comedy. There wasn't like, you don't go to a camp, like Laugh Factory Comedy Camp, where they didn't have that shit, man. So I played rock and 25 years blew by. Boom. Then I got lucky. I got that Ice Cube movie. This is about six years ago or so. And I'm 2 months in Shreveport, sitting in bleachers with Earthquake and Garrett Morris. So not only am I meeting fucking Ice Cube, who I worshipped in NWA, I'm looking at the first season, Garrett Morris. That fucking guy was on Saturday Night Live when I was a kid. Ant-Man. I done lived 1,000 times my weight. I don't give a fuck. Get out of here. John Belushi is the Hulk farting, So I sit by Earthquake. Every couple of days I go, hey, I want to do comedy. Like, what do I do? He's like, man, you got to do open mics. Not giving me much. A couple more days go by. What else? You got to write, man. You got to write. Write what? What do I do? Where do I go? Google it, man. Get out of here, But after a month or so, he realized I was really interested in it. He goes, all right, I'll tell you what, man. You do this, you do that, you do this. You get good, come see me at the Comedy Union. Put you on. And a year went by, I went on every day.
What was the Comedy Union?
The comedy, the movie?
No,
the Comedy Union.
Oh, the Comedy Union.
Yeah, he was doing Wednesday night there. He goes, you go and do open mics and look me up when you think you're ready. So I looked him up, I went down, every day, 365, I did not miss a day. Open mic every fucking day. Never missed a day. I looked him up. I knocked on it. I went down to the union. I go, hey, man, it's me, Dean. He's like, oh. I go, yeah, remember you told me if I was ready? He's like, I didn't think you were going to do it, man. I mean, I would have told you some real shit. I was just telling you dumb shit out there, bored. But I went on and had a good set, you know, and for, you know, I'm on my 5th year now. I've almost done 2,500 spots, and I don't miss a day. Maybe 10 days out of the 5 years, you know. But every fucking day, everywhere. Man, I go to Bakersfield for a shit open mic. 8 minutes. I heard they give you 8 minutes in Bakersfield. I'm there, all on a motorcycle. You know what I mean? Oh, I heard they'd give you 12 minutes down in the ghetto at this place called the Family Room. No whites in there. I'm going. You know what I mean? They give you fried chicken. You ever done that one? They're in some house in South Central, man. In a house they cook chicken in, and you do comedy, and if they like you, they throw dollars at you. It's awesome,
I'm
man.
gonna take Lee down there.
You gotta go there, man. No, that sounds terrible. I was going everywhere. Still right now. I just did 8 days with Russell Peters. 10,000 people a night. The day I got home, I went to Westwood, to the Irvine, or to the Improv space and did an open mic. Just to get back on the grounded. That audience isn't mine. You know what I mean? I want to make that audience mine, so I got to keep working. You know? Just grind.
5 years in.
5 years in.
God bless you.
Next week, actually, on Thursday, Thanksgiving Day, is 2-year anniversary of my name painted on that wall at the store. I got passed November 27th, 2 years ago. And that was, out of my life of doing everything I've done, was the proudest day of my life. When you drive down Sunset Strip, you look to the right, my name's on that wall. Fucking mind-boggling.
I never thought I'd get my name on that wall.
Right? I was there in '88, snorting coke, drinking booze, around those names. I didn't think I was ever even going to do comedy. There I am.
I didn't think any of this shit was going to happen. I didn't think I'd be going to Philadelphia, selling out shows, and people telling me that the podcast has changed Lee's life. I didn't think half this shit that's going on right now. You know, you can't imagine this. You just keep. There's one point you come to terms with being here and the things you have to do, and you just put your head down and start doing them, and things pop up. You know, people always say, hey, what am I going to say about you before I go on stage? Don't say anything. Yeah. Say, coming to the stage, Joey Diaz, I'm a stand-up, you know. Yeah. Credits don't mean anything.
They don't.
They really don't, you know. It's been fucking great, man. I'm happy I finally, and this is what really happened, guys. About a year ago, Jordan came up to me, maybe a year and a half ago. Jordan comes up to me and goes, hey, man, you know a lot about music. Why don't you talk to Dean Delray? I go, I don't know fucking Dean Delray. Because he says he knows you. I go, listen, the fuck you want me to tell? I don't know Dean Delray. I knew you for years. Yeah. I just didn't know. I thought your name was Marty. I didn't know why Marty. I tell you the other thing. I didn't know why Marty.
Yeah.
You haven't made it as a Joey Diaz friend unless you have a nickname like D'Agostino.
Yeah, I didn't know fucking it was
Marty Dean Delray.
I get so many guys confused. There's 3 or 4 Eric. Something. There's a guy that does videos with people. He looks like him. You remind me of him. So when I see, for fun, I went to the store and all you guys were together. I'm like, oh fuck, I've been fucking up for a long fucking time. But I don't know names, especially now. There's so many kids coming up and guys you don't really know. And then they finally tell you their name and then you bump into them and go, oh, it's you. Okay, now I fucking get it. Brother, thank you.
Oh, dude, comedy has saved my life. And being between the Death Squad people and Marin and Burr, guys like Russell, Ian Edwards. I was 44 years old in Hollywood and played music all my life and stepped off the train. You want to talk about fucking insanity and noises in your head? You're in the Hollywood Hills in a fucking guest house sitting there going, now what? Now what, man? 25 fucking years playing music. What am I going to do? I don't have any friends here. All my people have married and moved on. And then you slowly start to get these friends. And you go, fuck, man, like a guy like you, We're similar age. We love music. I can talk to you for
I could
hours.
do this till 6.
That's what I'm saying. Hours, man. Marin, I could talk to that guy for, I mean, he is like music, comedy, all, you know, everything we can talk about. And I'm like, fuck, this is saving me. So I thank you, man, for having me on 100%. I'll do it anytime. And come do mine.
Okay, yeah. I didn't know what days you do it.
Yeah, I do it any day you want to do.
Okay.
You come over and you got to come to my house because if you like Zeppelin, you're going to lose your mind. Red Band came over yesterday and he was like, I can't fucking believe it. It's a rock museum in my house of my entire life. You're going to see photos of me with Slash at fucking like 21 years old, us there, you know, Axl. Me on a Harley at 18 going on some biker run, you know, on fucking meth, whatever. It's just a history in there. You ever do meth?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I done meth, speed. I don't fucking know. I've done it all.
Yeah, just speed.
I did some good speed in West Virginia. I went to the mountains with some dudes to a trailer. I think they were going to get me blown. And I got some good coke in Idaho. Those fucking black people haters.